Okay, everybody, welcome to what is now known as the Motul Fastest 40 Championship, powered by Michelin. My name's Jeff Barrett. I'm honoured.
You are.
I am.
Yes, you are.
I am to
Yes,
have our one of the leading voices in motorsport, Mr. Roger Warren. Roger, welcome to the fold.
Thank you.
Looking very casual. Look, we're on telly.
Yeah, we are. I've agreed to lower my standards, obviously, this weekend and work with you. But I'm looking forward to it, Jeff. It's going to be a big day. It's been a while. The 2024 has been delayed, basically, hasn't it? Through weather and all sorts of issues. But we're here. The sun is shining. We're at Foxhill Motor Park. The track looks magnificent. It's all set up. Everything is great. So 2024 starts here.
You're right. This is the first day where there hasn't been a cloud in the sky, I reckon, for 90 days or something stupid. Woke up this morning and thought, obviously we're bitterly disappointed that we had to postpone round one, but it was the right call. I mean, water was just coming down those hills at Hawkstone, so it was the right decision. So this is effectively round one. It was scheduled to be round two, but it's ideal conditions out there. They've done a great job with the track, which you know because Your brother is part of the organising club here?
100% Langrish Club, but particularly Paul Cook and Ronnie Field have been down here for literally days and days and weeks. Last week the circuit was pretty much underwater in between the jumps and things like that, so they've done a magnificent job because it's all up and running. Everyone likes the circuit at the moment. Foxhill, we know what that's great. That's like, so it's a brilliant venue to start off what is a brand new championship. Everything's new format. New championship, new day. It's Saturday, remember?
I know.
It is Saturday. It's going to throw you completely this week. You
know
that.
Yesterday.
100% this will throw you.
Absolutely threw me. I'll tell you what, I went back from here yesterday thinking it was a Saturday night. But of course it wasn't. So I got all geared up to thought, oh, great, Supercross is on tonight. I'll stay up and watch that.
So you put your dancing shoes on and it was the wrong night.
I thought, no, it's a Friday, isn't it?
It is.
Pushed everything forward.
Wrong night. But it's historic and brilliant. And as we say, the new championship, the Motul Fastest 40 British Motocross Championship, powered by Michelin, including two new British Championships.
Yes.
125 and resurrection of the Under-21 series, which goes way back in the day.
Which is great to see that back because, to be honest, I don't really know why they just felt like that needed to go because it's always been such a great feeder championship to give young riders a bit of confidence that they've won an adult title effectively before they get into it in the thick of it. So it's nice to see that back. It's certainly good, obviously, with the Apico two-strokes side of it as well, with the 125 class. 40
and the Liat MX2.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's get it right. The Liat MX2 class. Word for the sponsors there.
Yes, absolutely.
Get that one in. But what I like as well is on the 125 class, everyone associates 125 with the youth. This time, any age. Yeah. Anyone can ride. Exactly. So we've got some old stagers out there on 125 two-strokes. So that is something new again.
Listen, obviously 4 strokes, they came along, they changed the sport. We know that. Now the electric bike thing is happening, but if both you and I are a little bit old school, I don't mind saying that.
Rude.
And just 2 strokes, particularly 125s, 40 of them out there as well. So a full lineup of 125s bombing around Foxhill. I mean, don't get much better than that for me.
No. So we've got a complete mix. And, of course, for anybody who's interested, we have Amateur Day tomorrow. So a big, big day on Sunday still here where the amateur classes get to have their chance riding around the circuit. Having watched the pros today, they can all go tomorrow. So a massive, massive day on Sunday for anybody interested in coming down to Foxhill and watching the racing. You will have a great day down here because we're going to have many, many classes and races tomorrow.
We are up and running today. As we said, Saturday, a new format. What they've done is reduce the number of races, pushed it to a Saturday. So we only get 6 races today, but we get 6 races of quality. What you're seeing on screen right now is the 125 class. That is Jamie Keith out there. This is the qualifying session for the 125. So Jamie's out there. They're going to get like a couple of starting laps. When he comes round, because he's the first out on track, I think, leading them round, the timing board will go out, and then they are going to start banging in laps, Rog, which we know qualifying can be quite exciting, basically. Some riders leave it right to the last minute. And I don't think this track's going to go off. By that I mean, when you've got qualifying at a deep sand track, it's all crazy for the first few laps where riders try to get a lap in before the track really roughs up.
Yeah, but the thing is as well, this is the new ethic of this championship, is they're trying to build, particularly Saturday Pro Day, around the format that you would have at a GP.
Absolutely.
So the riders get used to the format, they get used to the way things work, so that when some of these riders hopefully venture into the European Series and have a crack at that, they will be familiar with the way things work. Case in point, the timing.
Absolutely.
Time lapse, so they get used to doing a time lapse. So when they do go to the Europeans, it's not all strange. They know what's happening and they get used to the way things work. Because this is a long-term plan by organisers here, ACU, everybody, is to bring through some talent, because we have been sadly lacking for the past few years on the world stage. So we need to start bringing through the riders. And obviously the route to GPs is through EMX 125, EMX 250, and then into MX2.
Exactly that. And, you know, I'm involved enough in the youth side of the sport as well to know that we've got some really talented riders in the UK, but we haven't got the platform, which you've just highlighted, where it's continuity, basically. You know, so in the UK, down the years, they've gone out. We have like 5 minutes of free practice, which is basically 2 laps at best. And then a board goes out and they have to get straight into it. And you go to the Europeans and you get a free practice to get your bike dialed in, set up. Then you come in, you can think about it. You can maybe watch video analysis, all that kind of stuff. And you go out and you get 20 minutes of qualifying. So exactly that. This is giving the younger riders a taste of what it's going to be like when they go and do the EMX. And we actually do have some riders in this class that are already competing in the EMX. Josh Fell being one of them. Jamie Keefe will be doing some of them. Freddie Gardner, I'm sure. Jake Walker might go and do a few. So we've got some young talent in it. But like you said, Rog, we have also got some more experienced riders, particularly the likes of Matt Bayliss, who's, well, dynamic on a 125.
Yeah, Matt, he's pretty much done it all. I mean, you know well, he does arena cross, so he can do everything, can't he?
Yeah.
So he's out there. So, yeah,
interesting.
interesting.
He is, actually, right on cue, Rog. Just like you teed that up.
Perfect.
Number 17 is Matt Bayliss.
And I'm sure as the series goes on, it will attract some more riders. I know Rob Hollyoake is looking to do some as well later in the year.
Yeah, Rob's quick, man.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to seeing that. Yeah.
So this is just getting some lap times down. So, yeah, we've obviously got a lot of people helping us up do this series, and obviously loads of cool brands, but we've also obviously got a federation that we work with, and there's some changes afoot, and hopefully the guys at the ACU, obviously going forward, will try and improve the sport. We certainly want to work with them. So we're running this whole event under ACU rules and regulations. So here's just a little advert from the ACU. Remember, if you're going to go riding, go and get an ACU license, because the guys will take care of you with all your insurances.
Yeah, for sure. Anybody who's tuning in, watching this for the first time, youngsters particularly, if you think, yeah, I'd love to do that, best thing, go along, join a club. Join your local club. They will help you with everything. Get your license, and once you've joined the club, then you can go out, ride a local event, get used to things, and then you can work through to the big stuff here.
Okay, well, let's just we'll just throw up a little ACU advert with more information. Okay, we are well into qualifying now here then with the two-stroke class.
Yeah, the Apico two-stroke Festival British 125 Championship.
That's right, yeah.
Exactly that.
So it's a combination, as you said, of youth and adults, which is brilliant.
Yeah, our good friends Apico got behind us yet again with the series, so thanks for them. Looking very professional in the paddock, I have to say, with their new Honda setup this year.
Does look good, doesn't it? Which
we will see very shortly. Meanwhile, back out in qualification, the, Jeff will know better than me. The lads who have upgraded from the Big Wheel 85 class in 2023 are right at the sharp end now on the 125s, because we got Jamie Keith fastest at the moment with a 2:12.4 on the number 184. Jamie finished second in the 2023 championship, and the man who beat him, Josh Vale, on the 4:79, just behind by 1.2 seconds in second. Matt Bayliss, we've spoken about Matt, the old stager, up there in third already on the 17A in front of young star Freddie Gardner and Charlie Richmond, who was third last year. So, as we say, all the progression, all the lads who came through from the Big Wheel 85s last year onto 125s and straight away on the pace.
Yeah, and it's great to see. And, you know, I mean, for me, as a, an ex-racer and all that kind of side of it, 125s, it is such a shame that not every manufacturer makes a 125, because I still believe, it sharpens the skills of a young rider. You know, their muscle group's not quite as to hold on to a 250F necessarily straight away. And for those that grow quicker or slower, sometimes a 125, a year on a 125 definitely sharpens you up. Learn a lot of racecraft riding the 125.
Let me throw this one in there, Jeff. People say that riding a 250F makes you lazy.
Well,
these don't.
No, they definitely don't. And I can back that up. As a fat 51-year-old, right, I've just started riding again. Last year I had a 250F, and I thought, do you know what? I've still got it a bit. This is all right. This is not too bad. I've swapped it in for a 125, ran it in. I did 3 laps at speed, and I thought I was going to have a cardiac arrest. It was horrendous. And yet on the 250, I kind of went, 10, 15 minutes before feeling fatigued. I did 3 laps on the 125 and thought, my God, I am so unfit. So in that sense, yeah, you've got to keep them singing, and that's the difference. So line choice, momentum round corners, you've got to think more about your corner speed coming in and coming out.
Okay, so conversely, does that make the switch to 250Fs even harder?
In a way, yeah. I guess you could say it does, but at the same time, you can then take the momentum and what you've learned on a 125 carry corner speed. That rule still applies on a 250. It just makes the 250 a little bit easier. You can just roll the power on, and you've got that more linear torque that kind of grips. With a 125, obviously you've got to keep it singing. If you give it too much on shiny surfaces, it spins up, whereas a 250, you just got that little bit more tolerance. Oh, who was that going down? Is that what number 128? I think is that. Because there's some new numbers we're working with this year. That's Freddie Gardner. Yeah, he's come in as a late entry, I think. He's not in our...
Yeah, Freddie Gardner, fourth at the moment with a 2:15.4, but just got flicked off. That's the thing with Foxhill. You know this circuit. You've ridden it. Foxhill, it's fast, it's flowing, but it can catch you out, can't it?
Absolutely. With Foxhill, there are so many little, little hooks, little gnarly edges, that just can sort of pull your tyre off to one side, just shoot you in another direction. It's because of the nature of the dirt, but the speeds as well. This is one of the faster circuits in the UK, and when you're flowing round it, it's brilliant. When you can't find that rhythm, it's a frustrating circuit, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, because you've got to be brave around here, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Those downhills, the TV unfortunately doesn't do justice to the steepness of the drops into the valley.
They're huge. It's basically like being a ski jumper. You are floating down, driving off the top of those hills, travelling about 100 foot or more. And there's just no room for error. So these guys have to be like really precise to put in a solid lap. Right now, they obviously try to spread themselves out a little bit to get a run on a good lap. It's when you get racing that's where you've got to have your wits about you. You know, the faith that the guys have put in each other racing that close.
Just where we are now on camera, you can see the first turn. Do they seem to have opened that up a bit more this time? Because it seems a lot more sweeping.
Yes, I think they have. They've learned, because that's a pinch point. Come racing, though, I still think we'll see some first corner incidents because it just creeps up on you so quickly. You think there's a load of space, but you're traveling in there so fast, and then as you keep coming around, it just gets tighter and tighter. So, yeah, you normally see a few first corner incidents, but that's part and parcel of motocross. We all start in a line together. We don't do the staggered start.
Which is, again, why time qualification is so important, because that determines gate pick.
Yeah.
And here, gate pick is important.
It is. I think most people would favour the inside here.
Yeah.
Because it's the shorter distance, but at the same point, if you don't get a good drop, you get pinched off, and then you're really stuck in there. And then normally you get a crash on the inside. So if you don't make a good gate and there's a crash, then you're just kind of stuck there, and you've got to wait for it to clear. It is a fascinating circuit. It is obviously one of the most iconic motocross circuits in the world. I think everybody in world motocross would have heard and know about Foxhill and what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back a long time. It's got history, but it's also bang up to date. This back at the race. Meanwhile, we are now 19 minutes in to the time session. Jamie Keith still on pole with that early 2:12.4 that he banged out. In front of Josh Vale, Matt Bayliss in third. Charlie Richmond, Freddie Gardner, Ollie Bubb now moved up into the top six. So Ollie's starting to get it together. Will Haddock, Jake Walker, Wesley McGavin and Harry Lee. That's your top 10 as we're going through the time session now.
Yeah, just looking at 11th place, Jordan Batchelor. He had all kinds of problems in the first session, which was the open session, you know, just free practice. I think he had issues jetting-wise, and he was off the track, pulling off the track more than he was on it. So I think they've got that bike singing now, though. Dan Bruff, it's good to see Dan out there. He's got himself a 125. Normally seen him on a 250 two-stroke in last couple of years with the Michelin MX National. So he's gone down with the kids to race them. That's kind of cool. And then we've got Caden Smith. He was a rider that raced at Ernay in the Blue Crew. Caden?
Yeah, for those of you who weren't fortunate enough to be at Ernay at the Motocross of Nations, well, first of all, why weren't you there? Because you missed a hell of a day. But fair play to Yamaha, and this is, I'm not blowing smoke at the moment, Yamaha put a massive effort in there for the Blue Crew races, where they literally took over half the paddock. With how many riders were there?
Wow.
There must have been...
There's 3 groups of 40, so 120.
Exactly. So bikes, kit, everything was set up, and a massive awning, and they put on some great entertainment. And how many times can people say they've ridden in front of 60, 70,000 people, which is what they did, didn't they?
It was an amazing experience. You know, obviously speaking to the British riders that went, it kind of blew their minds. Ollie Bubb in particular on the boat on the way back from Ernay was almost like on this high. He was still trying to process what he'd just done. I think I
was the opposite. I was on a massive low coming back then, because I'd been on the high and I was coming back down, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Right, end of session, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Jamie Keith held on to that pole position on the 184 with that 2:12.484. Josh Vale is there in second. Matt Bayliss, Charlie Richmond 4, Freddie Gardner, Ollie Bubb, your top 6. So straight away, the big hitters are all there lining up for the race. It will be the first race of the day, which will be kicking off shortly. So the 125 class, straight away, they've all laid down a marker, and that is going to be a big race. And basically, other than Matt Bayliss, this is going to be renewing rivalries from the 85 class last year.
I'm just looking at that top 10. There's some good talent there. That's all young guns. They're all going to go for it. First round, they want to get their championship off and run into a good start.
This is we've said that. This is basically the first big meeting of 2024.
Yeah.
Everyone has been practicing, training relentlessly all over the winter, so they are buzzing now for the first big race of the year, aren't they?
Thing is, they've all been training and riding in utter slop.
Yeah.
Really, because there's been no other option, pretty much, other than go down to Spain and stuff like that. So, But now, of course, we've gone the complete contrast. We have got one of our favoured hard pack circuits, and the sun is out. So
yeah, but what I mean is everyone is the adrenaline, the
yeah.
tension, the excitement. It's all at fever pitch now, and you just want to get out on track, don't you?
You do, yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously that was the Apico two-stroke class, but we've got a little advert. We're going to run with the Apico Festival. So sit back and just watch that, and then we'll be back shortly with the MX2 class. Yeah. There you go. That's the all-important gate with the mesh gates. The MX Nationals are now known as the Fastest 40, of course, were the first series in the UK to introduce the mesh gates, and obviously now every championship pretty much uses them. It's a must. Yep,
so we are moving on, ladies and gentlemen. The next time session is the Liat Pro MX2 Championship, incorporating the revived British Under-21 Championship. Yeah. Now, when did that finish, Jeff? Because I seem to remember it in the 70s and 80s, but is it later than that?
No, it was later than that. It was still going in, I think, early 2000s. Or
was
maybe,
it?
Yeah,
wow. Okay.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we had the four-stroke championship, because when they first come out, there was that whole thing like they needed their own championship, but then slowly but surely four strokes ruled the roost. So we don't have a real sort of separate four-stroke championship anymore, because most people ride them. If anything, we now go the other way and we have a separate
two-stroke championship. What goes around comes around.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Right, so Liat Pro MX2 time practice 20 minutes.
Yep, they're all getting down there ready to go, going through their final rituals. There's Tommy Searle.
Yeah, now that's a story in itself, isn't it? Tommy Searle basically went all winter being predicted. I mean, they've it's not a new team, as I was corrected. No. It's a rebranded team. Reboot with Dirt Store Kawasaki. And it was going to be Mel Pocock on 250 and Joel Ritzy and Tommy Searle on the brand new 450. But Tommy didn't feel comfortable on the 450. Basically, I think he's realised that he's now got to a stage where he can't keep up with a 450 now. That sounds weird thing to say, but he feels more comfortable on a 250 because, and also, I mean, Jake Nichols, who's out there as well, said exactly the same thing. He can't commit his time and energy and fitness to riding a 450. They're happy to go back and enjoy life on a 250. So basically, the team eventually said, "Okay, Tommy, go on a 250." So 250 Tom is back out there.
They're a handful, and you've got to be fit to ride them. And age gets us all in the end. You know,
speak for yourself.
Well, you know, I've always said about like when you play James Bond, you can only go for a certain amount of time before you got to go. You got to hang it up and go. I can't be that guy anymore.
Do you know what? I've heard a phrase recently which I sticks in my mind. Is they say boxers are the first to know they're losing it, but the last to admit it.
Yeah, that's probably true with most sportsmen. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So Tommy,
remember that.
I will remember that. But Tommy's been open about it, and you know, and obviously he's had a brilliant career. There's no doubt about it. And he's sort of already hinting that this will be his last year, so why not go out and enjoy it? If he prefers to ride the 250, listen, he's earned the right to ride whatever class he wants to ride. So, yeah, so it'd be good to see Tommy out there shredding with it. We're going to get this underway shortly, as you can see. They're getting ready to go.
Yeah, so names to look out for as well. Let's have a...
that's still on the last...
yeah, we'll have a check when they get down there. As we say, Tommy Searle, definitely the familiar number 100. And Tommy has been out there shredding that 250. I mean, any of you who follow Tommy's podcasts will know that he's been out there for a long time now on the 250 and is actually back loving life at the moment. And if Tommy's happy, that is usually a good sign that he's going to have a good ride. But... There are some other riders out there. Remember, last year, riders coming through the MX Nationals last year in the MXY2 class, which is some of the youngsters who will be coming through now. Billy Askew obviously had his stellar year last year. Billy, who beat himself up badly last week in Trentino at the European 250s, unfortunately. But there, Bayless Utting was second. Mackenzie Marshall was third. That was in the championships last year. So they're going to be moving through into the pro classes now. But there we go. Plenty of riders on the line, and there'll be names that you recognise. Tomorrow, amateur day as well. While we're talking 250s, obviously Honda have a big presence tomorrow. Sorry, Jeff.
No, absolutely.
Where they,
involved, Rod.
yeah,
well,
where they're going to be.
involved.
Actually, there's going to be a competition at the end of the season where riders will get a Honda bike.
And that's awesome.
Which is awesome. And as part of that, there is a guest ride on a Honda 250 tomorrow in the amateur races by former British champion Graham Irwin, I believe.
I did see that. Yes, I love watching GI ride. He just gives it so much energy. Hopefully he's still got that energy levels, or he might just be taking it steady. But we'll see him out there. So that's good. And as we said, obviously Dirt World TV is back. So if you want to follow us on our socials, we are across most of them. As you can see across the bottom there, we are on Fastest on Facebook and Instagram. So, and Dirt World TV as well, where you can watch all that, of course. We're on the channels on YouTube, so hopefully you're watching on that. You can go back at any time, of course. That's the beauty of YouTube. Anytime.
We'll still be here.
We'll still be here. Yeah. Ageless, Rog. Ageless. Also, we've got a new production this time around with Dirt World TV as well. And we're going to be introducing more commentators because we've got a lot to do. We've also got Callum Swan here. He's over doing the event commentary. I'm not sure if he'll jump in the booth later on. We've also got Martin Bennett. Martin will be joining us later on. Martin is predominantly from road racing background, but he knows enough about motocross as well. He's going to step in and do a bit with Roger when I go walkabout, because I'm going to go out there and do some winner's circles.
Yeah, you're going out in the sunshine, aren't you?
Yeah, like I said, which is unusual because, like you keep telling me, I've got a face for radio, so it's surprising they're letting me out.
Well, you know, it's you've got to be honest with people, haven't you? To be fair.
So this is the Liat MX2 Pro Championship. Liat, of course, have been doing good things. Top-notch safety equipment. They kind of shone the light really on neck protection.
And I have to say, doing the corporate thing now, go online, because everyone knows them for their race kit and protection, but go online and check out their casual clothing now, because they do a absolute cracking race.
And you wear it well.
Look, if they make me look good, they can do it for anybody. Be fair.
Yeah, you look good. Another shout out.
I could see going through your mind then. I could see your mind working.
I didn't say anything.
No, but you were thinking it.
Oh, dear.
You were thinking it.
Yeah, so you can see them lining up. Let's just leave that there.
Yeah.
So that some of these are just going to practice some starts as well. They'll have the opportunity to do that before they start setting quick laps. Very quickly as well, of course, we've got a number of people that help us out with this championship, so many to mention. And some have been good enough to supply adverts so you can see what they're all about. And one of such brand is RFX. So we're just going to throw that in there and we'll be back to qualifying pretty quickly in this Liat MX2 class.
Okay, we're kicking into 20 minutes of timed practice here for the Liat Pro MX2 Championship, incorporating the British Under-21 series. So Both series being scored separately here. The under-21 championships obviously be scored over the course of the series here. The ACU under-21 championships. There's been some famous riders who have won that in the past. I can think Honda head boss Roger Harvey won it back on an AJS. And for the younger riders and people, ask your granddad.
Yeah. There's been some good names. I think Mark Hucklebridge won it, good old Huck, back in the day, I'm sure. Did Mark Jones win it? Maybe Justin Morris. I probably got all that wrong. But that's the beauty of it. Somebody will, that's a wonderful social media. They can jump straight on and go, Parrot, what are you talking
Please
about?
do.
You haven't got a clue. And they're right. I know I didn't win it.
Did you not?
No, I didn't. I don't think I really competed in it too much. I came kind of straight out.
You were a late burner, weren't you?
Yeah, I was straight into the 250 class and
man.
straight into GPs virtually.
Yeah.
You know, mainly because it was an excuse.
I'm in awe. Just sat next to you. I'm in awe, in complete awe.
Didn't say I was any good at them, but I'd done them.
No, fair play.
That was one.
You've been there, done it, got the T-shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
Good man. There's not many who can say that. Meanwhile, back out on the track now then, let's look for the Dirt Store Teamsters.
Well, that was Joel Rizzi.
Which was Joel Rizzi, yeah. Joel, interesting character. I mean, he's been showing potential for a long time now, but he needs to just get the luck and the backup and everything just fall into place to get the results that back the potential.
He's certainly got himself in shape. He posted a picture this week, one for the ladies, in the gym or whatever, just with his training shorts on. I tell you what, he's almost the same as me, zero body fat on him. He's in good shape. He's really got himself fit, and obviously riding and training with Tommy Searle, which will be, that will drag them along, and Billy Askew. So, yeah.
Sorry, I'm still trying to get over that last comment at the moment. Yeah.
It's like I said, he's out there. There he is. He's in that distinctive yellow kit. He's out there for practice or qualifying at least. We're just trying to get the time into work here. For some reason, it's not loading up.
Yeah, we're waiting for that to kick in because obviously,
here we go.
Yeah, right, we're in. Okay, numbers to look out for while you're on there. Obviously, the number 100, Tommy Searle, the man who was runner-up in the World Championship, twice 14 Grand Prix wins. He's the most successful MX2 rider. So, Tommy, that's where his basically his heart is in the 250s. He's got his wish. The team have let him come back on 250s. We're going to see what he can do. Ben Musto, now, another one who's come through the youth ranks, former champion on the 163. Reece Jones, that's a big name we've got to look out for. Another one who has moved up this time. Reece Jones, last year's MX Nationals MXY 125 champion. Reece, who was also the Revo British champion as well. So absolutely top-notch. He is there on the 104. Charlie Heyman, another star there. Jamie Wainwright, last year's 250 champion, the man who pulled it out of the bag at the very final round at Hawkstone Park and took that championship on his familiar number 40. But at the moment, it is Dirt Store Kawasaki 1 and 2 with Tommy Searle and Joel Rizzi. But Tommy has banged in a lap straight away, a 2:08.5, 2 seconds quicker than anybody else.
Oh, he can still get a lick on. There's no doubt about that. He's, as I said, we've had some great riders that have been very close to winning world championships, but not quite. I really, obviously, wish he'd have done that. I mean, I think he's past that. I don't think he has any regrets over that. But
I think it was unfortunate he came up when Hurlings was absolutely at his best.
Yeah, yeah.
Any other time, Tommy probably would have walked away with the championship.
Yeah, and he dealt with Caroli before that as well. So, it's like that tennis era with Andy Murray, isn't it? Like it's just a generational thing there where there was so many good riders.
Think back to the battles that they've had, though, with at Manly Basin, Hurlings and Tommy. I mean,
that year that he stuck it to Hurlings and won the GP was, sun was shining.
Yep.
Classic British GP, that was.
Yeah, brilliant day. And, of course, Tommy has a bit of an affinity with the circuit of Foxhill here because the last time he rode it was back in August Bank Holiday last year when he was on a 250 two-stroke Evo Kawasaki when he absolutely played to the crowd and won the final team race, complete with a heel clicker as well.
Yeah, he said it, and he meant it. He genuinely felt it was one of the best rides or races he's ever had. What by that I mean not necessarily his performance, but the
Enjoyable.
atmosphere, and the whole crowd getting behind him. I've never seen. I know it's a different type of event. It wasn't a championship event as such, but there was a lot riding on it. They really wanted to win, and that last lap when he was showboating to the crowd, I've never seen him do that.
No,
before.
not at all.
He was loving life, wasn't he?
Yeah, and just a quick plug for that event. If you came last year, definitely get your tickets booked. If you've never been before, even more definitely get your tickets booked, because genuinely there is a chance that they might have to shut the doors, because this response has been so phenomenal with camping and tickets this year for this year's event. August bank holiday as usual here at Foxhill. 3-day event, in fact 3.5 actually, and it's a festival. You will have an absolute blast. So
I think that will happen, Rog. I really do think it's got so popular, and like any major festival, you're limited on the number of people that can come in because of good old Mr. Health and Safety. So don't wait around. I mean, we can't overreact that. You get online, get your tickets if you really want, because you might end up being disappointed. You can't just rock up at the gate and get in. I reckon it's going to be a sellout. It
might well. On screen, you can see that number 100. It was Tommy Searle blasting his way round, still with that early time of 2:08.5. Joe Brooks is now in second. Now, Joe, he is a star of the future. I'm convinced of that. On the 4:19, Joe Brooks now on the 4:26 team, I believe.
He is. Yeah, he puts the work in. He's got good people around him.
That team, of course, current British champions with Isaac Gifting last year. And the year before that, was that with Conrad?
Conrad, yeah. What I like about Joe in particular, he seems to have like a real mature head on young shoulders. He's very methodical in how he goes about his racing. That's one thing that stands out for me anyway. You know, yes, it's a dangerous sport and accidents happen, but you know, he always looks like he's in control, going quick, but not reckless. He makes smart decisions on the track. You know, I seem to think he does. So yeah, I agree with you, Rog. I think he really is one of our.
I think he's almost under the radar a little bit, because there are names being bandied about ahead of him who get more publicity and are bigged up a bit more. But Joe Brooks just keeps plugging away, and he's actually been pretty much our top youth rider now, isn't he?
And he's doing the EMX, which will bring him on so much. There's Lewis Hall, number 9. Good to see Lewis back racing. Former Team Green rider. It just didn't work out for him. He picked up injuries, bad times, and lost a bit of momentum. Fell out of love with the sport a little bit. He's now back. He can absolutely rip a 2-stroke, particularly in sand, and he's out there on a 250 gas 2-stroke. So that's cool to see a 2-stroke out there amongst the 4-stroke machines.
Yeah, just correct myself at the moment. I did say Jamie Wainwright was last week's champion. Of course he wasn't. It was Carlton Husband. Jamie was in with a shout in the last round, but along with Joe Brooks, the three of them on that last round at Hawkstone Park for the MX2 Championship. Big day, but it was, of course, Carlton Husband who came out. Meanwhile, Charlie Heyman is now second. I'll tell you what, he's only 0.2 behind Tommy. Now, that's a big lap. Charlie Heyman on the 4:22 has really stepped up. And just 0.2 behind. Joe Brooks is now third, Ritzy fourth, Ben Musto 5, and Rhys Jones 6. But Charlie Heyman, that's a big lap.
Well, Charlie's a rider. You just said about names that had a level of expectation, you know, where they get amped up a little bit. Charlie was that guy about 2 or 3 years ago, and it just hasn't quite worked for him so far when he's moved into adults. The talent is clearly there, because coming through, he was just so dominant on the 85 and then the 125 class. And I wish him the best of luck. He's on a new team. Obviously, he's there now with SC Sports Homes, you know. So that's a solid team to be on. A lot of experience in that camp. Neil Prince is there. You know, he's been a 125 champion.
They've been around for a while. Sean Copeland's team, and obviously, as you say, Princey, well, he's been done it with team management, and he's brought a number of riders on. And you think of the riders who've been with him. Bob Rochef particularly, you know, was one of Princey's riders who came through. So yeah, that team know what to do to bring riders through. But Tommy Searle there, well, Tommy just riding round, and well, to be honest, it's going to be interesting to see today and of course next week when the Dirt Store British Championship kicks off at Ling as well. It's how Tommy's going to go on the 250. I think personally it's going to add a couple of years to his career, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I still think he'll park it up at the end of the year. but I also
You do?
I do, but I also do think that he'll want to go out and win, like, and go out on a high. So he's not just doing it for a bit of fun.
I'll tell you what, thinking about it, that could well, his last ride, if he does that, could well be at the Nations at Matley Basin, where he's had some of his best rides on a 250.
I agree. Any UK fan, British fan, that thinks that Tommy is not in the equation to run, you know, or potentially be in the Motocross of Nations team, like, think again. He'll be working towards that, and if he gets the call, he would love to go out in style and do that, you know. And obviously we've got some good riders in MX2 now, you know. Bobby Bruce, you know, notably is going to be doing the full MX2 season with Steve Dixon's team, Bike It team, so he's in contention for that spot as well. It's nice to have that option, because the 450s, you know, we've got some good riders. Ben Watson obviously doing GPs and whatnot, and Josh Gilbert now doing GPs. I'm expecting some good things of Josh. He hasn't really got his GPs off running well at the minute because of injury, but either way, your home nations, and any rider you want to ride nations anytime, but at Matley, my God, you definitely want to be there.
Looking down now, Jeff, fill me in. 4th place at the moment, 2:31, Rory Jones.
Yeah, I'm not sure too much about Rory, unless that's I reckon that is that Rory Jones. I think that might be a problem on the timing. I'll have to check that out.
We might be being totally disrespectful, but we'll have to check that one out, because it's showing Rory Jones at the moment with a 2:10.3.
I'm sure if I got this right, Rory Jones is Alfie Jones's brother. So unless he's running, they've had a
transponder's got to change.
It could be. I need to go and check that out. I'm going to step out of here shortly anyway and go and see some of the riders over in the pit one, because I'm sure that's right. Rory is, yeah.
So anyway,
I think that could be Alfie Jones, but maybe not.
Last year's championship, as we said, MX2 for the MX Nationals in 23. Carlton Husband, Joe Brooks was 2nd, Jamie Wainwright 3rd. So Joe Brooks now back in it, pushing hard in 3rd at the moment. And Jamie Wainwright, and that familiar number 40, is down in 12th place. But at the top, it is still Tommy Searle, who has banged in that early lap. Again, that is Grand Prix experience, isn't it? Get an early time in.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
Bang a time in early on that's going to get you qualified.
Yeah.
And get you a decent position.
This track, obviously, we've already seen the 125s go out, so they've probably brought the track up to speed. By that I mean put enough ruts in it, enough nice smooth berms and whatever, so the track is probably good. You know, at some point, even for qualifying, it will go off a little bit. You know, as I said, a sand track in particular, you need to get out there early before the track gets rougher and rougher. But you've got a little bit more tolerance with when you throw in a quick lap on hard-packed circuits.
You tend to see as well, the less experienced riders will just go out and go round and round and round and round and round and get progressively slower, whereas the savvy riders will do 2-3 quick laps and come in.
Yeah, exactly.
And have a review.
And that's it. You know, if you're confident in your ability. I mean, down the years, Roger, we've seen riders at GP level just go out and do one lap. Literally one lap, go top of the leaderboard and go, I don't need to go out again until that gets beaten. I've seen DT do it at Hawkstone, and others do it, just sit in the pit box. Well, what's the matter? Why is he not coming out? Well, he doesn't need to. Why waste all that energy if you're top of the pile?
Having said that, over the years, there's been riders who are kings of qualification. They can do a fast lap, but that doesn't necessarily transfer into the race.
No.
There's riders who have done a quick lap and been right up there, and you think, wow, but then in the race it hasn't come together.
One obvious British rider I always thought was really good at that, and don't get me wrong, he was also blindingly quick in the races, but sometimes he'd be higher up in qualifying than the races, was Justin Morris. He was particularly good at throwing out qualifying laps, just seemed to go hell for leather, that, you know, could just push beyond that comfort zone. For me personally, I couldn't do that. I just couldn't. It was more of a methodical build up to it. No, just stay safe. I managed to do that.
Good man.
That's the only thing I've only broken my little finger playing football. Pathetic, isn't it, really? Yeah, that's
football.
True.
It's a dangerous sport.
It's a dangerous
Leave
sport.
it alone.
Tell you,
stick to motocross.
It is a dangerous sport when your 19-stone fat mate falls on you. It's a dangerous sport then.
Meanwhile, Tommy Searle's gone faster. He's put in the 2:07.7 now, so stretch that gap to just over a second now from Charlie Heyman in 2nd. Joe Brooks still 3rd. Joel Ritzie has put in a quicker lap, but staying in 4th. Still showing Rory Jones in 5th in front of Ben Mustoe, Mackenzie Marshall, another rider upgrading as well. So Mackenzie Marshall coming up He was third in the MX2 Championships in 2023, so another rider come through. Rhys Jones down there in 8th place, so Rhys got a bit of work to do because he's a massive, nearly 4 seconds down on Tommy. Josh Coleman, Tyler Westcott, Ollie Colmer, again, riders come through the youth ranks over the years, championships behind them, now stepping in with the pros. And that, as you alluded to, Jeff, it's a big step and it's a bit of a shock to the system, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you're up there and basically everybody's fast.
It's a misconception as well. What happens a lot is you'll see riders and parents, they look at their lap times in the youth race and they go, you know, we're on par here, you know, we're not far off. And that's one thing, putting out some times. But when you actually get out there and you race with experienced racers, that's when you kind of realise that you can go quick on 1 or 2 laps and be close to them, but the racecraft and the aggression of more experienced riders, it can be quite intimidating. It takes a really confident youth rider to go out there and go, I belong, you know, instantly feel like they belong there, because you do get bullied, you do get pushed around by more experienced riders, all the old tricks that you might not be used to coming through the youth ranks. And remember, when you're in the youth ranks, you're segregated by age. When you get into adults, you're suddenly all in. So you're suddenly racing with people. You might have been like a top 5 guy through your age category coming through, but then you're with the top 5 guys that were in the age group above you. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, you suddenly realize you get a bad start. When you was a youth rider and you was a good one, you might be able to get a bad start and pull through in a 15-minute race to be in the top 5. You can't do that in this class.
Sid Putnam having a moment back there, but yeah, you're right, and also it's a mental thing, isn't it? The riders, the youth, they get used to winning every week, and then all of a sudden they're back out there and they're 23rd, and that's a big shock.
And then you just kind of like searching for answers, and you shouldn't be, because that's the reality of it. Like you got to slowly build up, but you kind of go, wow, what's going on? Why? Well, because you're suddenly against better riders, and you just got to accept that and keep working, stick to the game plan, trust the process, and you'll slowly start making your way up.
Yep, so riders there now straight away. Charlie Heyman is still second, but Ben Musto has got in amongst it now. Third for the 163. He's also in the 208. So third place for him with a 208.8 behind Charlie Heyman on 208.7. But Tommy Searle still just over a second clear of the rest of the field with 207.7. Ritzy now dropped down to 5th. So his teammate is shown in the way at the moment. Rory Jones, Mackenzie Marshall, Rhys Jones, Josh Coleman inside the top 10, and Tyler Westcott is 10th in front of Ollie Colmer, Jamie Wainwright, and Tyler Hooley, another rider who's been there, up, down, coming through his career.
Exactly. We've got there's a lot of previous champions in there. Ty Westcott, previous MX Nationals, when we were branded that, is he's won youth championships. Good to see him moving now up to the pros. He's had 1 year under his belt, I think, but a couple of injuries and whatnot. So 10th is good there. Rhys Jones is another prospect, definitely. Hopefully, he's a big old lad for his age. He'll probably go and do some EMX 125s this year. So he's on that new K-Tech team, partnered with Ollie Colmer. So that's a solid youth team there. The K-Tech guys throwing that new team out. Good on them.
Yeah, I saw them going around. Look very distinctive, don't they?
Yeah, well, they've gone
all
for
black
a bright,
and yellow,
bright yellow,
yeah.
Not many Suzukis out there, but I mean, obviously this is not a Suzuki. I just like to highlight that, but they've gone with this black yellow kind of, obviously such as K-Tech's branding. So yeah, good effort on them, and they put a lot of effort and time into those 2 young riders, and that's what you need. It's not always favourable, I think, for you get some young riders that obviously go into a team with more established riders, because you've got to find, as I said, you've got to find your way. Whereas sometimes if you build a team around the actual kids, it takes a little bit of pressure off them, I think.
So we're coming towards the end of the session now, the Liat Pro MX2 session. Tommy Searle into the paddock, job done for Tommy with his 207.7, so he will be on pole position coming to race 1 later on today. Charlie Heyman at the moment sits second in front of Ben Musto. Joel Ritzy in 4th for the Dirt Store Kawasaki team. Joe Brooks 5, Rory Jones 6. So that's MX2's done.
MX2. I'm gonna sneak out. I'm gonna go and find out, because I'm pretty certain that is Alfie Jones and not Rory Jones. If it is Rory, apologies, but I think that is actually Alfie Jones, and there's just a typo there. So we'll go and check that out. I'm going to go over there and get set up for later on when we go racing, Rog. We're going to try and grab the winner when they come in. So
you'll be back for...
well, yeah, so we got Martin. If Martin's going to come and sit with you, Martin Bennett. So we'll bring Martin in. And we've got a little interval. We're going to put some adverts on, and then we're going to be back with the MX1 qualifying. And then, not much of a gap, we're going straight racing with the 125s. 40 125s tearing around Foxhill. Can't wait.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal here. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
Welcome back, everybody. In the box now, coming to the line, are the riders for the MX2 Pro MX1. The big boys, the 450s, are out there. Martin Bennett's jumped in and has joined me. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you very much, Roger.
Circuit looking good out there at the moment. The sun is shining. Foxhill Motor Park at its best at the moment. So the team have done a fantastic job to get everything ready. So riders there in the sunshine, ready for the first time out there. Right, now it's all going to be about, at the moment, the champion from last year, the man who pretty much dominated MX1 class in Great Britain, the 426, of course, Conrad Muse. Conrad injured during the season. You might have read about it, Martin, when he was doing the Arena Cross series. I was talking to his team manager, Dave Thorpe, this morning. Dave said it was a really bizarre accident. He said he didn't actually crash. What happened was he went into a turn and his footrest came back basically through his boot and injured his ankle. And that put Conrad out for 10 weeks. He was off of the bike for 10 weeks at the start of the season, so he has lost a lot of preparation and time coming into this series. But he's been back for a couple of weeks now and he is absolutely on a roll, unbeaten at the moment. So Conrad on the 426, last year's champion, last year's British champion as well for the ACU British Championship, pretty much dominated everything, but coming back to full fitness. So we're looking forward to seeing him. There he is, right on cue, 426 in the black outfit there, Conrad Muse, the lad from Somerset just down the road.
Who else are we looking for in this class, Roger?
Lots. We've got lots.
I'm sponging off of you and Jeff's brains. I'm looking for numbers and names at the present moment in time.
Right, well, let's start off with his teammate, number 23. Now, this is an interesting one. Taylor Hamill, the young lad from Sussex. Taylor Hamill, who was runner-up in the British MX2 series last year. Strange year he's going to have this year. He's riding the 450 here in the Motul Championship here with us, but he's going to be riding a 250 in the Dirt Store British Championship, which begins next weekend.
Okay, balance between the two of them. Because I know, because I've got a neighbour, Adam Hilliard, down near me, who won't be riding this year because some lovely people went and nicked his bikes a couple of weeks ago. I go with what you said on the 125s. He also runs a 250 as well. And he told me exactly what it is. 125, bang, you're there. You're on it all the time. 250, he starts to struggle. Mind you, he is little. And 60 as well. Silly man. But transition from bike to bike. There's, so like your 250 to 450, is that a better mix than 125 to 250?
Well, it's just different. It's just different. But we'll see how that pans out, because it is going to be a big change week to week. Another rider just went through there. 41, Tristan Purden, riding for the SC Motorhomes team. So the 6-time South African champion. There he is on screen. Number 41, Tristan Purden there for SC. We're going to be, we'll see what he can do. He's obviously there or thereabouts. Had a learning year last year, so now back out there. So we've got 23, Taylor Hamill, Conrad Muse, 426. But then we have the two Apico Honda riders, pro team riders. Honda new to the Apico team this year. Number 50, the veteran, and he is a veteran, Martin Barr, still at the sharp end, alongside his young teammate, the up-and-coming number 16, Tom Grimshaw. There is Tom on the plate there. So completely new look for the Apico team this year. There is Martin Barr on the number 50. I think he's been around a good 20 years now in the pro ranks. He's done 15 or 16 Motocross of Nations for Team Ireland, so he's been around a long time, but still got the desire, still out there. So further down, interesting one we'll see at the moment, 184, Jamie Carpenter. Now, Jamie's had a strange start to the year. He started off on one team. That didn't work out, so he then set up his own team. But then, at the last minute, with Tommy Searle changing his mind to ride 250 instead of 450, Kawasaki UK were basically without a top-line 450 rider. So, Dirt Store Kawasaki contacted Jamie, riding his familiar number 184, Jamie Carpenter, and he slotted in there. So he's now, from being his own team, is now back on one of the most professional top teams in the country on the Kawasaki UK 450. So we got lucky there.
It's nice to have, isn't it? You set your own team after going into one. You set your own team up. So 3 teams in one season already before he's even turned a wheel.
Yeah, exactly that. So it'd be interesting. Now, obviously, Jamie's short of bike time on the new machine, so he's been rapidly out there practicing as much as possible. But we know what Jamie can do. So Louis Kessel there on the number 7. Sam Nunn, both ex-stars from the youth ranks. Sam Nunn on the John Banks Honda team this year on the 365, moving up into the MX1 450 class. 714, Brad Todd. We always know that Brad is going to be giving it his best. The Northerner Brad Todd. Charlie Putnam there on the 91, also for the SC Motorhomes team. So a lot of big names out there getting ready to do their stuff. Liam Knight on the 134, the semi-privateer. Liam Knight there from Hampshire for the Gabriel team. And a name that everybody will know, and we all love him, number 33, Welshman, Ashley Greedy. Now, Ashley, he just seems to have been around forever, but he's still banging it out there. The man who has been chasing Western Beach Race glory for a number of years has finished there on the podium a number of times, Ash. He does the arena cross, and he is the bad boy of arena cross. We know that. He goes out and charges literally all around the circuit, sometimes bouncing off people, but you always get 100% off of the Welshman, Ashley Greedy. So, there we go. Jack Brunel, 155 on the plate there. Jack, of course, the newly crowned arena cross champion, riding the electric machine as well. So, a big winter he's had. There is Conrad Muse. So, Conrad, definitely the favourite again to hang on to his championships, but we're about to find out how fit he is. As I say, Dave Thorpe said he's back now pretty much 100%. He's had a real big couple of weeks at the moment. He won on his return at the Okanger Sand Track. He went then all the way to Scotland and round of the Scottish Nationals last weekend. And he's unbeaten in any of those races so far. So coming into this weekend, unbeaten. So we're going to see how Conrad, the former World Junior Champion, going back quite a few years now. 134, Liam Knight. There he is, Liam. Near neighbour to number 23, Taylor Hamill, both boys from down on the south coast. So Liam, again, is always there or thereabout in the Pro League. As we say, semi-supported now by the Gabriel team. But Taylor Hamill, he had pretty much 18 months off on the injury list. He rode for the Honda team, got injured, and pretty much had a year off over that. So Taylor now came back and finished second last year in the MX2 category, and he's going for the championship this year in the Dirt Stall Championship. But here with us, he's going to be riding the 450, on which he won a race in the Eastern Centre Championships last weekend. So, out on circuit, here we go. Riders now will be doing this 20-minute timed practice session. As we know, that will determine their grid positions, all important here at Foxhill. Liam Knight, number 134 on the orange KTM there on camera, as they head into the valley there through those familiar tabletops, which the camera actually is squashing those a little bit. They are bigger. There we go. We're getting a proper view now of the steepness of the hills and going through over the tabletops.
Yeah, when I got here last night, I was blown away by the size of this course and the steepness of it. I was looking, I was thinking, I can't even walk up there, let alone push a bicycle up there, for want of better words. You're saying that obviously that Muse has been out, and his first race was in the sand at Okanger. That's enough to push anybody's fitness, isn't it? If your fitness isn't there, sand is going to absolutely sap it, and you'll know all about it. You'll be good after probably about half a dozen laps, and then all of a sudden it will start to kick in. So yeah, I think he will be on the medal today. This course is absolutely superb. It has been watered down. It was still being watered down this morning. The sprinklers are on, but yeah, I reckon this is going to be a cracking race when they come up.
Conrad won it last year, of course, in 2023 from Josh Gilbert and Harry Koulas. Neither of those with us at the moment. Koulas gone off doing his thing, and last I heard he was going to be racing in Brazil, Harry Koulas. Josh Gilbert, who is doing the full Grand Prix series this year, but for the Gabriel team has got injured. There is Jamie Carpenter. So Jamie's, get used to seeing him on the green Kawasaki now, the 184 Jamie Carpenter. So as I say, get used to that one. He's still getting used to the bike, getting used to the team and settling his way in, but I'm sure he's going to grasp this opportunity. Louis Kessel, number 7. Louis, who former youth champion, now on the big MX1 450 on that big downhill into the area of down from pit lane there. Again, for those of you who've been here at Foxhill, you will know what a massive, massive downhill jump that is. It is huge. You've probably seen that there, Martin, when you're walking around.
Yeah, unfortunately I have, and all the hairs on the back of my neck went up, because it really is. There's some big drops here, and although you've got nice wide bits, there are some bits where the track does narrow down a bit. So I think first couple of laps, I'm looking forward to seeing how they can lace their way through that, to be quite honest. It's back into old territory. In the 250s, you were talking about Tommy Searle, Mel Pocock, and Jake Nichols as well. It's all memories that sort of like are flooding back from when I was MX1, MX2 on the Worlds, as it were. And Jeffrey Hurlings was only in EMX85. Now, how old do I feel?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's amazing how time passes. All the ones who were just on there coming through now, getting near retirement age. There is the 426 Conrad Muse. How good do they look, all in black this year? Black bikes, black kit, right the way through. Really well presented. As we say, Dave Thorpe, the 3-time world champion, of course, is their team manager, and is looking very brilliant there. The team, he said, you've got all winter to prepare, but it's still a last-minute thing when the first race comes around. Red plate, of course, for Conrad, signifying that he was last year's champion. The red plate will stick with the series leader going round to round. So Conrad with that red plate at the moment. Last year, he could do no wrong, basically. He won everything he entered, pretty much. He won the Revo British Championship. He won here the MX Nationals. He won everything last year. It wasn't easy for him. He had a tough year racing against the likes of Tommy Searle, Harry Koulas and people like that, and Josh Gilbert. But he did come out on top after a few years on the Grand Prix circuit in MX2, where he really didn't get the best of luck sometimes. He was always there. He had the speed to do there, but it didn't always work out. Some people saw that as a step backwards when he came back and came off the Grand Prix trial last year and did the British, but he really seems to have settled down and is enjoying life again now.
It's one of those things, isn't it? You're only as fast as the people you race. And if you're racing out in the GP circuit, you're up against the best of the best, full stop. And if you start to go and sort of like get quicker and quicker, but you're not quite there, it is a case of, right, I've done the best. Plus the fact is, you know, you've got to talk about the pounds, shillings and pence thing as well. How much was it going to cost to do another season, etc. But coming back with that experience, it makes you a better rider. You basically you gel with a team, you know what you've got to do, you've got a routine, etc. So you just transfer that to another championship.
Ashley Greedy on camera there, the familiar number 33. I'm not really sure how old Ash is now, but he's well into his 30s now. Been around for a long, long time. Still racing, still got the fire in his belly. And trust me, if you're racing and you look behind and Ashley Greedy's behind you, you're best off just pulling over, because he is coming through one way or another. Now, he's well known for his aggression and for his racing. But Ash, likeable character, you know he's always going to give his best, and he'll give us some excitement for sure.
Roger, what's this? What would you term this circuit as? For, dare I say it, as someone who's sort of like trying to get back into the swing of things. Is this an aggressive rider's circuit, or is this going to be a smooth rider's circuit?
100% aggressive, yeah, for sure. You've got to be aggressive off the start. You've got to be aggressive off the jumps, down the hills, everywhere. You need big balls for this circuit, and you'll see that. I mean, you can be smooth, obviously that helps, but you got to go for it off the start. There is Tristan Purden, the South African rider, riding this year for SC Motorhome. So his second or third year over here in the British Series now. Done it all in South Africa, 6-time champion over there. Done some GPs as well, but this year I'm sure he's going to be looking to be a contender for top 3, I'm sure.
Yeah. Possibly a transition off to a bigger series, back to the World's Game, maybe for a full
yeah, may well be. And obviously this is going to be quite familiar, this sort of territory. You said hard pack, and that's exactly what it is. So he would have had plenty of that back in South Africa, I'm sure. And a bit of sunshine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while this qualifying for the MX1 class is going on, we're just going to drop out for a very short advert from our friends at Apico. Okay then, let's see how the times are shaping up now as we are into the session. So far, number 23, Taylor Hamill for the Honda team is on pole position, 2:08.4. So that early time in front of his teammate, 4:26 Conrad Muse. So straight away, the Crendon Honda team, 1 and 2, 2:08.45. Look at that, a 1/1000th of a second difference between Taylor Hamill and Conrad Muse. Martin Bard banged in an early time in front of his teammate Tom Grimshaw for the Apico Honda team. 3 and 4 for them. 2:09.7 for Martin, 2:10.6 for Tom Grimshaw. Charlie Putnam, Tristan Purden. This is team orders going on here because the SC Motorhomes team of Charlie Putnam, Tristan Purdon 5 and 6. Sam Nunn on the 365 is in 7th place for John Banks Honda, and Jamie Carpenter for Dirt Store Kawasaki, the man on screen there, 184 at the moment, 8th place in front of Brad Todd and James Dodd. Liam Knight, Brad Thornhill, Jason Mirror and Ashley Greedy then in 12, 13 and 14. So at the moment it is the two Hondas. There we are, 23 at the moment, our pole sitter, Taylor Hamill, whose dad, of course, Chris, rode for many years in the Southern Championships and was always a top hitter down in the southern area of the country. Taylor now come through, and this is a big year for him, as we say, lost pretty much 18-month layoff with injury. So now just coming back to it. Last year, just missed out on the championship for MX2 and definitely is going to be going for it up against the likes of Tommy Searle this year. But out on the 450 today, so different style, different everything out there, and at the moment, obviously he's got his head around it because he's on pole in front of Conrad. Martin Barr, Tom Grimshaw on those Apico Hondas. Apico really changed branding this year from Husqvarna, now Honda mounted. So the two riders adapting still as they go through. They are sitting 3 and 4. Hard-packed surface already that you wouldn't believe. This time last week, there was even maybe talk that the event wouldn't run because there was massive puddles in between the jumps there. But it's dried out to such an extent now that it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility that they do some watering later in the day. So the track crew there, Ronnie Field, Paul Cook, the people who run Foxhill here, they know this surface better than anybody, and they will be. There is a full watering system here, a Grand Prix watering system here on the track, so it's all automated as well. None of your hosepipe malarkey here. Jamie Carpenter there on screen. Jamie, 184 on the plate, Dirt Store Kawasaki, the official #1 Kawasaki 450 rider in the UK this year. Trying to put a lap in, as we say. Jamie really playing catch up at the moment. He's changed brands about 3 times. Jamie Carpenter, of course, who rode Yamaha a couple of years ago as well, so he really has been jumping ship from one to another.
Is it a case of what's the dominant bike? Is there any such thing as a dominant machine, in not just in one class, is it overall or in other classes?
No, it varies. It pretty much varies. I mean, obviously there's a favourite and it comes down to the riders, but it's, at the end of the day at the moment, I think we're all pretty even there. So lots of different ones out, lots of different brandings as you see, yeah. But that is a brand new, from the ground up, 450 Kawasaki this year for 2024. Obviously picking up from Jeremy Seawer and Romain Febra's factory bikes. Febra's particularly from last year. So it is a brand new machine this year, which is why Kawasaki were very keen to obviously get a top line rider out on the circuits for that one.
Yeah, just previous worth, which means that obviously, hopefully, someone will be walking through the door with a couple of pound notes in their hand saying, I want one of those.
More than a couple. More than a couple for sure.
I was being kind.
Yeah, I reckon. 7:14 was Brad Todd. Brad out this 9th at the moment. Brad with a 2:12.06. Aidan McDonough there on the Husqvarna going through. But as we're now starting to count down, we're looking, I think Conrad Muse looked as though he was on a fast lap when we were had him on camera just a moment. So we're going to see what time Conrad puts in at the moment. That 1,000th of a second was the gap between him and his teammate Taylor Hamill, but Conrad was on a fast one for sure. So if he can get a clear run, I think we might well see the 4:26 on pole position, which is pretty much as we would expect at the moment. So the riders just gathering themselves now for the last couple of laps. Yellow flag being waved by the marshals. You can see marshals doing a great job, which means that there is a crash or an incident somewhere ahead there. There we are. There is Conrad, last year's champion, on a quick lap at the moment, so he's going to be coming through. Really pushing now. Get used to that all black livery this year for the Honda team. So the Crendon there, Honda team there, certainly looking very professional, very different. Conrad sweeping around the outside. Look at the momentum he's carrying around the outside of the circuit there before he launches himself down through the valley. Scrubs his way over the jumps big time. You can see there he is. Now you're getting a view of how long those tabletops are. You're getting on 50, 60 feet, those tabletops. So it takes some doing to clear those. Out into the far side of the valley there, where you drop down a really, really steep hill. Not going right out the back of the circuit, which we sometimes do. This time we're cutting back before going back up those steep hills. Ultra steep, as Martin said. Steep enough that you've got a job to walk up those, so it really is. Wind the throttle on as we head up there and then plunge down the other side, launch himself off the top. There we go, into the valley. Look how far down he jumps before he hits the ground again just before the bottom turn. So Conrad, he won't like the idea of his young teammate beating him in time practice, so for sure he's going to be wanting to get back out there and have the bragging rights back in the team truck when he gets back in. This is the final timed qualification session. We've had the 125s, the 250s, 125s, 2 races each for each of the classes today, and the 125s will be the first out on circuit. But Conrad Muse now, you can see the body language. He's got a clear track in front of him, clear run. I reckon he's going to be on a fast one this time. Little bits of dust picking up already, you can see as they break into the turn. This is the big one, down into that drop before back up over hill. Massive, massive jumps. Now we're going to go across the timing beam any second now. They come round the turn. Conrad Muse 208.460 at the moment. So let's see, he's gone through. We're waiting for our timing screens to catch up with that. At the moment it's still showing Taylor Hamill fastest, but Conrad looking to his team. Thumbs up from his team, so I think he's probably got the fastest time. We're not getting that coming through at the moment. We'll upgrade our scores as soon as we can, but looking by the body language there, thumbs up from his mechanic, I would guess that Conrad has gone fastest.
Yeah, there was certainly 100%, if not 110% in that. You could just see the way that he was making the thing fly, and like you say, body language was he was pushing the bike, or rather, just trying to get absolutely everything out of it, which, you put a big flying lap in here and you are going to be right on it, and you should be up in that 2-0.
There we go. Yeah, it is Conrad. So Conrad is fastest, 207.2, which he's just done on lap 5 there. Martin Barr for the Apico Honda team is in second. Number 50, the old stager, Martin Barr. The Irishman is in second. Taylor Hamill now third with 208.2, that early time. Jason Mira. Taylor Hamill, let's see, Jason Mira's gone third now on the number 10. So Jason Mira's put in a 208.2, pushing Taylor Hamill down to 4. Tom Grimshaw 5 on the second of the Apico Hondas. Tristan Purden on the SC Husqvarna is in 6th place in front of Brad Todd. Jamie Carpenter 8th. Liam Knight on the 134 is in 9th place, and Brad Thornhill in 10th for the Chambers Racing team. Brad Thornhill new on the Chambers team this year. So there we go, Conrad then, he is almost a second quicker than anybody at the moment. There is Martin Barr, the number 50. Second for him, he'll be happy with that. Martin, who's had the last couple of years, has been picking up injuries. He had a bout of illness as well, but still keeps plugging away. Does some training schools back home in Ireland, but really a lot of commitment and a lot of expense for Martin. And the Apico team have stuck by him for the last few years. And again, backing him fully this time with the transition across to Honda. So Martin done that, but Taylor Hamill now has pushed him down to third, right at the end of the session. Taylor Hamill on the second of the Hondas has gone second, 207.6, just 0.3 behind Conrad Muse. So it is the Honda boys who are 1 and 2. There is Martin Barr. Third, so in fact the Honda make 1, 2 and 3 at the moment, so they'll be happy with that. So that is the end of the session. Dave Grimshaw, Tom's dad there, shaking his head, but 4:26 Conrad Muse for the Crendon True 7 Honda Racing team is on pole in front of his teammate Taylor Hamill. Martin Barr, number 50, is in third for the Apico Factory Honda Racing team. There he is on screen. You can see emblazoned across the jackets there for the team. All out for the first time this year. And very good looking outfit. 7:14, that was Brad Todd in seventh place with a 2:10.3. 16, Tom Grimshaw just coming in. 5th place for Tom, the number 16. Still adapting to the Honda. Taking him a while to actually get used to that after having a couple of years on the Husqvarna. Now still getting used to the Honda, but he's put in a time. There, ready we go. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the MX1 free time practice session. We're now going for a short advert break. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at Foxhill Motor Park, round 1 of the 2024 Motul Fastest 40 British Motocross Championship, powered by Michelin. So the riders there for the MX1 Pro class, the Apico Pro MX1 class there, just going back to the paddock now, and they will prepare for their first of 2 races this afternoon. Don't forget, this year we are racing the pros on Saturday, and the amateurs will be here tomorrow doing their stuff. So anybody who wants to come down, please join us. Martin, what's your first impressions here?
Like I say, it's like being taken back in time for me when I used to do all this stuff. But yeah, good. I'm trying to sort of like work it out where people are going to be, how close it's going to be. 250s, I think he's obviously going to be Tommy Searle, and I think everybody else is going to be following on from him after the performance he put in. This is going to be tighter. This is going to be really tight. First, 3-4 laps, I think we're going to see the front 4, maybe 5, all over each other, and then wait for somebody to either drop off the pace or somebody to pull the pin on that, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely. I think at the moment it's Tommy Searle's going to be very happy and content back there in the 250 class, but this is going to be a whole different ball game for sure. 125s are going to be the first race of the day here for their first of 2 races here. With the 125s are going to be coming out, so we're going to be checking those out with the youngsters. But there's a lot of youngsters moved into the 450s here this year. And Taylor Hamill, has to be said, considering he's switching between 250 and 450, looked very comfortable on that 450. So he looks obviously a class rider, and he looked happy on that.
Yeah, dare I say it, pushing the governor, as it were, all the way, just to keep him honest. But yeah, I think you're going to see those 2 Crendon Hondas up there pretty much right at the top end. I mean, I'm not a betting man, but I wouldn't want to bet on it for starters. I haven't got any money left, not anymore. But yeah, it's going to be cracking. Like I say, the 125s, I like the 125 class the way that youth is coming through, because it's so difficult when you're out on an 85 and then all of a sudden, when I was doing Supermoto and things like that, we had the 150 class, the junior class. Then all of a sudden, we didn't have a 250, we didn't have a 125, we had to jump them on at 450. That's if their legs could touch the ground. So, you know, the progression is always there for me, and it feeds people in. And like you say, when you're following a format that is known across the world, across Europe, etc., etc., if people go that way, they know what they're facing. It's like going into another paddock and another world. All of a sudden, your eyes are open as big as saucers. So coming into something where you know what's going to happen, it's going to be a case of, yeah, I know where I am, I know what I've got to do. I've just got to cope with the riders.
Yep, that's right. So as the 450s just out on circuit there, but we're looking forward, as we say, to the races. But yeah, the 450s are not sure whether they're doing a sight and lap or something, but we'll stick with that and see what's happening at the moment because they back out on circuit. But we're looking forward to the 125s to come out. We will see the MX1 class obviously twice today, and at the end of the day we'll be having a podium presentation as well for the top riders. But as we say, a different format this year in line with what happens in the AMA in America. The pro classes are racing on the Saturday. Something new in the UK, so we'll see how that format works out. A lot of the riders seem to like that idea. Obviously the amateurs can turn up today and watch the racing and then get to race the same circuit as their heroes tomorrow. So a big day for all of them tomorrow. Classes right through the youth and adults division as part of the race weekend. But it is purely pro class here on the Saturday, which definitely a gamble and something different by everybody here in the organisers this time. Okay, everybody, it seems as though we are actually back resuming timed qualification because the session was cut short because there was a few yellow flags being waved out there at the time, so we're back resuming it now. Meanwhile, when we stopped, Conrad Muse was on pole position for the Crendon True 7 Honda racing team in front of his young teammate Taylor Hamill, with Martin Barr 3, Jason Mira up in his game, the number 10, Jason Mira. The Irish lad there on the number 10, who was in fourth place in front of Tom Grimshaw and Tristan Purden. So let's see what happens now they resume. Just get themselves back in the groove again for the last few minutes of this session. So obviously the marshals and the rest of the team doing a great job out there. As ever, you couldn't do without them. So, yeah, there we go now. Martin, this is another bit. When you actually hear, for those of you who've been there before, this is a massive drop down before you sweep round and then literally fire the bike back up the steep hill again.
I know, you've got to be so in control when you come to the bottom because you know what you've got to do next. You've got to get the gas on. If you come down to the bottom and you're not in the right position, not in the right gear, and you try and fire that bike out there, you're either going to go straight up the top of the berm that's down the bottom there, or the thing is just not going to pick up and somebody's going to come screaming up the inside of you. How difficult will it be for these guys? They've come in there thinking, right, fine, we're done. And then they say, right, you're out again. Is it just a case of the adrenaline still running and they can go straight back into it?
Well, they got a while. They got a gap of probably best part of an hour, I think, before they're fired back out. So it's usual thing. Get back in, get some nutrition in you, get some fluids in. Mechanics do any final adjustments, and right back out. There is number 91, Charlie Putnam, for the SC Motorhomes Husqvarna team. So Charlie out there putting his lap in. Let's see. And so Charlie will be looking to bang a lap in. So there we are. That was quite a brief final session because the riders are now coming back in, some of them to do some tweaking. There is Jamie Carpenter on the 184. Brad Todd 714. Very nearly ran over Ashley Greedy. That's not a good move. Definitely. Checkered flag is out, so that is the end of the MX1 timed qualification session. And right at the death, look at that, Taylor Hamill has resumed top position. Conrad Muse still out on circuit, so that might change. In fact, there's Conrad's spare bike there on the 426, but that might change. Taylor Hamill's put in a 2:07.04, which is a tenth quicker So he's really put one in there. So the young Sussex lad, number 23, Taylor Hamill, for the Crendon True 7 Honda team, the official Honda team in the UK, at the moment is on pole position in front of Conrad Muse on the 426, the current champion and his teammate, with Martin Barr now back up to third. So Martin Barr on a 208.2. Jason Meara 4, Sam Nunn 5 on the 365, Tom Grimshaw 6, Brad Todd, Carpenter, Purden and Brad Thornhill rounding out the top 10. So there we go, drama right at the end. There we are, that is the pit crew. Ryan Thorpe, the mechanic, to Conrad Muse on screen there. Tom Grimshaw on screen, number 16 for the Apico Honda squad with his dad Dave, ever by his side of course. So that's the order going through at the moment. Honda 1, 2 and 3 with Hamill Muse and Martin Barr. Sam Nunn is in 5th, also Honda mounted, and Tom Grimshaw Honda mounted. So certainly the top 5 of the top 6 all on the red machines, which is not what Jeff Parrott would want to hear at the moment. But
all fair and love and war, right?
yeah, although no presence for the official Yamaha squad in MX1 this year, which is a shame. Obviously, the cab screens have run that team for the past couple of years, not running this year, but you never know. Watch this space. Meanwhile, there we have it. End of the time qualification for 450 MX1, and it is Taylor Hamill from Conrad Muse. Interesting. Interesting. So what do you think of Dave? MX1, that's done and dusted. They're straight back out there. We're getting ready for the 125s. They in the collecting area now. So the first race of the day will be coming up. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading off for an advert from our friends at Motul.
for the players.
Okay, welcome back, folks. We are now set to go racing, which I'm particularly excited about because it's a 125 class. Not only is it the 125 class, the Apico two-stroke festival 125 class, this is a new take on it, as it were. We have got adults and sort of youth riders coming up mixed together. And more importantly, Martin, we've got, well, 40 125 two-strokes tearing around the track because...
It's great. My other half, who is sitting in the van, in luxury, in the bed with the door open, thank you, was going, this is great. This sounds like a bunch of angry bees around the circuit. And, you know, like I said before, the 125 class, it's your feeder. This is where your future British worlds and European champions are going to come from. So we need it, and we need the numbers. We need them to race against each other because it brings equality through. The riders will be looking forward to this, I think, more than anything else, because some of them will be first championship rounds. This will be the first race of the season. So fingers crossed they want it all to go well. But yeah, it's going to be a cracker.
It is. I mean, look at that. You're looking on the screen there. Look at that. Who would have thought that we'd had the winter that we've had? That's almost picture perfect. You could just screenshot that. That is an advert. That could be a double-page spread, that, in a magazine. There we go.
Absolutely.
We're back with a live feed. So they are just on their sighting lap. Just run us through who did what in qualifying there. Martin, just give us a recap.
Well, it's 184. Jamie Keith came in with a 2-minute 12.484 to take pole position, or first spot on the gate. Yeah, just getting himself ready, getting to go through the gate at the moment. He was 0.377s ahead of Josh Valley, and it's okay on the 479 of Josh. Then we got trying to listen to what you two were saying earlier. Matt Bayliss came in third position on the 117. He's been around, I believe, you saying, for as long as you.
Well, not quite as long as me, because he's still riding. But Matt is just, he's an all-out motorcycle enthusiast. Give him anything. Two wheels. It doesn't even have to be powered, you know, pedal power, whatever. He rides mini bikes in the week. He rides in arena cross. He does anything he can do to go and ride dirt on two wheels. I
don't know how they do it, because the guys that I play with, as it were, in the tarmac terrorist world, you call it what you like, mini bikes, pit bikes, you name it, they go out and do it. In actual fact, where we are in NG road racing, one of our guys who has scored in the championship win since he started, comes from around this area. George Edwards, absolutely superb. He is due, I think, for a couple of rounds of BSB this year as well. Right. Yeah, he is that good. Natural talent. Okay, fourth place was Charlie Richmond. He was some little way down, 2.2 seconds.
There he is on screen.
Yeah, and then it was the 128 of Freddie Gardner. I'm just trying to have a look.
There he is there. He's riding number 14 on his back, but he's wildcarding as number 128 here.
Then we've got 44, Ollie Bubb. He is qualified in 6th position. 7th was Jake Walker. 8th was the 331 of Will Haddock. Can we see him? No, we can't at the moment.
Well, we're working along. They're actually there. They all are lining up as they will go to the line.
So we've just gone there. Next rider we should have, which we with Haddock, is Wesley McGavin. You know these by the look of their backside more than anything else, and I don't mean that in a rude way. Then we go to Harry Lee, number 17.
Harry Lee, let's just touch on that. Harry this year won the Arena Cross title on the Super Mini class, which was the Big Wheel 85. So this is the first time. I know he's done warm-up races, but this is the first time with my own eyes I'm seeing him since Arena Cross.
How old?
On a 125. I think Harry's 14.
Yeah, it looks like it. There is no fat on him, is there?
No. But he rode immaculately in the Arena Cross to take that indoor title.
That's a tough old gig to do. Yeah. I haven't seen any of that yet. It always runs at the wrong date for me. But and then we're just panning back across there. Next up from Harry Lee was a 711 of Jordan Batchelor. That's the 99 machine, just going across there and just trying to find where we are with that one. That's Jake Walker. Then the 184 of Jamie Keith lining up. Now, you said the inside gates were going to be the ones to have. He's gone for what I would call gate 3 on that one.
Yeah, he is anywhere down, I'd say the top inside 10 gates, the first inside 10 gates are probably favourable. You've got to be confident. You've got to get a good drop from there, because if you don't and rider sweeps in from the inside, you get pinched, and there's usually shenanigans on the first corner at Foxhill. It pinches up pretty tight. Yeah,
I did look at that last night, and I looked at it this morning when they were going round there, and I thought, this is going to be a big traffic jam on the outside, because the guys are going to be aiming for the apex of the corner. 479, Josh Valley next to him. I think that may be Matt Bayliss next to him.
Yeah, that is. So, Josh Vale, he is, again, a rider to look out for. He was dominant last year in the 85 Super Mini class. He's now moved up as a defending champion from the 85cc class. Of course, new title for the championship this year. It was previously known over the last 10 years as the Michelin MX Nationals. We are now with a huge amount of support from Motul, the Motul Fastest 40, powered by Michelin. New format running on Saturdays, which is going to take some getting used to. As I said to Roger earlier on, I went home yesterday thinking it was Saturday. Got myself all geared up to watch Supercross, and then I thought, hold on, it's Friday. So here we are. This is the first gate drop in this new championship running on Saturday. This is the Apico Two-Stroke Festival 125 class. Dave Willett doing a great job with the Apico Two-Stroke Festival, combining in with the guys at the Fastest 40 and the British Under-21 titles. We'll be going through the weekend as well. So it's all good stuff. Yeah, absolutely. It's like you say, you put the Under-21s in with the experience. I was just about to have the words veterans coming out of my mouth, but I thought, no, I'm not going to insult anybody, not this early in the game. But you put the Under-21s in with them, drags them through. Yes, somebody is absolutely up for it. I think that was Josh Valley. That was Josh Vale, Vale was giving it the big one there, getting himself fired up. Look at that, two-stroke wafting into the air, two-stroke mix, gotta love that. 15-second board is up. Here we go then. We are going racing with the Motul Fastest 40, powered by Michelin Championship for 2024. I'm excited. Buckle in. 125s, 40 of them on the line, tearing around Foxhill on a sunny spring day. It doesn't get much better than that. Ollie Bubb with an absolute flyer on that free flow Madison Crescent Yamaha, as does Jamie Keefe on the other Yamaha as well. So that's good for them. But it is Josh Vale taking a tight inside line and picking them off. I tell you what, he got that one well and truly nailed it. I mean, there's a person that was hyped up before he even opened the throttle on that. That's it. He's done what he wanted to do, get out in front. Now the rest have got to play around and follow him as they stream out over the first couple of jumps there. Oh, that's so good. Good camera angles, because that first jump in the valley used to be much bigger than that. It's been tamed down a bit, kind of step up, but they're now hitting it on an angle. Course design over the last few years has changed. So that, I mean, the scrub, which is obviously a motocross terminology for staying low over the jump, but it's a natural one. They're already kind of hitting the jump on an angle there. And look who's in the tyre tracks already. Jamie Keith. This is going to be good. And is that, no, that's Freddie Gardner, I think, in third. So just for this first round, I will tell you right now, we little technical issues with this first one. We haven't got live timing coming up on the screen, but you can follow it at home wherever you are. If you go on Speed Hive on your phone, your tablet, or your computer, whatever it is, go on to Speed Hive My Laps, then you just go to live timing, and then you'll see Motul Fastest 40 Championship pop up, and you'll just click the race that you want, and you'll get live timing. So we will talk you through it, of course. We have got that in front of us. Round 2, hopefully we'll have live timing on the screen as well. But that's something we're working on. Like I said, we're working with a new production company this year with 4 5K camera. You can tell the difference. It's nice pin sharp for you guys at home. So I hope you're enjoying the action. Right now, Josh Vale certainly is, as he keeps looking behind him. Is he going to settle into this race, or is he going to do the classic and just try and break them early on? Yeah, I'm going to say, I'm sure by the way he was axed up on the start line, that's what he's going to do. He's going to try and drop the hammer down, because he knows that Jamie Keith is going to be thereabouts with him, because he was pegging about the same sort of speed in qualifying, and I think he's trying to make a break for it. I'm looking around to see if we can see,
coming into shot, how far it is for second place man.
Well, it looks like Jamie Keith's gone out of second and Gardner's gone up to second place. Indeed he has. Jamie Keith must have made a mistake. Bayliss is in fourth. Rowan Delaney, number 78 is in fifth. Charlie Richmond crossed the line sixth on the opening lap ahead of Ollie Bubb, number 44. Will Haddock crossed the stripe in eighth ahead of Christopher Chapman. 10th is Nathan Batch, and then we got Jack Beery in 9th, Ryan Allen for 12th. Wesley McGavin was 13th on the opening lap, ahead of Jake Walker, not making a great start, ahead of Jordan Batchelor. Caden Smith for 16th, number 491. Then Harry Lee, debut ride or championship ride on a 125 at least in 17th. Zachary Pearson for 18th. Alex Hamer in 19th, and rounding out the top 20 is Tyler Jones. So they're settling in. That's given Josh a clear break away, and I tell you what, many times last year he really did dominate the classes. He came from behind in a lot of races, and when he gets a clear track, there's not much to stop him, and he's adjusting to this 125 in great shape. Jamie Keith.
Oh, Freddie Gardner, Jamie Keith, absolutely at it already, and Keith really wants to get past him. He's starting, I think, after probably what would be described as a slightly below par start. He's now pouring the coals on because he knows that he really has to work to get out with our early leader. It really is starting to move the machine at the moment. Yeah. So I say, you see the body language, you say, right, come on, I want another couple of horsepower out of you.
I think virtually every 125 rider strives for that. You absolutely need to wring the neck of a 125. But that's what makes the racing so good. He is looking so very comfortable. He has worked hard. He worked so hard in the 85 class. He got himself stupidly fit. Josh Fell. I mean, he really worked hard. He shed all that puppy fat over the last couple of years. Got himself super lean, and he's obviously growing and put even more meat on his bone this year. And I have to say, he looks very much at home. Yeah, on that SJP KTM. So Jamie is gapping it. He had a 7th place, by the way, in one race, round one, 7th from an EMX. So that EMX Championship to come in on your debut on a 125 and break the top 10.
Yeah,
we have got talent in the UK. Like I said, we just need to have more of these events like this, where they can go through a proper qualifying procedure, longer practice sessions, just mirror the EMX in the UK. Then the guys, when they go there, muscle memory, the whole...
Yeah, it's familiar territory. There's nothing unusual. All they've got to do is get used to whatever track they're on at the moment. There's still that battle for second and third between Jamie Keith and I think it was Freddie Gardner. I think that's running Gardner from Keith at the moment.
I'm just looking at some of the times here. There's a really good scrap for 5th and 6th going on, if we can hopefully find them on the times between... Charlie Richmond and Ollie Bubb. They're in 5th and 6th, rider number 30 and 44. There was literally a cigarette paper separating them as they crossed the line. That battle for 6th going on. But the top two as well, 2nd and 3rd. So maybe we go back to them as well, because Freddie Gardner, number 128. And there's Ollie Bubb, and just that in front of him is Charlie Richmond. So not much between those two young guns. So Charlie was in the 85cc class last year. First year in 125s. Ollie raced the 125s for the first time last year, finished 3rd in the 125 Youth Championship last year. So he wants to sort of go a bit better this year.
Establish himself sort of like as a top runner in this, rather than sort of like, okay, you've just come up from the 85s.
Yeah.
You need to get your feet on the ground now. So I think this carries on with this sort of form. You're looking at somebody that's going to be top half a dozen at least, running through the whole of the year. In top 3, they would probably like me to say, but I'm not committing myself just yet.
Well, you're obviously stepping from a different world, still motorcycling, tarmac, but a very different world. So, but you follow the sport enough, and as always, it's same for me and Roger. It's new riders, new teams, new colours, and as we go along with this, we'll all get more familiar.
I think the words two-wheel gypsy come to mind. The stuff that I've done in my time, it isn't worth talking about, to be quite honest. But what was that? About 6-7 second lead he had at one time.
Yeah, he's opening it up. But to say that though, Jamie Keith has done the best lap of the race.
Yeah.
That last lap around, he actually took nearly a second out of Josh Fell.
What was he doing?
Well, he did Jamie Keith did a 2:12.637 that last lap,
which wasn't far away from what he was doing in qualifying.
No, exactly that. In fact, it was still that would have still put him in pole position in qualifying.
Yeah.
So great stuff on these 125s. Ollie Bubb there is taking a mouthful of roost off the back of Charlie Richmond. That was Will Haddock coming into the shot, but there's our race leader. He's obviously dedicating the airtime to this lad because, well, he's absolutely ripping round one of the most iconic motocross circuits on planet Earth.
And he looks as though he has ridden this course forever.
Yeah.
He hasn't put, this is commentator's curse coming in, don't worry people, he doesn't look as though he's put a wheel wrong. I'm just interested to see what Jamie Keith can do behind him, whether he can bring that gap down, because I don't think he's got line of sight on him at the moment.
No, he hasn't, and Josh has, well, he kind of broke, I think Jamie, we didn't see it on camera, but I think Jamie must have made a mistake on the opening lap because he was right there tucked in behind, and when they actually come over the line, he'd already dropped back to third. And so he's kind of lost that toe with Josh. I think if he was with him, he might be a bit closer than the 6 seconds, but once Josh got that first lap lead, he put the hammer down, and he's continuing to do so, and he just looks fantastic.
See, this is the thing. When you've got somebody that's riding on their own, the concentration has to be more than the guys behind. The guys behind are looking for a target. He's just looking to keep the thing on the planet and doing what it should be doing. So I think it's really crucial for a leader. The concentration, the mental ability is really counts literally up right up the top of my list as to what they can do, because all of a sudden it'll be like last 3 laps or something like that, and all of a sudden you'll hear something and the concentration will go. So while he's doing this, he's got absolutely everything clicking for him. Particularly
youngsters, you know, that's the joy of being a youngster.
Yeah.
You make mistakes, you learn from them slowly. Thanks. Not as quick as you should do, but you learn from them.
Thanks for bringing the young bit into it.
Well, listen, none of us are spring chickens in here. Roger excluded. Yeah, so they're going to make mistakes, but having said that, our sport has evolved quite a lot in the last 5-10 years regards of sports management and training.
Yes.
A lot of these kids now are getting trained in the week. They're out on a bike more often than they were certainly in my day. You know, they sometimes ride 2 or 3 times a week maybe, you know, in the off season, and then whereas obviously back in the 80s and 90s you kind of maybe at best went riding once in a week on your own, not with a coach as such. So all these lads, I mean, he would have done endless laps in this position with his trainer.
Plus the fact they're in the gym, they've got the nutrition sorted out as well. They're all on diets that you and me couldn't live off, to be quite honest.
Nor would I want to.
No, I wouldn't. Some of that stuff is disgusting. The energy drinks, all sorts of other things like that. And you've got the sports psychologist coming along. You have somebody that will basically get into the head and say, this is what you've got to do. Forget everything else. Don't do this, don't do that, don't do the other. You're not supposed to think about this. And that's right the way up to the flag.
Yeah, he's making light work of it. He's pulled out another 2 seconds over those last 2 laps. He's got the lead now up to 8 seconds, number 479, Josh Vell, SJP KTM team. The track, I just can't, I'm amazed how dry the track is. Like, where has all that rain gone? I mean, we've had rainfalls that like Noah would be like happy with. It's all drifted down south because I think the New Forest is like a rice pudding at the moment. I mean, that's roughly speaking my area. It is. I mean, this ground and the substructure underneath it, which is obviously some chalk base as well, has sucked it all up. So there's all your water for summer when we get hosepipe bans. Yeah. Oh, we got a southern commentary team. Then we're all from that part of the world, down there in the beautiful south. Place to be, isn't it? Being a bit biased there. Great shot in the background. I don't know if we can pick up on that. Riders that are coming round to the finish line. There was 3 of them all in a bundle there, and I'm trying to work out who that was. I think that was Matt Bayliss, Charlie Richmond, and maybe Ollie Bubb, or maybe Freddie Gardner, Bayliss, and Richmond. You'll see them drop into the. They should all be coming along this straight. They were all very close together. So let's see. So there's it was all those. There's Bayliss, exactly that, and there's Richmond, and there's Bubb. So. Riders, we should maybe concentrate on that because Josh Vell is now 11 seconds ahead. He's gone. And in turn, Jamie Keith is then 7 or 8 seconds further ahead of this bunch.
Yeah.
So the battle really is for third between number 128 Freddie Gardner, 17 Matt Bayliss, number 30 Charlie Richmond in 5th, and then in 6th number 44 Ollie Bubb. This is where the action's at. Look at this. So Bayliss getting schooled by the youngsters. He won't like that. He'll fight back though. Matt has got an incredible skill set. He is he's right up there as a top arena cross rider. He's been fortunate this year. Had another just real freak accident in arena cross, got injured, couldn't complete the rest of the tour. But he's maybe he's still just lagging off the back of that with coming back from injury. I think he's another rider that we will see at the BMXDN, which is Bank Holiday August, which arguably is the largest motocross event almost in the UK now. Maybe not so much this year because we've got Matterley Motocross of Nations coming, but nonetheless it will be a full house here in August for that retro race. So we're just keeping an eye on that lot. So trying to work out, there's a long way away, but that could be Will Haddock, is it? Might well be number 331. Again, those riders, and Rowan Delaney, they're all pretty close. But that's what you get with 125 racing.
Yeah, we're getting these little bunches, the battles are going on down the field. They, it's not a case of they're looking for the podium. They know where they are. They're reading their signs out there. But
that was, sorry to talk over you, that was Will Haddock. So that's the battle. So the leading rider in that bunch is number 331, Will Haddock, in 7th. You're watching there, Rowan Delaney and Wesley McGavin, number 545. That's Wesley. Whoa, Delaney nearly spinning out. He's going to open the door. He's going to run it up there, loses a spot. That all came about because he got on the gas too early and spun it up. Yeah, it's
a bit of impatience, I think, there, and a little bit of panic maybe, just try and keep himself in front, which he obviously hasn't done. He's dropped back now. But they're all vying for places because at the end of the year they're looking for points. Race wins are great, but points don't win. But points win your championships.
But it's the old adage. We all say it because it's true. You can't win it at round 1, but you can sure as hell almost lose it.
Yeah.
So you always got to come out of here with a solid point score. Doesn't matter if you don't win, but if you're somewhere in the mix, you've got a platform to build on.
Yeah, something in the bank.
Fearless as they're launching down that hill, number 128. Freddie Gardner in 3rd, riding for the Matt Gardner Racing KTM team. Great little team that Matt puts together with support from Parts Europe and a few others there. Obviously he's got his 2 boys racing on his team, why wouldn't he?
Yeah.
That's the whole reason he started it. But he's got a few other riders in the smaller youth classes as well that race. But of course here at the Motul Fastest 40, we only go down as far as the 125 class. We don't have any 85 riders anymore, or 65 riders. So a few riders, like I said, we have a few late wildcards. That's Reggie Willett out there. That is actually the son of Dave Willett, who started the Apico 2-Stroke Festival, and obviously have now tied the 2-Stroke Festival Championship rounds also into this British 125 Championship, because Dave has the rights for the 125 British Motocross Championship.
Yep.
So they've got together, Dave's got together with Paul and Neil Irwin and the team here. So it's a combined championship. Remember, the 2-Stroke Festival is happening in mid-August down there at Sellinge, down in Kent. And a great event that Dave puts on. He's there watching. I saw him earlier on in the background, but of course he's definitely watching because his 2 boys are now racing.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you? And what is it, 8-round championship, and we've got 6 of them.
Yeah, so it's all good stuff. There's Gardner still there in 3rd. He is pulled away a bit now from Charlie Richmond by 3 seconds. Ollie Bubb has gone up past, Matt Bayliss. So maybe Matt just feeling the effects of age. I'm going to go there. I'm going to say it, Matt. You can duff me up later, Matt. But compared to these lot, he is a definite veteran. Because most of these kids here are around 14, 15 years of age. course. They've got to get that balance right. They work hard, but they've got probably a big school year coming up. You've got to do your exams and all that kind of stuff. I remember having to revise for mine. I hated it.
Yeah,
just wanted to be out on my bike.
Yeah. What did you do at the weekend, boys and girls? Well, I went out and raced my bike.
Yeah.
You know, you're thinking, I didn't even have a decent push bike at this age. I'm sorry.
Crazy. There's Jamie Keith having a solid ride in second. He has got a nice gap. Lost timing just for a second, mainly because we're using somebody else's iPad here and I don't know their passcode. It's gone off, so I can't get back to it. But we'll do that in a minute. Not sure how long we got left to go. I'll have to get the phone out. Of course, we're going to speak to the winners and notable riders. Well, I'm going to rush over there to the winner's circle after this event, speak to the main protagonists. So let's just see how long. Obviously, if you're watching, we've got 18:25 on the clock, so it's a 20-minute moto plus one lap. So if they're doing lap times of around the 2:12 mark, so we've got basically just about probably 3 to go. So I'd say about 6 minutes roughly left in this one, just over 6 minutes. He's got his lead, Josh Vale, up to a very impressive 15-second gap.
That's good going. That really is good going. He's just chipped away at it. He put the early work in, pulled out about 3 to 4 seconds, and he's just kept chipping away at it. And the others haven't been slow. That's the thing about it. They haven't been slow. He's just been damn sight quicker.
Oh, yeah, just looking there. Charlie Richmond is on the move because he has put a move on Freddie Gardner there. Yeah. So number 30, Richmond, since he crossed the line, which was not that long ago, he has stuck a move on Freddie Gardner and gone up to third place now. So rider number 30, that pushes Gardner at number 128 down to fourth. Ollie Bubb is another 4 seconds behind him. So it's not done yet. We're about 3 to go.
Yeah, that's enough of a gap out there between a couple of the riders, and then enough incentive. With 3 to go, you can close up on that.
As they spread themselves out, this track is in incredible. I just can't believe how dry it actually is with that rain that we've had. That's the battle you'll see in there. Spread it well. They got a rider in between them, but that was Freddie Gardner racing with Charlie Richmond there. But Charlie Richmond is now in front of Freddie Gardner, so no sign. I don't think. Did Josh Vale get the 1 lap board? I don't know if he did or he didn't. I can't afford to take that risk because I've got to hot step, well, kind of lukewarm walk over to the winner's circle. So I'm going to hand back to Roger, who's been for his coffee break. No, didn't you get a coffee? I'll go and find you a coffee then, Rog. Rog can bring it home. I'm going to go over there to the winner's circle where if it stays like it is, I'll be speaking to Josh Vale.
Said right out of the gate, he absolutely flew out of there, and nobody has had a sniff of him ever since then. So Josh Vale just completely charging there. Has to be brilliant stuff from him. Don't forget, he dominated the Big Wheel 85 Championships in 2023. He won this series, or the MX National Series before that, and he also won the Revo Championship as well. On his debut on the 125s at the Okanga Sandy circuit a couple of weeks ago, he went 1-1-1, unbeaten all day long. Then in Sardinia, he rode the first round of the European Championships, finished 7th there, up against the best in the world. So you can tell this boy is definitely on it. Big prospect for the future and dominating here today. Look at that, nobody anywhere near his speed as he goes round. So the time counting down now. Don't forget, this is the first of the 2 races that each of the groups will have today. Circuit's starting to get rough, as you can see, on the turns already, because it is still, although there's some dust picking up, it is still quite soft underneath. As I say, it might well be that we might have to water some parts of the track during the course of the day, but it is still quite pudding underneath there, and you can see that's how the deep ruts on the turns. Josh Vale, well, 22 minutes in there, so we're coming towards the end now. 9 laps completed. And he has a massive 21-second gap over the number 184, Jamie Keith, in second. Jamie Keith, who of course finished runner-up to Josh Vale in last year's MX Nationals in the big wheel 85 class. So those two renewing their battles and their rivalry. Charlie Richmond, Freddie Gardner, Ollie Bubb, all up there in the top 5 as well, having their own private battles. But those top 2 have certainly gapped themselves out at the front. And Josh Vale, the man on camera at the moment, well, if this is an indicator, he is going to be a hot favourite for the new British 125 ACU Championship, of course, which is going to be run here in accordance with the two-stroke festival. So there's going to be 6 rounds here for this series, plus the 2-dayer for the two-stroke festival, which will bring it up to a total of 8. So that's a big one to put in the diary as well, down at Sellindge in Kent. Dave Willett's track there, his weekend, for the Apico two-stroke festival. That will be 2 of the rounds for this British 125 Championship. The rest of will be here on this Motul series, powered by Michelin, on the Fastest 40 series.
He is just making this look all so easy, isn't he? He's even having time to sit there and look at it. Check a flag, had a look behind him, coasted over the line. That is a dominant, I would say easy win, but he done all the hard work in the beginning, which is, and then he just didn't let off at all.
Yeah, complete domination there. 10 laps down, 10 laps completed for Josh Vale. We're still waiting for Jamie Keith to come through in second place on the 184. Good ride for him, has to be said, but no answer. Fastest lap, he did actually match, and in fact was quicker than Josh Vale, because he put in a time of 2:12 right at the end there, so he actually went faster than Josh Vale. So he had the fastest lap of the race, Jamie Keith, 2:12.6. Josh Vale's was a 2:12.9. So the riders now coming across the line, and confirmation that it is on race 1 for the ACU Apico two-stroke festival British 125 Championship. To give it its full name, it was a win for the 479 Josh Vale, from 184 Jamie Keith in second, Charlie Richmond 3, Freddie Gardner 4, Ollie Bubb. Will Haddock is in 6th place. So that's your top 6 going into the second race later on this afternoon, which will give us the overall, obviously, on the championship positions as well. Jeff will be speaking to our winner, Josh Vale, over in the paddock area as soon as he skipped across the fence and got over there. So Jeff will be talking to the winner's circle there, as each of them, for each of our races during the course of the day. Marshall's having a well-earned break at the moment, but it is a slick program today. We have 2 races for 125 for MX2 and MX1. Tomorrow is a big day when the amateurs come to the circuit, and we have races in all the classes for the youth right through to the adults tomorrow, when the amateur riders get to charge around this iconic circuit, having watched the pros today. So Jeff is in the paddock area now, talking to our winner, Josh Vale.
Right, here we are at the winner's circle. We're going to take the top 3 after most races today and talk to them. Race winner for the first 125 Apico two-stroke race, Josh Vale. We finished off 85s, pretty dominant. taller, bigger, stronger, fitter. Nothing's changed apart from the bike. Another race win. You must be feeling great.
Yeah, well, I feel good coming into this weekend. I mean, I went over to Italy to race the first round of the MX2, ready for the weekend. It was about 5th in the start, but then just held it on the inside and came out with the lead. Getting pushed the first lap till Jamie made a mistake, and then I seen that he was gone, and I just rode my own race, was just cruising and got second lead, so I'm happy with that.
I know you'd have been doing a lot of training. Well, of course, I know that in Spain, you know, so you've been doing a bit of like hard pack riding, but the weather we've had has been shocking to get out in the UK, and now we're here, first round, and it's absolutely rock hard.
Yeah, we've not done much hard pack training. It's just been sand and sand and sand all winter, and it's good to get on a bit of hard pack, but it's getting a bit dry.
Yeah. Well, they get some water down. The new schedule, we got a chance to do some track maintenance between it. Go and get yourself ready for race 2, get a well-earned drink. If you move on out of here, there you go, race winner. We're going to move in. Jamie, I think, finished second. So if we get Jamie in, come on in, sir. Swing your leg back over the bike, or you can stand, however you want to do it. So Jamie, another rider, moving up from the 85s onto the 125, looking at home on it straight away. You got quite big towards the end of the year on an 85, so it must have been quite a nice relief to finally get on a 125.
Yeah, I got on the KTM 125 straight away. Put a few good motos in on that, and then the thing just kept breaking, so I made the switch to the Yamaha, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Looks like it. Tell us what happened there on the opening lap, because you made a good start, and then we just kind of lost you for a little bit. Did you make a mistake on that opening lap?
Just up that top there, slid out, but I kept the bike going, put some good laps in. I put a couple of seconds on Josh, and then we started hitting lap traffic, and you can't really get round them as quick as you want to, so you lose a lot of seconds per lap, and I couldn't really help it. So I reckon if the back markers weren't there, I reckon I would have got back on the back of him, but what can you do? That's
something they need to work on. Maybe blue flags. We need to start getting more of them out on there. Nonetheless, good ride. Anybody you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, MBR Motorsports, Bob for the goggles, Manchester Extreme for the bike, Ash for the coaching, and everyone else who helps me. Thanks very much.
Good work. Keep at it. You, of course, got a second motor to try and turn it over on him. Let's bring in. Well done, mate. Let's bring in Charlie Richmond here. If you just move out, Jamie, make sure you're not blocking the shot. There you are, Charlie. I'm still getting used to all you being on 125s now. You know, you're all growing up so quick. Solid ride. Again, another rider, just by the way that you ride. I bet you're loving the 125, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Considering I've only had a few months on it, I'm really enjoying it.
So how did you find that one? You had a great race going on with Freddie, and then with about 2 to go, you stuck a move on him. Where did that happen?
I stuck a move on him just after the step down the hill, but I couldn't really get a flow to start off with. It took me a while to get into it, and then all of a sudden something just clicked, and I rode well. I caught everyone up.
One thing that I've always noticed, you're a jumper. You love big air. 125, a bit more, guts under your belly, so you can launch it how you like in life. Now you can air out on a 125.
Yeah, I like the jumps. I like throwing some whips, but it's definitely harder on a 125.
Well, listen, a solid third. Go and get yourself ready. Of course, it's a 2-moto format, so you've still got a chance of winning this thing overall. All the best for the next one, mate. There you go. Charlie's going to move out. That's us done for the winner's circle. Up next, we have the MX2 class. Over to you guys back in the booth.
Welcome back, everybody. So as the Leat Pro MX2 riders are on their site in that, I'm very pleased to say that we have Sophie McGinn in with us today. Soph, well known on the two-wheeled circuit, but now you have a new job. Tell us all about it.
Raj, as you know, I've always been involved in the bike scene for a long time, whether it be off-road, road, whatever I can pretty much get my hands on. But yeah, I'm with Monster now, if you couldn't tell with the whole branding. And we've got plenty of cans dotted around in here already. So yeah, it's just bringing a bit of something well, the monster spirit, if you like, back to British motocross. So.
And Monster, what are you doing here today? Obviously, back in Tommy Searle.
Yes, of course. We've actually got our monster truck, which is parked on the other side of the hill. So if you're on site, pop over, see the guys. We're giving out free cans all day. Tommy's going to be doing a little bit of a sign in there in a bit. And, yeah, just bringing a bit of a vibe to the Fastest 40.
So we're going to be seeing a lot of you at British major events off-road this year.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we've got, obviously, the Nations this year, which is one of my favourite events to go to anyway. I'm sure you'll be there as well at some point.
Monster Energy Motocross of Nations.
Yeah, which I'm super gassed to be a part of on the other side of the fence for a change. So.
Has to be said, Monster have been a massive, massive supporter of off-road sport for years now. So all credit to them, because they put a lot of effort, money, time and trouble into it, don't they?
Yeah, this is it. And like, obviously we cover the major platforms. You've got like MXGP, you've got Isle of Man TT, all the Supercross as well. So it's nice to be able to do something a bit more, not grassroots, but more UK based. So yeah.
Well, brilliant. It's great to see you back on the scene now, and we're going to be seeing a lot of you, I'm sure. And anybody, please, as Sophie said, if you see Monster on site there, go up and support them. Go and grab yourself
There's loads of them.
There's loads. Yeah, there are. Yeah, I'll have to drink them otherwise, and that's not good. So, yeah, please, it's great to see you here. I hope you enjoy the day, and that you're going to jump in with us during the course of the season as well.
Yeah, I imagine so. Normally I'll get pulled in for a gossip with you, so that'll be it.
That's if you're not riding, because I see you've been doing quite a bit of riding recently, haven't you?
No, I'm a tree dodger now. I don't do any of this fast stuff. No enduros for me. That's the way to go.
Yeah, you're enjoying it though, aren't you?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's nice to have a bit more of a challenge, and it's a really nice environment when you go to like the British Championships, especially. That starts next weekend. And like the Red Line KTM boys, they look after me and make sure I'm safe, and give me a kick up the butt when I need it.
But it's good to see there's a big upsurge in girls getting involved in all forms of off-road sport now, aren't there?
Yeah, it's really nice to see. Like,
and you're a role model for that, I have to say. People see you online doing that, and I'm sure there's girls who think, right, I'd want to go at that. Yeah,
I mean, there's quite a few girls now that are coming through. Like, I know a couple of them have wanted to do the Fastest 40 as well, isn't there? Obviously with the 250 Cup, that's been a great idea, I think. It gives girls a bit more of a platform to get involved with the sport. But yeah, there's like plenty of girls' schools now, and there's a lot of youth females coming through, which is nice to see as well.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, again, plugging my sponsors here, Leah, I know that even there's sort of girl-specific kit coming out at long last now, isn't there?
Oh my God! Now I don't know how much I can say about this, because Apico, they have supported me for the past 2 or 3 years with kit and bits and bobs. But I've actually tried it on. It is gonna be a game changer. It is very, very comfortable. I mean, I don't know how much I can say, but yeah, it's great. It's great.
Yeah, I know what. Yeah, let's not go there.
Yeah,
it's comfortable. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, that's the best thing. That's all I can say.
Yeah, but no, brilliant stuff. So, are you here again tomorrow for Amateur Day? Monster here again?
Monster will be here tomorrow. So, we'll be parked up on the same spot, just up on the hill. So, I mean, we've gone through a hell of a lot of cans already. So, make sure you get some, take some back to the truck. Get the mechanics busy and involved with some Monster, because I think they'll need it today.
Well, great to see you, Soph, and
too,
I'm
mate.
sure we're going to see a lot of you at all the big events this year.
Yeah.
And as I say, maybe you can jump in and do some commentary with us as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to.
Give us a different angle.
Yeah, defo.
Great stuff.
Cheers.
Right. We are now getting ready for the MX1 class. The Apico Pro MX1 are going to be coming soon, but before that we're going to be going just for a very short advert. Stay with us. Okay then, here we go everybody. The MX2, the Liat Pro MX2 class is coming to the line for the first time today. First race of the two, and on pole position for Dirt Store Kawasaki, it is the number 100 Tommy Searle. who is there lining up right alongside his teammate Joel Ritchie on the 912. We are in for a big race. Tommy Searle, the big news it is that Tommy is riding MX2 this year rather than MX1 on the 450, that it was planned. Last minute change, literally last minute change. For Tommy to move back on the 250, where he openly says he feels more comfortable, he's happier, and ultimately faster. So Tommy could well add the MX2 British Championships to his fantastic CV if the season goes to plan. He is the red-hot favourite coming to the line at the moment, but he's got plenty of competition alongside him. We're going to see who gets to that first turn first. Jeff Parrott has leaped over the fences coming back here, like a gazelle coming back here.
My leaping days stopped at about the age 4, I think. I don't need to, I roll better than I leap.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
I got to say, I've mentioned it many times, but when you're vertically challenged like me, even those little crowd control barriers seem like a proper hurdle.
Right then, let's see where we are going to go now. We are getting ready for that MX2. We're just getting our timing screen sorted out at the moment. The gate is going to drop very soon. Don't forget, it is a very tight 180-degree left-hander going into this turn. The sweep around the outside as the race progresses, but the actual start is into that tight turn. 5-second board is up. We're going to go any second now. There we go, into the turn. And Tommy, well, he's fluffed that start for sure.
Charlie Heyman,
in fact,
ripper.
Yeah, Tommy is in about 3rd or 4th.
Now, I'm going to do a wholehearted apology right now to number 231, Rory Jones. I clearly didn't have enough coffee this morning in qualifying and had an absolute brain fade. Just obviously totally misidentified him as somebody else, so I apologise for that. Of course, Rory, he's on the AMCA races or whatever, and I've got to say, credit to him because he had a great qualifier. So, Rory, my apologies. You can give me a slap round the chops later on for that error.
Straight away in the lead. Is that Charlie Heyman?
Charlie Heyman,
yeah, Tommy's up to 2nd already. You can see Tommy Searle on the number 100 Dirt Store. Green Kawasaki has snuck himself into 2nd place, and he's now going to be charging after the rest of the field. 99, Harry Wainwright is there as well in 3rd place, so he's got himself a good start.
Yeah, he has. One thing at Tommy's career, he's always been a good starter. That's clearly helped him. He hasn't lost that touch as the reaction time, and he's there or thereabouts pretty much every time. You'll find Tommy in the top 5 off the gate, so he won't rush this. Charlie, well, we've known for Charlie, the expectation maybe got to him, the weight of expectation over the last couple of years. This is his moment to shine now then. He's made a start. He's on a new team, one I guess he feels pretty relaxed about. They've got a good setup over there. A lot of effort goes into it from like Clinton Putnam and all the guys over there. Sean Copeman, obviously SC Sports owned title sponsor, but more importantly, team manager Neil Prince, who's got a wealth of experience to hand down to young Charlie.
Yeah, the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna team, well, have been a big presence in the paddock for a while now, but really stepping it up this year. And Charlie Heyman, well, this is a good gate. There is Tommy Searle in 2nd. Ben Musto, it looks as though he is in 3rd place, but we'll check that as they come through. Tommy sweeps round there, just brake slides round, and the back end comes round, he charges away. There is 99 is up there as well as we head round, coming to complete the first lap.
Yeah, I'm sure Tommy, with all his wealth of experience there, is just like, let's get this first lap in, settle down. He knows that if he starts applying pressure for Charlie, that's when we're going to find out whether Charlie's now stepped up his mental game. Because there's no doubt about it, Tommy is going to apply pressure over these next few laps. Interesting
on that turn. I saw something online this week where they compared an amateur line to a pro line around a tight hairpin there, and that exactly was right. Charlie Heyman swept right around the outside. Tommy Searle kept a tight line and came out the inside. Not saying Charlie's an amateur, but that confirmed the difference in...
it's reading the track, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Like I said, which is the fastest or slowest line around the track. So sometimes the shortest distance, it might be the rougher option, but it's 9 times out of 10 is the quickest.
Yeah, gap is 1.8 seconds, but you can see that for yourself as they go up the main hill and launch back down into the valley now. Further down, Ben Mustoe 5. Joe Brooks, a good start on the 4:19 in 6th place. Joel Ritchie, well, he completely missed it. Way down in 10th in front of Jamie Wainwright in 11th, and Rory Jones, that man, in 12th place. Ollie Colmer in 13th, and Rhys Jones on his debut in MX2 104 in 16th place.
Cracking start that is from Mackenzie Marshall. He's a big lad. Mackenzie always struggled in the youth sector because he was and is so big, you know, for a young lad. Bulky, tall lad. So he's now in the 250 class. You know, and he's really getting the grips with it. And honestly, he's having a flyer there in third, number 555.
Yeah, finished third in the MX Nationals MXY2 category last year, behind Bailey Sutting and Billy Askew. So he stepped up as well. A lot of youngsters moving up into the pro class this year.
Yeah. This is the good thing. This is what we need. You know, for me, trying to get the youngsters out. Oh, Heyman, did he go down? Oh, he just about stayed on, Rog.
Oh,
just as he was looking at the timing screen there. He nearly tucked the front end, but he managed, there was like a triple foot dab, and he managed to keep it upright.
Fastest lap of the race for Charlie Heyman, 2:13.1 as opposed to 2:13.3 for Tommy. Mackenzie Marshall 3 now on the 555. Ben Mustoe 4, Joe Brooks 5, Harry Wainwright 6. So youngsters really showing the way there with Marshall, Mustoe and Brooks in 3, 4 and 5, and Charlie Heyman leading. So then we've got the old staters, Tommy Searle and Harry Wainwright in 6.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say something quite bold, I think. I think this is a big moment for Charlie Heyman. If, and it's a big if he can stay in front of Tommy and win this race, it could be monumental shift for him in that self-belief. You know, he knows, we all know Charlie Heyman has the capacity to be a national champion in the pros. We know that. He's proved that through youth level. But actually stepping up to the plate when it matters and being that guy is a different thing.
I'll tell you what, though, if Tommy Searle thought he was going to have a cruise round today, he's certainly mistaken, because you can see the way Tommy's riding. He's hanging it out. He's having to.
Yeah.
You know, in qualifying this morning, Tommy was clearly there and looking the fastest, and we thought this is going to be a bit of a cruise, but it's surely not. Those two breaking away from Mackenzie Marshall in third. He's 6 seconds back from this battle. Tommy Searle in second.
Joe Brooks is on the move, I'm noticing. He hasn't made a good start, but as we spoke about in qualifying, he's methodical, he's fast, and he is slowly working his way through the field. In fact, I saw him in the background there. He's closing in fast on Ben Mustoe, who's in fourth, number 163. Keep an eye out for rider 419, Joe Brooks. Maybe we'll even go to that battle for third, fourth and fifth, basically. The next set of riders behind these lead two.
Yeah, if you look in the background, you'll just catch a glimpse of Mackenzie Marshall, Ben Mustoe and Joe Brooks. In a moment, they'll be sneaking in the back end of your picture. In fact, here they are now.
Look, so I told you they were close. They certainly are.
Yeah, 3, 4 and 5, there they go. Mackenzie Marshall, 555, 163 Ben Mustoe, 419 Joe Brooks. And Brooks is all over the back of him. It's only a matter of time, I think, before he makes a move on those two.
Yeah, he is... oh, look at that, Rog. The scrub. It's obviously very much part of modern motocross these days. If you'd have been doing that back in my day, you'd been showing off.
Falling off, probably.
Falling off, yeah. More likely. You know, gone are the days of a good old cross-up. You're laying that bike completely parallel to the ground now.
You'll have to explain that one to the younger people.
Yes,
cross-up. It's getting close, though. Look at this at the moment. Mackenzie Marshall keeping it tight at the front, but the other two are massing behind him. You can see in the background as well, Wainwright, Jack Taylor and Josh Coleman are there with Joel Ritchie up another place into 9th.
Looks like Tommy Searle, if you mentioned that, last lap around has stepped it up, set the quickest lap of the race last time around. So the heat is starting to apply to Charlie Heyman.
Yeah, Tommy Searle now closer, but respect to Charlie Heyman. He hasn't crumbled. You thought it would be very easy once he looked behind and saw Tommy, and could probably hear him now, of just folding, but he's not doing it. He's staying controlled. He's riding a nice tight race. Tommy's having to work, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Just to go back on the expectation on Charlie, just to put it into perspective, it was only a couple of years ago in the youth ranks that something blew up on social media where it was about him having a straight up race with Deegan, about who would be the better rider. So that just kind of shows the expectation that British public had on Charlie Heyman. That to think that, you know, he'd go over there and be able to race with Deegan in America and stick it to him. Even Charlie got involved with that. But obviously, as I said, since then he just needs to find his way in adult motocross, you know, in pro motocross. We spoke about it earlier on, it's such a steep learning curve.
This is not Tommy's plan, though. I'm sure Tommy's plan was to ride a 250 and have it relatively easy, take it far easier than on a 450, but he's having to work really hard now to get there. And well, plenty of time. We're only we're 8.5 minutes into this 20-minute race.
So just to give you a rundown, top 20 from top to bottom, it's Heyman, Searle, Marshall in third. Then we've got Musto for 4, Brooks is now in 5th. Then it's Wainwright for 6th, Jack Taylor in 7th. 8th is Josh Coleman, Joel Rizzi for 9th, Ollie Colmer 10th. 11 to 20 reads Reece Jones, Ben Franklin in 12th, Josh Taylor for 13th, Lewis Hall on that 2-stroke in 14th, ahead of George Hopkins, Jamie Wainwright for 16th, Tyler Hooley 17th. Number 433 is Jack Lindsay in 18th, 19th Ulsterman Lennox Dickinson, and in 20th is Liam Bennett. There you go, that's the top 20.
Into the valley they go, and Tommy is closer. He has definitely made up ground on Heyman now, and there's a move coming, I'm sure. But Heyman, well, the longer this goes on, Jeff, as you said, with he stays at the front, his confidence is going to be growing, and Tommy's is going to be waning a bit, isn't it? Because I'm sure Tommy would have thought he could have breezed past and gone by now.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think.
No disrespect, but I'm sure that's what Tommy thought.
Listen, he is going to take a massive confidence booster out of this no matter what. But if he wins it, I think that's just another level. It's just like, okay, that's what suddenly you realise that you can do it. You do belong there. He's led laps. That will be something positive. Whatever happens from here for Charlie Heyman, this is a good performance. This is what everybody was expecting to see, kind of when he moved straight in, you know.
Thing is with Foxhill though, this circuit, it's technical, but it's not particularly tough, is it? So you can go fast, but the overtaking opportunities are not, as opposed to somewhere like a Hawkstone where there's lots of it's rough and there's lots of different lines.
Exactly. It's you know, this needs obviously you can see how dry it is, which is quite incredible. So it's riding fast. If it had a bit more moisture in it, it would probably be more line choice. But that old adage, you know, you've still got to ride what's in front of you, and he's made a good start. This is a bit more like a road racing circuit. It is harder to make up time when you've made a mistake and get it back. Like I said, you can go to a track like Oakhanger or Hawkstone where you can tell in the lap times for the best part anyway. Everybody kind of circulates in, obviously on the same speed, but the differentials between them is less.
But hang on, let's just put this in context here. We've got Charlie Heyman leading, the man who is a 14-time Grand Prix winner.
Yeah,
in,
I know.
In the MX2 category, World Championship, 3 times second in the World Championship. And also winner in the AMA. Tommy has been there, done it, and won everything on an MX2 bike. And Charlie Heyman is keeping him honest and keeping him at it. Yeah. So let's put this in context
here. Absolutely. But, you know, encouraging for us as British fans because, you know, without being overly dramatic, but I kind of do it anyway, you know, is this kind of like a loose passing of the baton? Because we know that Tommy's right at the tail end of his career. This could well be his last year. Charlie has still got plenty of years in the tank, so yeah.
Well, yeah, and this is really looking good for the rest of the year in this and the full British Motocross Championships, because MX2 is going to be probably, I think, the race to watch this year, the category to watch. There's a lot of contenders there. And if this is anything to go by, we're going to have some shocks, I think.
Yeah.
Because this is a shock.
Yes, it is. I mean, we're missing Jake Nichols. Jake was scheduled to race here. He's, you know, on the entry list, so I don't really know the reasons he's not.
Elliot, who won here last year, of course.
I would like to see those guys come out and race the Motul Fastest 40. But still, this is some great racing. Just a little bit further down the field, Ben Musto is now up to 3rd. Joe Brooks is also up a spot. So Mackenzie Marshall, in his kind of pro debut, as it were, he's raced in the pros before, but officially starting the year as an adult pro rider, starting to feel the heat a bit now, dropped down to 5th. Josh Coleman's on a good run, number 661, he's up to 6th, ahead of Howard Wainwright, who made that good start and is dropping down. Jack Taylor is 8th, number 22. Joel Rizzi not making the kind of ground there that I would expect in 9th, and 10th is Reece Jones, ahead of his teammate Ollie Colmer.
Yeah, Joel, I don't know whether he's struggling to adapt to the bike or whether he's not fully fit or whatever, but it's not clicking for him at the moment. Early days, of course, in the season. This is the first big race of the season, so it's a bit early to start making judgments at the moment. But look at this. This is a proper race we got on here.
It is. Tommy won't like getting roosted like that. I mean, it hurts. I just want to stress that as well. Don't want to do the big...
Oh, hang on. What happened there? Heyman just almost let him through. I mean, I'm sure he didn't. But
no, I'm sure he didn't. But
did he pull over?
I don't think he pulled over. I just think maybe
did he
a
make
little
a
bit of
mistake?
Intimidation, as in who it was behind him. And
do you think Tommy was panic revving or something?
Could have done, or he might have just missed his rut a little bit, and then probably did. He probably thought that Tommy was actually closer than he was. When he looks back on that, which of course he will, he'll probably think, "Oh, why did I do that?" But here we go then. What's Charlie got in reserve then? Let's see if he can go with Tommy now, because Tommy's got all the experience now. What I'm saying is, he'll try and break Charlie now, put in a couple of quick laps just to try and, so you get rid of that toe.
Yeah, that was an odd one, Jeff.
It was, wasn't it?
Because he missed his line completely. I'm sure he didn't pull over, but that was what it looked like, and Tommy was through. I mean, obviously he was close anyway, and he didn't need a second invitation, but that was a strange pass for sure. But now then, Heyman will be kicking himself, and I tell you what, look, he's on it. Look at the way he slid round, just made the brake turn there at the bottom.
Yeah, why not? They've got a massive lead now over Ben Musto. They've got a 9-second gap to the rider in third.
And we know that Tommy will have his head down now trying to break away.
Definitely.
So he will be going for it flat out now to try and give himself a bit of a comfortable gap. But it's not working, because look, Heyman is staying there. Tommy is going to be pushing for the next lap, 2 laps now, just so that he can catch himself a breather.
Yeah,
I'm sure he needs it.
Just to try and break him. Joel Rizzi has had a good lap. He's moved up 3 positions in 1 lap, so he's now up to 7th. So he is on the charge, setting a time of 2:14. Quickest lap of the race still belongs to Tommy Searle with a 2:11.665. That was the last lap around.
Which explains it, yeah.
So let's see if he beats it this time around. They're going to go over the beam about now. That's the finish line there. No, he went quicker again.
2:11.6.
2:11.603, yeah. So he is starting to put the hammer down, and that's probably why Charlie... But look at Heyman, he's right there.
Yeah, this isn't done at all. Tommy has edged out a 2-second gap at the moment as they cross the line, 2.12, so we'll keep an eye on that. But really, I mean, that was to be expected. But Heyman is still there. Massive gap then of 10 seconds between second and third. Charlie Heyman and Ben Musto.
Good battle. So I'm just looking at the timing here. Rizzi is on the move. He is very close to Mackenzie Marshall. They're back in 6th and 7th. So they're all kind of spread out about 2 seconds apart until you go down to about 6th place, where we've got some good racing going on. But then Josh Coleman is another 2 seconds up the road. So if Rizzi can pass Mackenzie Marshall and get a clear run, still plenty of time. We're only at the 3/4 stage, Rog.
Yeah, gap gone out quite considerably now on this lap. So Tommy is getting the hammer down and is doing the experience thing. He will break away. Once he's got about a 2-3 second gap, then he can start to relax a bit and just see out the rest of the race. Because we have, let's see, we're 16 minutes into the race now, so we're getting well towards the end. But the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th is the one we're trying to keep an eye on. Ben Musto, Joe Brooks, Josh Coleman in amongst it now as Mackenzie Marshall drops down, and Joel Rizzi trying to do his best, but in 7th place. Got a lot of work to do. Reece Jones on his debut in MX2 is in 11th as well.
Yeah, there he is. We say there is, it looks like Joel Rizzi to me, and that is a change of kit colour. Number 912, he's in the red now. He was in different yellow in practice, but he is now closing in on Mackenzie Marshall, and then you can see Josh Coleman in front of him. So that is 5 down to 7th place. So Rizzi has him in his sights. And if I was Joel, I would be absolutely expecting no less than being in the top 5. I mean, he wants to win, clearly. He wants to be up there battling his teammate. So 5, if he gets these 2 and comes in 5th, he won't be happy with that.
Well, he's a Grand Prix racer, isn't he?
Exactly.
He's a GP man. He knows what it's like to race at the top level, and he knows what speed it takes to do that. So really, he should be up there. He obviously had a problem first couple of laps, which shows again the benefit of that time qualification, because start gate position is crucial around here.
It is indeed. we of course incorporated into this championship, we have the British Under-21 Championship, and I think we can safely say that Tommy Searle is not eligible for that.
No.
So I certainly know that Charlie Heyman is not over 21 years of age just yet. So Charlie is obviously leading the charge for the Under-21s. Musto, Brooks, Coleman I think is older than 21, as is maybe potentially Riz. No, Joel is probably still under 21. So, but Heyman has got the points lead in that. Of course, that will evolve as we go throughout the year, the British Under-21 Championship. So it's a championship within this MX2 race.
Ritchie scrubbing his way down through the valley there, but Joe Brooks looking good on the 419. Definitely in 4th place, but Ben Musto having a great ride as well. Ben, of course, a former youth champion as well, another one who's come through the ranks right from the 65s.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of working with Ben for 1 year. He was on Team Green for it might be 2 years actually. Gutsy rider back there, you know, still is now. He throws everything at it. Reminded me of Todd Kellett, who we had on the team prior to him. Just that gritty, just keep going no matter what kind of attitude. Don't complain about too many things, just get your head down and charge. So he's got that about him, and he's actually got a good ride going on here in 3rd place.
This is the Leat Pro MX2 Race 1 here at round 1 of the Motul Fastest 40 British Motocross Championship, powered by Michelin here at the fantastic Foxhill Motor Park. Tommy Searle leads on the number 100 from Charlie Heyman in 2nd. We're watching the battle for 3rd now with 163 Ben Musto, 419 Joe Brooks, and 912 Joe Ritchie.
Yeah, so there you go. That's Coleman on the Yamaha. Looks like it's a 2-stroke. He's loving the 2-stroke life. He can lay it down on a 2-stroke as well, Josh Coleman. I tell you what, Josh is one of the fittest riders out there. I think he's actually a fitness coach. Yeah. Again, he's another rider. There's 2 riders there, as I said, that are incredibly fit and lean athletes.
So Ritchie right on the back wheel of Coleman. Coleman has a sneaky look over his shoulder and sees a big eyeful of Dirt Store Kawasaki as Ritchie tries the long sweeping route round the outside. Ben Musto and Joe Brooks, meanwhile, have disappeared in the distance. They have, let's see, nearly 6-second gap on this battle, which is 4th, 5th and 6th that you're watching on screen at the moment.
Okay, we are at the 20-minute mark, so that means 1 lap to go. I think we're 20 plus 1 or 20 plus 2 in this. I can't remember what we've gone for with this new format. Either way, I better go over there and get ready to speak to potentially Tommy Searle, Charlie Heyman and Ben Musto. So I'll leave you in the more than capable hands of MC Rog and go and speak to the top 3 at the end of this moto.
Yeah, so you and a coffee will be finding their way back, I'm sure. So there is our race leader, Tommy Searle, Dirt Store Kawasaki, the rebranded team this year. The Dirt Store Kawasaki, they've changed manufacturer, they've changed branding, and have come out all guns blazing. Tommy Searle on his debut in the Nationals on an MX2 machine this year in 2024, looking to make it a winning debut, but it wasn't as easy as he maybe thought it would be. Charlie Heyman now, the brilliant ride in 2nd, but Tommy Searle showing all of his years of experience. 33 years old now, Tommy. Seems unbelievable to say that, but he is 33, coming in the twilight of his career, but still enjoys his racing, still works hard, still gets out there and puts the work in. The ultimate professional, and here he is, Tommy Searle, coming round the rutty turns now. Look how down to the concrete base we are almost there. So Tommy Searle going round, let's see, on 1 more lap. Starting to stretch out the lead now, Ben Musto. You're just losing sight of him. There he is, Ben Musto, Charlie Heyman, I beg your pardon, for SC Motorhomes Husqvarna. Still there with a solid 2nd. But Tommy making it look easy. He will be, of course, with a lot of these riders next week at Ling in Norfolk for the Dirt Store British Championship in entirely different conditions. Charlie Heyman is now some distance back. Tommy again has put another fast lap into 11.6. So Tommy really has been pressing ahead on the last couple of laps. He's pulled out a 4-second gap on Charlie Hayman, who's probably starting to tire just a little bit now. But what a brilliant ride he will have. His team will be so happy with that. The SC Sport Homes Husqvarna team, they will be so pleased with him. Ben Musto is 10 seconds back in 3rd place. Joe Brooks and Joel Ritchie's up to 5th now because he's snipped by Josh Coleman. So Tommy Searle's teammate in the Dirt Store Kawasaki team is in 5th place. So Tommy Searle just rounding it out now, coming around the last couple of turns. Launching himself down into the valley.
I'm back because, of course, I forgot that we are stepping up the race times this year. For the pros, it's 25 plus 2 lap moto for all these pro classes. Well, the MX2 and MX1. And if I'm out of breath, it's just because I ran back across the track.
Good man. Tommy Searle leading by 4 seconds now, and really that's the job done unless he makes a mistake. But Charlie Hayman has got a nice cushion, so he can cruise round in 2nd place. So we're keeping an eye on the battle. Ben Musto still has 4 seconds on Joe Brooks, Joel Ritchie and Josh Coleman. That is the battle going on with 4, 5 and 6. But at the front on the Dirt Store Kawasaki, Tommy Searle out there starting to show his experience now. He did what he needed to do. He bided his time and had to work hard to get by. But once he was past, head down, got a gap, and now he's just riding around. This is just what Tommy needs, is bike time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Out there in a race situation. You know that, Jeff. It's a different scenario, isn't it?
Yeah,
it was good for him to actually have to work hard and make some passes rather than get the lead and run away.
And let's remember, he's been on a 450 for the last number of years as well. So he obviously picked up that injury prior to the arena cross, the thumb injury. Well, actually at the arena cross. So real unfortunate for him. And then so he sat out a lot of time there where others were out riding. Then, of course, he's decided to switch to the 250 at a later stage. Of course, he's got all the experience. He's ridden the 250 many times before, finished runner-up in the world on it numerous occasions, but it's reverting back to that 250, but he's enjoying life. This is exactly where I want to be, and he's got basically 2.5 laps to bring it in from here on in, and of course, he's been there so many times. Just a little look over, just to check. I'm sure if if he started closing on him, he would step it up, but he's got enough of a pad there to work with, enough cushion to just bring it in.
Yeah, Tommy, of course, long time supported by Monster, as you can see, emblazoned across his helmet there, so he's been with them right through his Grand Prix career, because when he does eventually finish, Tommy is Britain's most successful MX2 rider in Britain and in the world, but he's had a checkered career, Jeff, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Absolutely. I mean, I can remember first catching up with him, watching him at Matchams back in the day. Didn't really know much about him, and there was just this kid riding around. Again, staying out there where other adults were pulling in. It was a grim day, putting in the laps. Yeah, and you didn't really, I would say, he didn't stand out particularly in youth motocross. Of course, he was one of the front runners, but he wasn't dynamic. But then all of a sudden, well, that transitional period that I'm on about, he embraced it, he got it. He hit the ground running in the adults, and he's never looked back.
Thing is as well, Jeff, people don't assume that all riders out there have come from motocross families, because Tommy certainly didn't.
No, he did not.
His family had no involvement with motocross whatsoever. Just they went and watched the race one day, and Tommy said, "Can I have a go at that, Dad?" And that was it.
Yeah.
The rest is history.
Quinton's so laid back by his dad, doesn't really pick up the spanners half the time, even by Tommy's admission. Which he said in a recent podcast with me and Rob's on Talk Moto, he's basically sort of saying, like, yeah, Dad doesn't even know what's going on most of the time. He comes to the races, he doesn't even know when I'm out, what race I was in sometimes. So, but they support him. You see the whole family out all the time. Of course, now he's got his boys coming out as well. So, and that's what I think Tommy's just got to that stage of the career. Like, let's try and finish it on a high. Here, stick around the sport. I'm not saying he's done yet, but he's making enough hints that this could be his last year.
The point I was making is you don't have to have a history in motocross.
Exactly.
You really can just turn up, join a club and ride round. You don't have to know all about it to come here. If you don't, there are plenty of people who will help you, and Tommy will admit that. They needed a lot of help in the early days.
They did.
And they got it, and they linked up with the right people.
Yeah, so we got 25. So I think he's got one more, because he just missed the 25 mark last time around. So he should get the 1 lap board when he crosses line this time. I'm going to give myself this time enough time to get over there.
Try again.
I'll try again. Now we know that the race distance is 25 plus 2.
It's nothing like working with a professional.
Oh, we're
this
solid
is nothing
here.
like working with a professional.
I never once proclaimed to be, not even as a racer. So there you go. Right, let's go and catch up with Tommy if he brings it home.
Tommy Searle's the number 100 on the green bike, all right? Okay, if that's any help. Yeah, please make a note of that, if that's any help. So now Tommy is just rounding out the past few turns there around this tough circuit. We will see him again a second time today. Can he make it a perfect day? He was on pole position in qualifying. He's now headed for first race win. Can he have his first big race of 2024 as a perfect result? I'm sure that will make a fabulous podcast. He will be podcasting, you know that, for those of you who follow him online. And he will be getting his camera out, I'm sure, during various times in the day, and we can see the full story of his exploits during the rest of the day. So we are on the last lap now, I think, as we head round, because we're now 26 minutes into the race. Lap 9 it was. Tommy Searle, 2:11.6 is his fastest lap. Charlie Heyman is still in second place now, maintaining that 10-second gap over Ben Mustoe in third, who in turn has 4 seconds over Joe Brooks, who has 4 seconds over Joel Ritchie. So we've got some gaps between the top 5 now. It seems to have settled down after the early mayhem of the first couple of laps. But the Dirt Store team will be very pleased with now their switch to green Kawasaki. It's a big change for them, though of course they were the GRT Impact KTM team for a number of years. So the Giffords now moved across, and Tommy again sneaks a look. And Tommy, who's been loyal to Kawasaki for most of his career, apart from a couple of years in America, obviously, and on the GP circuit when he was factory KTM. The rest of the time, and the majority of his success has been on Kawasaki's. This is where he feels at home, and it's proven the correct decision. He said he felt good on a 250. He said he didn't really feel safe on the 450 anymore. And this is proven to be correct, because he's looking good out there at the moment on the MX2 bike. And for the Leatt Pro MX2 Class Race 1 here at Foxhill Motor Park, Tommy Searle stretching out at the front. Just keeping that gap honest, 4 seconds at the front. Into the valley he goes, past the newly created fences there you see that the team at Foxhill have made for the crowd to get down behind this time. So Tommy will launch on the big downhill drop off into the valley, up the other side. Job done for the number 100. Tommy Searle, the veteran of the class by some distance, I would think, at 33 years of age, with Jake Nichols and Elliot Bax-Brown not being here this time. Finish line, Tommy Searle takes the win. Race 1 of the Leatt Pro MX2 class for Dirt Store Kawasaki. They are all looking very pleased with themselves as he come back into the box. Second place should be an absolute stormer of a ride for SC Motorhome's Charlie Heyman on the Husqvarna in second place. And Ben Mustoe will be bringing it home in third on the number 163. They cross the line, gets close after that with Joe Brooks, Joel Ritchie and Josh Coleman. So into the paddock area they go. And then as soon as he can get over there, it will be Jeff Perrett who will be talking to those top 3. Tommy Searle, Charlie Heyman and Ben Mustoe. So the rest of the riders just coming through. Josh Coleman finished 6th. Mackenzie Marshall eventually brought it home in 7th place in front of Harry Wainwright in 8th. Ollie Coleman 9, Jack Taylor 10 and Rhys Jones in 11th place. So a lot of the youngsters debuting in the pro ranks this time on MX2, all having good rides. Heyman, Mustoe, Brooks, Coleman, Marshall, Ollie Coleman, Jack Taylor, all of them there making a good start to their careers. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go over to Jeff with our race winner, Tommy Searle.
Right, we're down here in the winner's circle with an old man who should know better, still cutting the mustard, me old chap. Took your time with that one, but Charlie was riding well, kept you working.
Charlie was really good. In some places he was fast, and then I had a couple of good lines, and I thought, don't really want to pass him because the lines I have are so much better that then he'll catch on. But then he moved on. He must have, I was sort of thinking, I don't want to get too close because I know I can pass him here, so I'd hang back so he didn't see the line, but then he must have caught on, and I was like, oh no, he's found the couple of good lines I had. So then I don't know where I made a pass in the end, but Charlie was riding good. It's my first race of the year. I had a bit of arm pump, and it felt like my first race, you know. I felt like it went on for ages. I was like, put this flag out. But overall, really happy and nice because it's the first race for the new team, the Dirt Store boys. Nick's here watching, so it's just like a nice thing because we had a bit of a terrible arena cross series, so I did personally. So to come out here, round one, and get a win, I went fastest in practice and qualifying, now a race win. So just nice to reward them with something, you know, because they put more effort in probably than I do these days. So it's nice to give them something back.
Listen, we kind of touched on it. You haven't made any official announcement yet, but obviously you can't go on forever. So it's nice to be out there with the youngsters, I should imagine, giving you that new lease of life. Was that part of the reason why you felt like you wanted to jump back on a 250?
It's just easier for me to race now. Like I had arm pump then, and if I'd have been on a 450, I would have hated every single minute of that race because I wish I could train like I used to. I wish I could put the hours in, but unfortunately, my body just don't let me anymore. If I ride twice, I can't train. I can't train as hard as I want the days before I ride. So my body can't keep up with the workload that it takes to compete at the top level. And with Comrade and those guys, they are top level riders, you know. So I can do that a little bit more on a 250F. And I enjoyed it. And that was the whole aim of the game. I enjoyed the racing, and that's why I dropped down. So it's also nice to be racing different riders like Charlie Hayman. I've never raced Charlie. Yeah. I've never raced, I think it was Ben Musto, was it in third?
Yeah, Ben's ready to come up there, yeah.
So like these boys, it's nice, like just different. I've raced the other people for ages, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. That's the main thing. I'll let you catch whoever.
Yeah, good stuff, mate. Go and get a drink. There you go, Tommy. Great to see him having so much fun. He's going to roll out of it. Now, unfortunately, as he spins around me, Charlie Hayman made a quick exit, so we couldn't grab him in time. But we did manage to get managed to stop Ben. So let's bring Ben Musto in. And we did manage to get Joe Brooks as well. So let's have a quick chat with Ben. Okay, Ben, that was a solid ride, third. Are you pleased with that? You looked a little bit disgruntled when you come in, like you wanted more. But, you know, it's the big leagues, and you are, little by little, getting there to be a contender.
Yeah, no, I had a great start. We stuck behind a couple of boys for the first couple of laps, but to be honest, I wish I could have got around them quicker and then I maybe could have gone with the top two, but to be honest, I was struggling with arm pump quite a bit there, and had I not had arm pump, I think I could have maybe put some faster laps in the middle of the race and stayed with them a bit more, but yeah, I'm very happy with that.
It's always difficult, isn't it? It's been a prolonged start to the season, but what with all the postponements, whatever, you can ride, you can train, you've been down in Spain, obviously we were down there, saw you down there. Practicing is one thing, but it's always getting those first couple of races in. It's so different, isn't it?
Yeah, we have some really fast boys this year. Some boys that have come off the 450s, come down, but their first couple of laps pace is unbelievable. It's so intense, and it's just nothing. You can't practice anything like that. So when you come racing, you do get stuff like arm pump and stuff where you're not used to. But the pace is really fast this year.
Looking good. New kit as well. Anybody you want to sponsor? Still obviously doing the stuff with Lee.
Yeah, I want to thank Lee Tolan at Acer, Craig Elwer at Depth Pipes. He's been a big help. New kit MX, and obviously Goggle Bob.
Yeah, good stuff. Go and get yourself scrubbed up, ready to go for the second moto. Well done. Ben's going to pull out around, and we're now going to bring in Joe Brooks. Good stuff, mate. Well done. Come on in, Joe. Good stuff. Joe, a tough race. You are pelted with dirt and rocks and stuff like that, but I remember used to like that. I guess you're young enough to still like that. Listen, you've started the season pretty strongly. You're going to be doing EMXs as well. We said in commentary there that, you know, you're kind of a slow burner. You're methodical, you keep yourself to yourself, but you get the job done. Are you happy with your opening moto?
To be honest, it's one of those motos, isn't it? Like, I got a bad start to begin with, so I came through from about 10th, got up to I think 5th, and then the track's quite difficult to pass on, and there's not much difference in in the times. Like, it's all really close, so when you get there, it's really hard to make the pass. And yeah, no, it's not terrible first moto. Obviously not what we wanted, but we'll go change a few things back at the van and come out, hopefully get a bit better result in the next one.
Of course, your aspiration is to be a Grand Prix rider. You're doing the EMX, moving on. The new format here at the Motul Fastest 40, is that going to be a benefit by having the structure now where we have a warm-up and then a proper qualifying and the race distances? Is that going to help you in your preparation for EMX?
Yeah, definitely. Like, today is the same layout. Today is the same layout as it is on the Saturday EMX, other than we get 2 races today. But no, I really like how we have the free practice and the time practice. Helps you build into the track a bit more time on the track, and no, very good.
Yeah, sorry, he's doing MX, not EMX. You're moving on to the big leagues, aren't you? So good stuff with it all. You've got obviously new kind of team this year. Just give them a bit of a shout out what you're doing there.
Yeah, no, big thank you to 426 Motorsport. Obviously got Conrad helping. Yeah, a lot of people putting a lot of work in, so no, I'm really happy. Good stuff. Go and get yourself ready. Good luck for the second moto. There you go. The young guns are at it. The MX2 class is always a good one to watch. So, but up next we have the MX1 class, the class that Tommy used to be in. But it's Conrad. He's got his teammate Taylor Hamill. So back to you, Rog. We might even run some adverts in here. But that's what we got coming up next. Is the MX1 class coming to the gate in about 5 minutes.
Thank you, Jeff. Great stuff there, and real insight from some of the riders. So that's MX2 Race 1 done, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we will be having the Apico Pro MX1 class race coming to the line, the big one. This is the one we've been looking forward to. We're going to have some very short breaks for some adverts. Make sure you stay with us and come back for that big 450 class MX1 race.
Beyond tires, Michelin has applied its high expertise in a product range for everyday use, no matter the weather. No matter the type of grounds, no matter your ambition. Michelin cares about you however you choose to move. Discover our product range for a safer and stress-free life in motion now.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal there. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
Julep, julep, julep. Hi, my name's Dave Thorpe. I run the Crendon True 7 Honda racing team. For the 2024 season, Honda UK have come up with a really good initiative. It's the CRF 250R Cup. There's an event at each Fastest 40 around and at selected AMCA Championship events. It's an opportunity for you to enter through any official Honda UK dealership. You can sign up in there, or you can go online and register your interest in the Honda Cup. If you haven't got a new 2024 Honda, from 2021 upwards you can enter the series and have the possibility to win a brand new 2025 CRF 250R. Of course, not everybody can be a winner. There are 2 brand new 250 Hondas available. They will be selected by a panel of people that maybe look at riders, best presented, best attitude. You know, there's lots of reasons why you could win that extra bike. At every round, the rider of the day will be presented with a Fly Racing helmet.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And then when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, solding. TikTok, come to London, get ripped off. Man, get when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get rich off. Things like myself, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty trend, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like.
Pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. I've been on the flex since flex on. Neighborhood all in your eardrums. I ain't never scared like Bone Crush. Boy, I got God, don't fear none. My line busy, take no calls. Feels like I don't have no flaws.
There we go. Are we doing it? The beautiful people at home getting to see us. Do your best, Blue Steel, Rog. We're on telly.
Oh, right. Okay. Quick.
Here we are. So this is the booth. This is the technology we're working with just right now because, as I said, next time out, hopefully we're going to get all the timing column down the left-hand side. As I said, new production company. Great that they've come in at the 11th hour. With certainly with the 4K cameras, it's making a big difference. So far, so good, Rog. There's been some good racing out there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, though, Jeff. We are about to have the Apico Pro MX1 class come to the line for the first time today. And, well, I'm looking forward to this. A lot of riders have stepped up into the 450 class this year. A lot of youngsters, a lot of experienced riders. We've had time qualification earlier this morning, and it was a competition basically between the Crendon True 7 Honda teamsters of Taylor Hamill and Conrad Muse, with Taylor putting in a lap right at the end to take pole position, 207.07, just literally a tenth quicker than the current champion Conrad Muse on the 426. So there is our pole sitter, number 23, Taylor Hamill.
Doesn't surprise me, and I'll tell you why, because he's always been such a smooth rider. So I think as he's going for the 250 title in the Dirt Stock British Championship, but riding a 450 here, and actually I can see in a couple of years' time Taylor stepping up to that big bike class, and as proved he can do it. He's got the speed. Can he do it in race form?
That's true. To be on the pace right out of the box there like that, and to actually do pole, that is impressive.
Yeah.
The lad, don't forget, he lost 18 months through injury. He was on Dave Thorpe's Honda team, got injured, pretty much lost 18 months of his career. He was on Steve Dixon's Kawasaki Grand Prix team.
Yeah.
That didn't happen because of the injury time. So he really has been just fighting. He gradually was coming back last year. Finished second in the British Championship, the Revo British MX2 Championship last year. This year, obviously, he'll be going for the title. But straight out of the box, pole position. So those two are 1 and 2. Then we have the veteran Martin Barr, the Irishman for the Apico Factory Honda Racing Team, in 3rd place. What can you say about
Well,
Martin?
I spoke to Marty yesterday. I'm bringing back Man in the Van interviews, and we sat down with him. It was great. And he was honestly saying how it's revitalised his career going to Honda. He's absolutely made up with the bikes, given him a new lease of life. Talking of the Apico boys, that's a perfect segue. These Apico lads are getting behind this championship as the sponsor of this class, and obviously they do some great stuff. Rather than me telling what they do, let's show you with an Apico ad before we go racing. Okay, we are back, and there is Conrad Muse, who will undoubtedly want to dominate this series.
Just as he did last year.
Yeah.
Dominated everything last year, basically, didn't he?
He did.
He was the top dog in the main British Championship, in the MX Nationals. Everything he entered, he basically was top dog. But not a trouble-free start to this year. He got injured in the arena cross with a bit of a freak accident on his ankle, wasn't it?
So bizarre. It was a nothing. Obviously, it was a something because it ended up doing his ankle in, but it was just something or nothing. He wasn't even going quick. He just kind of just dabbed his foot, but he had it at the wrong angle. It dug into the dirt, and before he knew it, he sort of slowly rode over his own foot. Yeah, it was just one of those freak things. It wasn't even on a quick lap. So it can happen. Obviously a setback for him, but he's worked incredibly hard to get back ready for the start of the season. A lot of physio. Lots of trips. In fact, I think he only flew in from Belgium. I think he was having physio yesterday in Belgium. So, or was it Thursday? And then he flew in late yesterday.
Well, he lost 10 weeks of vital pre-season track time and training time, didn't he? Which is a lot. So he really is playing catch-up now. He's ridden the last 3 weeks, and he's unbeaten so far since he's come back. He's obviously been out in places like Dunkirk as well, riding in the sand. He's just been riding anywhere and anything to get some bike time and track time in. And it's certainly working because, as we say, he's unbeaten in 2024. So let's see what he can do. Martin Barr, as we said, brilliant for him, for the veteran in 3rd place. Jason Mira, good ride for him in 4th place as well in qualification. Sam Nunn, now riding Honda as well for the John Banks team. Sam Nunn, another youngster coming through the ranks and now gone on a 450, his debut on a 450. 365 Sam Nunn. Good ride for him in 5th. Tom Grimshaw, 2nd member of the Apico Factory Honda team. Tom, tall, elegant rider. Another one who's just gradually worked up. Gradually, year on year, got a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. Now he's nearer the sharp end. And I spoke to him at Hawkstone, the International, and he's now a contender. Whereas before he was sort of top 6, whatever, but now he's getting up the sharp end.
Good racing family around him. That's the other thing, that know that you don't, to get to the top, it's not always that quick route. You just got to keep, like I said earlier on, stick to the game plan. He's got a lot of sensible people around him, and as you said, just slowly and surely working his way up the ranks and doing it well. As you said, he's a smooth rider. He doesn't make too many mistakes, and he's consistent, as in he gets the results, keeps plugging away.
Having said that, he doesn't look 100% comfortable yet on the Honda.
No. He's a big lad, and the Honda's quite,
He's not got the starts dialed, I've noticed that.
Yeah.
He's having to play catch-up a little bit. But Honda's at the moment, and again, apologies for this, Jeff, but they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 in the time qualification. So they're looking really good at the moment. Brad Todd is in 7th, the 714. Brad always on the DK off-road bike. He will always give 100%. Jamie Carpenter still getting used to the Kawasaki. Obviously only been on it on the 184 for a few weeks.
Yeah, last minute switch.
Yeah, so that's a big jump for him. Jamie was in 8th place in front of Tristan Purden for SC Motorhomes Husqvarna in 9th. And Brad Thornhill now for the Chambers team. Chambers Racing in 10th place. Liam Knight in 12th behind Charlie Putnam. James Dodd 13. Louis Kessel 14. Ashley Greedy, Evergreen Ashley Greedy in 15th. So here we go, 25 minutes plus.
We do. Now, I think Liam Knight may not be lining up. I haven't seen him yet. I did turn my eye away because he had, towards the end of the qualifying, he had a bit of a perler down in the middle of the valley there, just off the big step down off the start. He didn't crash there. Up and down the next loop, he got it wrong coming off the top of there and hit pretty hard. He was getting medical attention, so if he's not out there, we can't quite see from him. I had no confirmation. I've got a feeling that Liam Knight will be sitting this one out.
Yeah, Liam's my near neighbour, so know him well, and it's a shame he hasn't really been picked up this year. He's been up towards the sharp end for a long time now, but he's just dropping off the radar just a bit. Here we go. Anyway, 25 minutes plus 2, ladies and gentlemen. The gate drops into that turn. Somebody's got an absolute flyer.
That was Conrad Muse doing everything to try and get the front end down. Oh,
lot gone down on the first turn. Let's have a look. It is the red plate of Conrad Muse, the 2023 champion on the True 7 Crendon Honda, straight into the lead, which is bad news for everyone else. And Tristan Purden, the South African 6-time champion, in second place for SC Motorhomes. Wow.
I was trying to work out who went down on that first corner. Look at what Taylor Hamill got through. It might have been Jack Brunel, who's out there on a 500 two-stroke. Loving life for the S. Briggs team.
Petrol, not electric?
Yeah, petrol. Yeah, definitely not electric. Yeah, obviously he made history by taking the first ever title for Stark Varg in the Arena Cross, but he's out here riding a 500 two. You couldn't have gone from one extreme to another,
100%,
really.
Yeah, you couldn't go any more extreme, really, could you? No, to be honest. Purden, though, good start. There is Taylor Hamill in third. So the two British Honda UK Crendon Fast Track, Crendon True 7 Honda riders first and third, with Christian Purden in between them. So Purden looking good. I think Purden now, he's been here a couple of years. He's now got himself tuned into it, hasn't he?
Yeah. And a lot of let's be honest, South Africa have churned out some amazing talent down the years. And, if you're going to progress in the sport, you need a stepping stone, I guess, to GPs. They've all done it. Like Greg Albertine, for example, he went and raced in Holland and got with Jan de Groot and then worked his way up to that. We've seen, obviously, the Lawrence brothers. I know they're not South African, but I'm saying Southern Hemisphere, the stepping stone to maybe GPs. And I'm sure Tristan would love to get to GPs, and he's doing himself no harm at all by coming here and rocking up at the front. And maybe we'll see him at MXGP in a few years to come.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. SC might well move up into the GPs in the coming time. But there is the former World Junior Champion, of course, Conrad Muse. Back in the day, he was 85cc Junior World Champion. And he was, in fact, on the factory Red Bull KTM 125 Junior team alongside a certain Jorge Prado.
Yeah, I was actually there that day when he won the Junior World title. It was a great day. He didn't take a race win, but he was consistent. Chase Sexton was in that race, I remember. Hunter Lawrence was in there.
Yeah.
And he ended up getting it done. I think, was it a 2-2 or a 2-3? I can't remember. But anyway, he got the job done, and we were all elated for him.
And I remember seeing him at Majora on the factory Red Bull KTM team, which at the time was managed by Harry Everts, and he was there alongside Prado. So whatever happened to him?
Yeah, what did ever happen to him? I do remember one key thing about that day. Obviously, Justin Morris was his trainer back then. And, we had to work hard for Justin to get around him. Come on, Justin, it's your round. Your boy's just won the World Championship. But he got there in the end.
Impossible.
With a lot of peer pressure.
Impossible.
Good old Boris.
So there is our front two. You can see, look, it just seems strange, all in black. What a good look it is for the Hondas, though. But Purden keeping him honest in second place. Tristan Purden there, just keeping that gap down. It is just over 2 seconds. Jason Mears had a flyer again in third place. You might just see him in the background. Martin Barr in fourth place. Tom Murphy, now then, that's a start for the number 74 in fifth, in front of Louis Kessel. Again, Tom Grimshaw missed the start on the Hondas. He really hasn't got that dialed at the moment. Aidan McDonough, Jamie Carpenter 9, Brad Thornhill, Jack Brunel. So it wasn't him who went down, he is in 12th place.
So it was Taylor Howell. He made it obviously round the start, but we saw him in third on that opening lap. He slipped off and gone down to 15th. So let's see if Taylor can work his way through this field. Other notable riders, as you said, Brad Todd in 13th, Doddy in 14th, Jake Preston down there in 20th. Jaden Ashwell, the rider from Zimbabwe, maybe he went down in that first corner because he's back in 22nd position.
Now, a lot of people, obviously Conrad, 3-time British champion now on the bounce, MX2, MX1. But a lot of people have sort of disparaged him, saying, oh, he stepped back from GPs and taken an easy option. But it's rebuilt his confidence, hasn't it? And Conrad is a confidence rider, isn't he?
Yeah, I said it last year, and I'm quite happy to say it again. And whether it sparks debate, I'm not saying it for that. But for me, Conrad, we always keep saying, well, why isn't he doing GPs? He should be doing this and doing that. Let's be honest, you've got to be in the higher echelons at GPs to make a living out of the sport. There's some riders, even in MXGP, that are not earning. Conrad is a professional sportsman. Honda UK and Dave's team, Brendan, all the guys, they pay him to do a job in the UK. So if that's the route he wants to go down to earn himself a living, I'm all for that, and why not? I'd rather have him here than racing GPs because, obviously I'd love to see what he can do.
It'd be nice to see him get a wild card ride so that he could pitch himself against the GPs again, GP riders, because I think now his confidence is at such a level that he would be back in there.
I'd also love to see him do an AMA National at some point because I think his riding style would suit an AMA round as well. Certain tracks would be good for him, and I know that that's something on the table of consideration for the team. Dave's even hinted that maybe they would, if the right opportunity came along for him to go and race an AMA National, they'd go and do it.
But in his GP career, I mean, there was times that I know I've commentated on him when I was on Eurosport and GPs and MX2, and a couple of times he was right on the cusp of a podium with the good guys there, but just missed out. He'd finished 4th, 5th by fractions of a second.
Yeah.
He was that close to being a podium setter in GPs.
Well, he was on that Red Bull Junior team, like I said, with Prado, with Natsky, wasn't it? Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
And Conrad. And for a little while there, those three were just week in, week out, the top three in that thing, in that 125 class at the time. And then, it just for whatever reason, injuries, confidence, it just never quite clicked for Conrad. And like you said, when he's on, he's really on.
Going back to the money side, there's a popular misconception that all the Grand Prix riders are earning huge amounts of money.
That's what I'm saying.
And there's, in actual fact, the riders who are getting paid, you could probably count on one hand.
Well,
there's not many getting paid a salary, that's for sure.
When you get there, it's great. Obviously, you get into the top echelons of MXGP, and you're earning well. But that's the point. Like, Conrad, is he even into the travelling? He likes where he lives. The team are based in the southwest, right near him. I got nothing against. If he wants to go and race in the UK and earn a really good living racing in the UK and being the guy, then good on him. I mean, we'd all like to see him go to GPs and perform better. We're going to get in obviously to the Motocross of Nations. And he showed his potential in the time qualification, whatever. He had an unfortunate incident in the qualifying race, a bike failure.
Yeah, but his lap time was in the top 2 or 3.
He had an issue, what was it, with his rear brake, wasn't it, or something like that.
His actual qualifying time was right up there.
Exactly, and then I think that just kind of like, it just affected him, it just, because he was then trying to play catch up to justify it. We all know on a given day that Conrad could run right up there.
So just to confirm, Conrad's eked out a 4.2 second gap over Tristan Purden in second. The South African SC Husqvarna Motorhomes rider, Jason Mira still third, Martin Barr 4, Tom Murphy 5. This is after 2 laps, so we're a couple of laps behind on the timing at the moment. Grimshaw, Carpenter, Carpenter's moved up into 7th now, gone past Louis Castle in 8th, Brad Thornhill 9, Taylor Hamill working his way back up inside the top 10 now, the number 23, but he will be ruining that first lap.
He will, indeed. Yeah, he's making good moves. I expect him to move up. Carpenter, solid. He's, as we said, trying to find his way on that new bike, the new Kawasaki. Because as far as I remember, he was obviously on a Yamaha not too long ago, and then reverted back to Austrian brands for a while. So he's back on a Japanese bike on the Kawasaki, and by all accounts, Jamie really loves that KX450. It's getting a lot of rave reviews. A lot of people do like the KX450, and clearly he's getting to grips with it. racing with Tom Grimshaw. Tom Murphy is having some ride here, number 74.
Yeah, that wasn't a lucky start, was it?
No, I mean, hopefully we'll be able to pick him up on some cameras, because do you know what? He deserves some airtime, number 74, Tom Murphy, because he's not usually a front runner like that, and he's moved up to the MX1 class.
You can see in the background now we're getting some battles coming through. Conrad is definitely running away at the front. Tristan Purden equally has himself a nice comfort gap over Martin Barr and Jason Mira there, third and fourth. The Dirt Store Kawasaki team getting putting their boards out. There we go. Another position there for Jamie Carpenter. He moves up another place. So Jamie Carpenter just screaming past Tom Murphy, I think there. Yeah, there we go in the background. So Jamie Carpenter now is up into 6, having gone past Tom Murphy with Brad Thornhill. Taylor Hamill at the back of that group as well, and the number 23, all in black, you will see. So our pole sitter, Taylor Hamill, the young Sussex rider, there he is going around the outside on the 23, making up positions left, right and centre. Loving life on that 450. We didn't see what happened to him on the first lap, but he's right on the back wheel now of Brad Todd, I think, going through the 714. Tom Murphy, no, in fact, 74. So there they go.
Okay, just looking now. Here's Taylor Hamill making a move now on... Tom Murphy. So it's he's moved up a spot now into 6th, is that? Yeah, he is. So this is tightening up. This is some good racing, because let's be honest, Conrad is starting little by little to check out. I have to give props as well to Jason Mira. I certainly didn't imagine him to be in the top 3 at this point. I went up to the Scottish Championship last week at Clayshants. What a track that is, by the way. Just for the scenery. And I got to say, that was a brutal sand track, and he looked really good, Jason Mira, when I was up there. He rode on the Saturday, but a torrential downpour came in, and he went, I don't need this on a Saturday. I'll save it for a Sunday.
You're watching Jamie Carpenter on the 184 at the moment, being hounded by the 23, Taylor Hamill, all over the back wheel of him. So Hamill making up from that first lap, Mr. Bean. There he is on the 23. So Taylor now...
Thornhill.
Dan Thornhill on the 95 is starting to move as well. Dan, another one who seems to have settled into the Chambers team quite nicely, having had years and years and years on cap screen Yamaha.
Yes, he's just such a likeable dude, Dan. He was up here on Friday. We did a piece for local ITV News. Big props to ITV for coming out and showing a highlight on our sport regionally. They'd never seen motocross before, the guys that came out, and they were genuinely taken back with it.
When's that going out?
It went out Friday night, so It's already been out. So when Dan and Ollie Bubb, that was our youth rider that came up, started launching down the hills, the guys at ITV was just sort of stood there with their mouths open going, this sport is nuts. Like, yes, it is. You should cover it more often. But Dan speaks well. He's just a nice guy, honest, hard-working rider. He had to rush back home to get his bike prepped and do some work on Friday, and now here he is out there.
Martin Barr, the number 50 on camera now, and do you know what? I'm not really sure how old Martin is now. It's probably rude to even guess.
36 years of age.
I know he's on his 15th or 16th Nations he was on last year at Ernay.
Even more than, yeah.
It might be 18.
No, it was more than that. I think he said 19 to me. Or 17, it's around 17, 18, 19.
It was only Tanel Leok who was more,
I
think.
Yeah. So, he's still at it. And, release of life that he's had on the Honda. But hasn't he announced that he won't be doing it? Did I read that or did I imagine that?
No, I'm not sure.
I'm sure he said that he's kind of, that's it. It's time for some young blood to come in.
Look at this battle going on screen at the moment. You are watching the race for 6th place with 184 Jamie Carpenter on the green Dirt Store Kawasaki, with Taylor Hamill on the True 7 Crendon Honda. This is 6th, Hamill ready to lining up to make a move, but Carpenter holding the tight line. We've said this before, Jeff. This circuit, it's wide and fast, but really there's one proper race line, isn't there?
Yeah,
it's difficult to get past. You've got to be brave, haven't you?
Yes, that's a good word, because in some cases you really do.
Hamill sweeping round the outside. Can he get the power down? Yes, he can. Just rides round the outside. So Taylor Hamill moves up another place. He goes into 6th place. Now he's got a big gap in front of him now, Taylor. But he's coming back through the field. But his teammate, meanwhile, Conrad Muse, just away and gone at the front. You're looking at the number 23, Taylor Hamill. And as we've said a few times today already, he will be out on a 250, the MX2 machine, going for the MX2 Dirt Store British Championship next weekend. So jumping off a 450 back onto a 250, and we'll be switching between the two during the course of the season, depending on how things go. But making it look easy at the moment. Martin Barr making a big lunge down the hill there. Locked up the back wheel of the Honda. For the Apico Pro Racing team out there now on their Honda, certainly looking good in their logos, and one of the most professional setups out there. But Martin Barr there all over the back of Jason Mirror. Those two on the Hondas, the privateer Hondas, having a great battle as they launch themselves down the hills. Grimshaw then in 5th place on the number 16, Tom Grimshaw.
That was Tom there, wasn't it? Yep.
There he is, Tom Grimshaw, who also, away from the track, is a personal trainer, I believe.
Yes, he is, and he's now coaching fitness. And when you look at Tom, you certainly realise that he's just a burly. He's always been a big lad.
Yeah.
Even in the youth motocross, he was quite big on an 85. But Martin Barr is having a good one here. Like I said, for a 36 of age, I asked him yesterday in the little man in the man interview. I said, are we, how close are we getting to the end? No sign of it yet. Not even any thought that he wants to stop yet. So we might well see a good few years out of Marty Barr yet.
Why not? When he's riding like this,
yep.
As long as he can stay injury-free, why not? I think he tries to subsidise his income with some training schools and that sort of thing back home in Ireland.
He's got twins now as well, young twins. They're 3 years of age, so that keeps him busy. And he actually said in the Man in the Van interview, he actually said, you know what, I think I might just keep racing because it gives me a break from them for a while, in the nicest way. I'm saying that, of course.
I can relate to that for sure.
Yeah.
I haven't got 3-year-old twins, but no, there you go.
He's having a good ride. He's not letting Hamill... Oh, sorry, it's not Hamill, is it? It's Mira that he's actually closing in on a bit.
And Mira's catching Carpenter by the looks of things.
Meanwhile, Conrad Muse is stretching it out, nearly a 10-second lead. It's up to 9.947 over Purden.
Yeah, 2:11 is fastest lap time, 2:11.2, a second and a half faster than his nearest rival at the moment. So, just this is good practice, good bike time for Conrad, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. Again, like Tommy, he's been off a bike as well. He's got a long season ahead. He's going to be... He'll have to work for it, and all these. He's making it look easy. He's got a 9-second lead. It's not easy. You've got to be on your A game all the time. Of course, he's competing in the Dirt Store British Championship as well. So it's a long old season for these guys. And you've got to make sure you keep peaking at the right time.
Yeah, right on cue. The 426, the 3-time British champion Conrad Muse. As we say, unbeaten so far in 2024 in the races he's contested. Scotland and the opposite end of the country down there in Oakhanger in Hampshire. So he's certainly come back all guns blazing. Spoke to Dave Thorpe. He said he is back to full fitness. And he said he actually did the right thing. He did exactly what his physician told him to, which was to keep off it and to give it time to heal. Meant having 10 weeks off, which I'm sure he was itching to get back out on the bike and get training, but he actually did as he was told, and it's now showing benefits.
Obviously I was there when it happened, and then saw him in the airport later the following day to fly back out of Belfast, and he was already in a support boot and was a bit down in the dumps, but at the same time he's like, yeah, going to go straight back. He's going to go and get it looked at, because at that point he was still considering trying to... they didn't know how bad it was, and he was still optimistic that he was going to make the following arena cross round. Obviously they assessed it, looked at it, and then realised that wasn't possible.
So in the championships this year, the two main championships, I mean, with his main rivals at the moment, Josh Gilbert still out injured, and Harry Koulas riding abroad now and not doing the series, his last rivals from the last couple of years. Is he going to have an easy time with it? What do you think?
Obviously he starts as favourite, and you could see him, it wouldn't be a surprise if he rattled off a perfect season. So, but at the same time, there's obviously loads of things that can happen in a motocross race, as proven. So he's got to get a good start, stay out of trouble, and of course, this is up to the others to up the standard. That's how it is. You know, we saw it in motorsport so many times down the years. An obvious one would be, you know, the likes of Everts, maybe certainly McGrath in Supercross. You know, like that's the benchmark. That's what the others have to raise their game to catch up to him. I'm sure he'd happily take wire-to-wire race wins and not complain about it. He would also accept the challenge of coming through the pack. But if you said to Conrad right now, would you take a wire-to-wire race win every round this year? He wouldn't turn that down.
No, but to be fair, he's chucking out consistent lap times here. He's not cruising round. He's keeping at it. He's keeping working hard. But yeah, it's a different class, this 450s this year, because you've got a lot of youngsters coming through. So the further down the order is where all the action is, for sure, because you've got Taylor Hamill now getting closer to Tom Grimshaw. Was just over a second or so behind Tom Grimshaw for 5th place. Taylor Hamill there still in 6th in front of Jamie Carpenter in 7th. Brad Thornhill, Brad Todd, Tom Murphy 10th, Louis Kessel, Sam Nunn 12th, James Dodd in 13th place, Charlie Putnam down in 14th as they head through. You can see the track is getting remarkably hard pack underneath there now, isn't it?
It is. We had that break between MX2 and MX1. They've got the sprinkler system, so they put the sprinklers on around 3/4 of the track. So it's just to take the dust off it more than anything. That is not enough time for it to soak in and make it any softer. So there's going to be a few wet patches, and then there's going to be a few obvious areas, like there, you can see how polished it is.
A lot of big races at Foxhill this year. For those of you who like coming to visit this one, we've got a round of the Bike Store British Championship in July, and alongside of that, there will be something very special on that weekend as well coming up. So keep your eye on social media for that one, because that will be a very special weekend in July down here. And of course, the big one, the Vets MX Championship here, August Bank Holiday weekend, which of course you're going to be at as well. But like we say, there's something special coming along here in July at the British Championship round.
I've heard some whispers about that. That'll be good.
Yes.
Looking forward to finding out more about that. I'm sure the team will. Now, something interesting's happened here, because look at this. Yeah,
Purden's being caught in 3rd place. In fact, Jason Mira's gone past him. There we go.
But Purden has now retaliated and got him back. So since last lap around, so this is a humdinger going on for 2nd. And I think this is what we need to focus on, because Martin Barr is only 2 seconds off the back of them.
And we've probably got about 3 laps left, because we're 21 minutes into it now. So Purden.
Well, there's Marty there, look. So it's a 3-way battle, really.
Yep, Mira making a move around the outside. Is he going to sweep in at the moment on Purden? I think he might. This is the move coming. He will go right round the outside. There we go. Throttle on. But Purden, clever. He's covering that move.
Oh,
he's stopping it.
Mira's running it up there. Oh, nearly washed the front end.
Into the valley they go. Wow. Mira, definitely the faster of the two at the moment, but Tristan Purden using his experience, hanging in there. And while these two are holding themselves up, look at Martin Barr in the background. This is allowing Martin Barr to catch up.
Brilliant stuff. The old dog is still there, and of course he could pick up the pieces if these two run into each other or have a moment.
2 Irishmen and a South African.
Yeah, it sounds like a pub joke, but it's not. This is real.
Out they go towards the far end of the circuit. Before they come up, Martin Barr using his experience. He knows this is his chance to get in amongst it, to make some ground on those two and maybe catch them unawares.
I'm really interested to see on that bowl turn, when they drop down into the valley off that big jump, next lap around, if Marty goes wide again, because he was right then, he lost a bit of time. So I want to see if he realises that it's a bit better to stay tight. Taylor Hamill has got on the gas and is now back up to 5th after whatever incident he had. He must have laid it down on that first lap somewhere.
He's snuck by Tom Grimshaw and moved up another place. So Taylor Hamill, you might catch a glimpse of him in the background behind this battle, because this is the race for 2nd place you're watching at the moment. Conrad Muse is away and gone 14 seconds down the track. This is the battle for 2nd. Purden on the yellow and white SC Motorhomes Husqvarna. Jason Mira next on the Honda. And then Martin Barr on the Pico Pro Racing Honda in 4th place.
Well, in this last, I would say, 7 minutes, we can definitely see the fitness and consistent lap times of Conrad Mewes, because he's now gapped the field out to nearly 15 seconds. So he's basically been pulling about a second a lap over the last 4 laps.
Well, look at his lap times, 2:11, 2:11,
exactly.
2:11.
Yeah, where the others have dropped now down to sort of times of 2:14. So that's where, so basically Conrad hasn't got any quicker. He's just been consistently going the same speed. The others have started to back off the pace.
Now Purdon then has dug in. He's pulled out a crucial half second, which means that Mira isn't close enough to make a move. Martin Barr now, he needs to dig in because those two are starting to stretch away again. They have a hefty gap over Taylor Hamill now in 5th place. I think that's probably as far as Taylor's going to get on his recovery ride. But that'll help him going into the second race at least. Bit of brake checking going on there, do you think?
I do. It pinches up. I'm obviously pleased to see that Martin Barr has realised that outside line, he lost a bit of time. I thought he would switch his line. That's experience for you. Straight away, he knew. He tried the outside line just to see, realised in an instant that that's not the one.
Yeah, I think Purdon definitely brake checked Mira there, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a tight old corner to hustle it in there, though. So he probably was hard on, just caught Jason off. A bit of both, I think. I'm going to call that 50-50, Rog.
I think there's a move coming. I definitely think there's a move coming. Here we come. On the number 10, on the red Honda, Jason Mira from Ireland, chasing down South African 41, Tristan Purdon.
I love the way they float up that hill. Do you know what, Rog? Even I'd fancy a little spin at that today, a little launch up the hill.
That's momentum, just carries you over the step, doesn't it?
Not so sure about the coming down bit again anymore.
This one, because there's a kicker halfway up. There it is, and that momentum carries you over.
It's a nice feeling going up over there. It always was back in the day, but they're now doing it off that other hill as well because the bumper's formed. That's a big old launcher. That's about 110 feet.
TV doesn't do justice how steep that is, does it? When you drop down there,
it's a big old way down there.
And that one, that is mega steep.
That's one of the hardest. That's one of the hardest hills on the circuit to actually get on the anchors and stop for that, particularly in these conditions.
Well, we noticed that at the Vets races with the Evos with their dodgy brakes down there.
Yeah. That's
with the old drum brakes,
That's when you realise you're riding an old bike.
Here we come now. There's going to be a move coming, I'm sure. Mira's really pressing, but Purdon keeping it tight. He's not giving him a sniff of a chance as they come round to click off another lap. In fact, that's it. We're 26 messages.
I better go and do my thing.
So, Jeff, you better go and get in position.
Better go and sprint across like the athlete I am.
I know, but which order this is going to be, I think you know the winner's going to be, but after that it could be anybody because second place is still up for grabs. They've stretched away from Martin Barr in 4th, but is it going to be Purdon? Is it going to be Mira for second place? They're really pressing each other. Down into the valley they go again, floating their way down there. Again, Purdon anchors up, bit of a brake check there on the inside turn, just breaking the momentum of Jason Mira. Through the valley, tabletops they go. There is Martin Barr. He's running out of time now if he wants to get a podium result in this first race. It's getting close, getting very close at the front. Conrad Mewes, you will see a glimpse of the black Honda away and gone. He's on his downhill already, 14, 15 seconds ahead. But Mira looking to sweep around the outside, but it's loose. You could see him almost lose the front wheel there. Tristan Purdon will hear him in the background. He will know that he's there. Jason Mira right on his back wheel. Now is this Mira's chance? Is he brave enough to really launch it down the hill? He's going to go around the outside this time now. He's going to cut in. Definitely Mira running out of time. Martin Barr. I think he's got to settle for 4th now. He can see the two running away in front of him. But a good solid ride for the Irishman going into race 2. But who's going to be second? Purdon holding the aces at the moment into the valley. They drop down past the... It's just been watered. You can see the puddles on the inside. On the new part of the circuit, they put that extra loop in last year. Now then, Mira. He's getting close. He's going to make a bid. It's going to be all or nothing this time. Down through the valley. Coming towards the finish. This is the race for second, don't forget. Conrad Mewes, meanwhile, is across the line. But the battle for second goes on. And Christian Purdon, the quicker of the two there. Round they come. These are so tight, these turns. Mira trying to sweep his way past the timing beam. There they go. Martin Barr, there he is, the number 50 in 4th place. It looks as though we're probably on the last lap now. So Purden, 41 on the back in yellow and black on the white SC Motorhomes Husqvarna. Again, they cut in tight. And Mira's lost ground because Martin Barr is right on the back wheel of his compatriot now as they go through. The two Hondas right together. And Taylor Hamill looks like he's up there as well in the background. Taylor Hamill looked close as well, so keep an eye out for the number 23. There goes Jack Brunel on the 500 two-stroke Honda. You can see on the yellow plate. Conrad Muse, meanwhile, our race leader, 4:26 on the plate. Carrying on his 100% record at the moment. He is unbeaten in 2024. So Conrad, unaware of all the drama going on behind him. He's ridden a picture-perfect race so far. Back to the race for second. And it looks as though Tristan Purden is going to hang on because Mira has lost just enough of ground now. They've got half a lap to go. So as Conrad Muse comes round the final few turns now into the valley area. Been a brilliant ride for the man from Somerset, not too far down the road. On his route back to full fitness and recovery, everything going to plan at the moment. His boss, 3-time world champion Dave Thorpe, will be very happy with the progress so far. And Conrad looking to retain the title he won in 2023. And the MX Nationals comes round on the final couple of turns. There he goes, Conrad keeping it tight. Big gap. There is Tristan Purden in the background. Crosses the line. Conrad moves on to 4:26. Crendon, True 7 Honda takes the win in race 1. Tristan Purden in second. Jason Mira 3. Martin Barr 4. So they close right up on the last lap. But Conrad Muse had enough in the tank and enough of a gap to just cruise round on that last lap and bring it home safely. So what a brilliant start to the day. We've had 3 cracking races. We've got 3 more to go this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you stay with us. Jeff Perrott is leaping his way into the collection area and he will be talking to our top 3. And I'm sure he will see a big, smiley Conrad Muse. Meanwhile, a quick advert coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us.
Right, we are here with race winner Conrad Muse. Conrad, a little bit of a sweat on, but it's like you've basically done nothing. You kept a really consistent pace there. That's what pulled you away. Your lap times are on point. You've been off the bike a long time, so how are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good. I've been just getting back into it. You know, like you said, I've been off a long time, and yeah, it's I feel good. I feel good for how long I've had off. Me and my mechanic were literally just working lap times the whole moto, and I'm just trying to forget about anyone else that's on track and concentrate on my own riding and my own lap times, and just trying to better myself every race, and that was exactly what we done.
Well, that proved it. Like I said, they were consistent, like pretty much on the money, 211s, particularly the second half of the race. I think, not sure what happened there, but I think you might have done an extra lap. I think we might have missed you with a one. Is that what happened? Tell us about that.
Well, so first of all, I pulled off a lap early. I actually pulled into the holding pen, and as I pulled in, I looked at my mechanic. Everyone was screaming at me to go back out, so I went back out and then come over the finish line the next time as if I'd won, and it said 1 lap again. I thought, I don't know what's going on here, but just put the checker flag out, please.
Well, it's a good job. Obviously, you put that cushion in for it to get it done. No complications with the injury then? You're all 100% with that, and you're obviously fit and raring to go for the season ahead.
Yeah, no complications. We've done a fantastic job with my rehab team. I've been non-stop with that, you know, every single day, 3 days a week. I've worked so hard during this injury, and it's just nice that we can pick back up where we left off last season.
Yeah, it's good to have you back. Congratulations on a great first moto. There you go. We're going to move Conrad. We're going to move Conrad out. We're going to bring in Tristan's going to come over. I'll find that. The reason he's looking, he's not lost. It's like he's lost a pound. He's not. He's lost. He's lost his little nose clip with basically. So somewhere down here on the floor is Conrad's nose piece, but we'll find that. We're trying not to ride over it. We'll bring Tristan in. Tristan, obviously a great start. Conrad's a hard man to beat, but coming out of South Africa, you would have ridden ground similar to this, although you're riding great in sand as well. You've gone from one extreme to the other. Clay Shants last week to here. Solid ride. Are you pleased with that?
Yeah, very happy with the start. Not such a good qualifying, but the bike got me out a good start there, and I was just happy to sit behind Conrad for a little bit. Made 2 mistakes in one lap and he got away, and then Mira was on me, and I was like just trying to keep it there, and happy with that, happy with the bike, happy with the team, and just we have hard conditions like this, but I don't think we race much like this, but this is a unique track, and I'm happy to get a second year against Conrad and everyone that's here, and only up from here, so yeah.
You've obviously now been in the UK for, what, a couple of years. How are you finding it? You know, are you well adapted to it now? And is part of your sort of major plan to sort of come to the UK with the potential stepping stone to maybe get to MXGP one day?
Yeah, I've been here for a full year at UK racing and that, so last year was a learning curve, and like this year now I know the tracks, and with Neil in my corner as well, he knows the tracks, and he's really helped me a lot, so yeah. But yeah, the goal is always America, GPs, whatever. It's just South Africa, if anyone's watching, visa issues, it's just a problem, so we're doing our best what we got and just living the dream for sure, yeah.
So a new team as well, you look really settled. It looks like it's going well with that.
Yeah, really enjoying the bike. It's nice, it's still an Austrian brand, so it's not learning a new bike, so I was happy with that, and just gelling with everyone in the team and having a good time. That's what it's about, so yeah.
It is. It's great to have you with us. Solid first moto. You're in with a shout for the overall, of course, so good luck in the second one. There we go. We're going to bring, like we said, in commentary, it sounds like some kind of, you're going to set up for a punchline or a joke. So we've had an Englishman, South African, and now an Irishman. Let's just pull forward a little bit more, Jason. Now, last week I went to the Scottish Championship at Clay Shants. You decided to ride the Saturday, and a torrential rainstorm come down, and you sort of bailed out of the race. What a contrast we've got here. That was deep, wet sand, but you made it look pretty easy out there.
Yeah, everyone looks at me as a sand rider, but you know, I grew up riding on this hard ground, so it's quite natural to me. In the past, I've been on the 450, you know, and I've struggled loads with front end feel and stuff, and I just didn't feel myself. So I've gone down to 350 now, and Davey Dixon back home has built me an absolute monster of an engine this year, and it's absolutely fantastic. So I'm loving it. Yeah.
Well, you look great. Obviously, you had your old sparring partner, your good mate Martin Barr, putting some pressure on you, but you got into second momentarily in that race. Can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, so set up a bit of a move. I knew I was catching on him coming towards the finish there, and showed him the wheel, but yeah, Tristan Smart, he just sort of covered the line and kept blocking me to hold the line, and to be honest with you, I didn't want to get into a dogfight with him because I knew Martin was on our tail, and one slip up and he would have been through on us too, so yeah.
Solid start. Are you happy with that? You know,
yeah, really pleased with that. Again, this is where I want to be all year now, so hopefully I'm only getting started. Still, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Motorcycle. You know, they've massively helped me out this year, last year, and continuing into this year. And to be honest with you, I've never been happier riding a bike, so I'm looking forward to it.
It shows. You're looking good. Good luck in the second moto. There you go. So Jason's going to ride off. We're going to get the Honda team in. Come on in, fellas. Rob's not coming on TV. So we're going to get on our hands and knees to try and find Conrad's nose clip. But while we do that, we're going to go to some adverts, and then we've got the second 125 races coming up. We'll see you in a bit.
Okay then, everybody, that is the first batch of races done and dusted. We now look forward to race 2 this afternoon for the 125, MX2 and MX1 Pro classes. Make sure you stay with us. We're going to go for some short ad breaks. We'll be back with you soon.
Beyond tires, Michelin has applied its high expertise in a product range for everyday use. No matter the weather. No matter the type of grounds. No matter your ambition. Michelin cares about you however you choose to move. Discover our product range for a safer and stress-free life in motion now.
Everything I try to make look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal here. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
julep, julep, julep.
Hi, my name's Dave Thorpe. I run the Crendon True 7 Honda racing team. For the 2024 season, Honda UK have come up with a really good initiative. It's the CRF 250R Cup. There's an event at each fastest 40 around and at selected AMCA Championship events. It's an opportunity for you to enter through any official Honda UK dealership. You can sign up in there, or you can go online and register your interest in the Honda Cup. If you haven't got a new 2024 Honda, from 2021 upwards you can enter the series and have the possibility to win a brand new 2025 CRF 250R. Of course, not everybody can be a winner. There are 2 brand new 250 Hondas available. They will be selected by a panel of people that maybe look at riders, best presented, best attitude. You know, there's lots of reasons why you could win that extra bike. At every round, the rider of the day will be presented with a Fly Racing helmet.
Loading, strap with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And then when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man, get when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like.
Pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. Ooh, I've been on the flex since flex zone. Neighborhood all in your eardrums. I ain't never scared like Bone Crush. Boy, I got God, don't fear none. My line busy, take no calls. Feels like I don't have no flaws. Right what I need.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for the second batch of racing this afternoon here at the Motul Fastest 40 ACU British Motocross Championship, powered by Michelin. Round 1, the delayed round 1 here at the magnificent Foxhill Motor Park. I will eventually be accompanied by Jeff Perrott here, my friend. I'm Roger Warren. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far this morning. We've had 3 cracking races. We've got 3 more to come. 125's coming out on circuit for the ACU Apico 2-Stroke Festival British 125 Championship Race 2. Race 1 won convincingly by Josh Vale, last year's 85cc champion, now moved up to the 125s and straight away on the money, made it look very easy in Race 1. The circuit, as you can see, is now cut up and is starting to get very rough in the turns. Believe it or not, with all the weather we've had over the last few weeks, we've had to water in certain parts of the circuit, which the track crew here, Ronnie Field and Paul Cook, have done perfectly as ever with the automated watering system that they have here at Foxhill. But track now all primed and ready to go for the deciders. Race 2 for the 125 class. MX2 will be coming up shortly, and then we round out proceedings with the second race for the MX1 class. Well, for a first meeting with this new format, don't forget, Fastest 40, brand new series, brand new format, brand new day of racing, everything new in 2024, and everything looking good at the moment. We've got a big crowd of people come in to see the racing here. Bright, sunny, but very windy conditions here in Swindon. So it's a cold wind, but it's all looked all been good so far. 184 going out there, Jamie Keith, one of last year's youth stars as well on the 125s. But don't forget, don't think this is exclusively youth. It is open to any age group of rider as well. So we've got some seniors out there as well, all in the 125s. But has anyone got an answer to Josh Vale in this second race? They didn't have in race 1 for sure, but Josh now looking to make it a maximum as he goes into race 2. As I said, Jeff, welcome back.
Thank you. It's a busy day, isn't it? It's you know, people think we just sit in this booth and do nothing, waffle on. Well, that's what my close family say to me.
That's about right, to be fair.
Yeah.
But as we said, the track now, unbelievably, they've watered, but it is starting to get rough on some of the turns. There's some deep ruts out there now. It's changed significantly as the day's gone on.
Yeah, because I can't believe we're even saying it, that they're actually watering to the level that they are after the winter that we've had. But yeah, so the sprinkler system they've got around, it kind of covers, I'd say, 80 to 90%. There's a few patches that it doesn't reach, but obviously it's a big old venue. Just to have the pressure with those pumps to go up and down the hills. So it's a good little system they've got going here, and they can just stay on top of it a little bit. Sometimes they got to go out there and adjust the nozzles because they kind of gather in a rut and will fill the rut up with water and whatever. So that's why these sighting laps that they introduced this year to the series, which they didn't really always do for the youth riders in particular, like the MX Nationals, it's a big deal. So they can have a look at the track. That track would have changed significantly from their first race. Obviously the big bikes have been out there, made, like you said, deeper ruts, bigger braking bumps.
Jamie Keith, good ride, first race?
Really good ride. I wasn't really expecting that from Jamie. As I said, his first year on the 125s. And I guess, again, talking of 125s, this is, remember, a British Championship. It is an Apico 2-stroke festival back thing. So let's show you what it's all about with an advert and show you more from the guys that are getting behind this class.
There is Josh Vale on the 479, everybody, on the SJP Moto bike. Well, as expected, really, it was a stunning ride for him in the first race because he really has come out all guns blazing on his debut in the 125 class now, having been last year's Big Wheel 85 champion pretty much across the board in both the MX Nationals and the British Championship as well. And Josh, who's already ridden one round of the EMX, the European 125 series in Sardinia. He rode the first round where he had an excellent 7th in race 1. So he's dipped his toe in the water with the big boys as well in there in the European, which is where the really hot competition is. And that explains why he's come into this meeting blazing fast. But, as we know, anything can happen in race 2. As the riders come into the line now, ready for the second 20-minute race. And they will launch into that first turn.
Yeah, and it's a tight one. I was speaking to a couple of the riders that made good starts in that one. Ollie Bubb notably got an absolute flyer, but he just was a little bit late on the brakes, and he overran it, and that allowed, we saw Josh Vale turn really tight. The two Yamaha lads both went a bit wide. They had the drop of him down the straight, but they didn't hit the anchors early enough, and Josh just tucked it at the inside.
It's a funny turn because it almost comes back on you, doesn't it, as you come out?
Exactly that. So there is Ollie Bubb. He'll be looking for another good start this time. Hopefully, get on the brakes a little bit earlier and not overrun. But it was a great first moto. You know, we said Charlie Richmond. Good to see him because he's not as tall as some of these other kids as of yet.
Josh Vale and Jamie Keith right next to each other. That would be interesting going into the first turn because they're going to be expected to be in the top 3, I would guess.
Absolutely. Freddie Gardner, I thought, also had a good first ride. These are all talented kids, and I definitely want to see them, if possible, go and take on a few EMX 125 rounds this year. I'm going to keep an interested view and eye on Harry Lee. As I said, as he's moving up from the 85s, along with Charlie Richmond. So some have already, like Ollie Bubb, has already had 1 year under his belt in the 125s. But Vale, Keith, Freddie Gardner, Charlie Richmond, they're all first-year 125 riders.
See, there again, Jeff, you know better than me, but 85, even big wheel, to a 125, it's a big step up physically as well as the power of the bike, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a physically bigger bike.
And when I spoke to Charlie Richmond in the winner's circle, he said very, very much that, because Charlie's he likes big air jumps. He always likes to throw down whips on the 85. And he kind of jokingly said, yeah, that's the one thing about the 125. I'm finding it a little bit difficult, more harder to throw it down.
Well, the thing is, at that age, when you're that age as a teenager, you grow at different rates. Yeah. Now, there's going to be, obviously, some are going to be taller than others.
Yeah, and Charlie's, like I said, he's nowhere near as tall or as big right now as Josh and whatever, but he'll grow into that bike.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Race 2, it is of the ACU Apico 2-Stroke Festival British 125 Championship. Gate drops into that all-important first turn.
There we go. Turning much time.
Oh, now. Big crash, and one of the, quite a few gone down.
It was Jake Walker, number 99. I saw his back. It's Vale. Is he back in the lead again?
Yeah, he is. Josh Vale, by the looks of things, he cleverly rode round and avoided the carnage.
I think it is. I'm not too sure. Difficult to tell. No, it looks like him. He's in that fly race where he's bell helmet. It certainly looks like him back out in front.
Yeah, he avoided the carnage there and managed to sneak his way past. Yeah, he's gone through. So bad news for the rest. 78 though is up there as well. Rowan Delaney has had a good start. So he's straight in there as well.
Yeah, so this is right where Josh Vale wants to be. It's not Josh Vale,
Delaney. Josh Vale's second, so
yeah.
Delaney leading from Josh Vale. Very similar bike, similar kit. Very confusing, but they're straight into it. So Delaney it is who leads, but Josh Vale looks behind as well to see where everybody is. And I don't think it's going to be too long before that 479 makes a move. I predict going down there. Jamie Keith.
Well, this is...
Well, we'll see. Here we go now. Down the big step drop for the first time. Josh Vale's going to go around the outside, keep the momentum going and drive out of the turn. But clever riding.
Delaney was he was kind of nice there, though. He could have pinched him up against the bank, and he didn't. He kept it nice and clean.
So Vale looking to get past as soon as he can because they're going to be queuing up behind him already all the time he stays there. So Delaney, what a start for him on the number 78 into the valley. He goes with Josh Vale getting impatient now. He's going to have to barge his way through, I think.
Yeah, it's not so bad if you don't lead the green flag lap or the lead, the opening lead lap, but certainly he'll want to be, well, there he goes, just absolutely power move round the outside.
So Josh Vale looks behind as a casual look over his shoulder and gets back into the lead, which is bad news for the rest of the field because he's going to run away at the front now. Queuing up behind him, we'll get the full leaderboard when they cross the timing beam any second now. Round the Liat turn they go.
I think that first corner crash, we didn't see all the who it took down, but I think it took down a fair amount of the front runners from what I can make out. So Josh Vale leading the way, Rowan Delaney in second, Freddie Gardner in for third, Nathan Bache is in fourth. Jamie Keith, not too bad because he got hung up there, didn't he? So he's damage limitation not too bad to come out of there in the top 5.
Yeah, Matt Bayliss down in 19th place, Ollie Bubb 17th. So there's a few of the big hitters obviously got hooked up in that first turn. Charlie Richmond 15th.
Definitely.
So some names that you would expect at the sharp end had got some work to do, but Josh Vale it is who leads from 78 Rowan Delaney, 128 Freddie Gardner and 68 Nathan Bache. There they go. Screaming sound of two-stroke 125s, music to the ears of many people.
Yes, it is. See Ash Wild there, one of the RMJ coach, looking over some of his riders. One of them is leading the way in Josh Vale, but he's got quite a extensive load of riders, obviously him, and there's several coaches now. See Stephen Sword is now doing motocross coaching, so a lot more motocross coaches popping up, which is only good for the sport.
Stephen Sword working with Tom Grimshaw now, I believe.
Yeah.
But the battle you're watching at the moment is for fourth place, Nathan Bache, Jamie Keith there on the 194.
Nice move, Jamie Keith. He just did a move there to go up another spot, and he is on the move, and he's now closing in on Rowan Delaney. So he'll be happy with that. But again, Vale is getting away.
Yeah, that's bad news, as I say, for everybody else, because Vander's got a clear track in front of him, and he is going to be stretching that gap. You can see he's already had a camera shot into the valley. This is the race for second that you're watching. Rowan Delaney on the 78. He holds the advantage at the moment. 128 is Freddie Gardner, but he's been overhauled by Jamie Keith and Nathan Bache there as well. Jamie Keith on the Yamaha.
Yes, yeah, he switched over from a KTM to a Yamaha sort of mid-off season, really.
Here we go, he's going to move up another place. He's got the inside line, gets the drive down through the pit area there, the valley, before he comes around to the finish. So Rowan Delaney goes back another place.
Yeah, actually it wasn't even mid-off, it was only a few months ago, or less than a month ago I think, that he switched over to the Yamaha. So obviously looking good, and that puts him in a position. He signed up to the Blue Crew program, so he has an opportunity to be in for selection to ride the super finale at the Motocross of Nations.
Wow, look at this. 2 laps in, 8.6 seconds. Josh Vale has pulled on everybody else. So Jamie Keith in second now, Rowan Delaney 3, Nathan Bache 4, Travis Lawton, Jack Brewery, Ryan Allen, Harry Lee, Will Haddock and Charlie Richmond rounding out that top 10.
Starting to work up. Maybe we'll try and find some of those riders in a moment. Some of the riders that were in the top 5 in the first moto, riders like Ollie Bubb, like you say, Charlie Richmond now creeping into the top 10, but they obviously got caught up in that first corner.
Bayliss up to 16th now. One of our senior riders, Matt Bayliss.
Jake Walker, who was the instigator of that first corner pile-up, he was the first to hit the floor, number 99. He's now up to 18th.
Delaney under pressure from Bache now, 68 Bache. So Delaney really having to fight to keep hold of that brilliant start that he had. Jamie Keith now has got a clear track in front of him, but he's got a massive 8.6 second gap to make up on Josh Vale, who is just flying around at the moment. 5 seconds quicker on lap time. 2:19.9 for Josh Vale, 2:24.5 for Jamie Keith, and 2:28.7 for Rowan Delaney. So Josh Vale is just in a league of his own at the moment. That is a big gap.
That was great technique from Jamie Keith down that big step down.
Yeah, Jamie Keith will get faster now he's got a clear track, I'm sure.
There was Ollie Bubb. He's starting to pick some riders off after that. And there's Bayliss. Matt Bayliss literally weaving his way, like trying to slipstream past riders going up the hill. That was something else. Let's give you a quick rundown of the top 20. So it's Josh Vale leading, Keith in second, Delaney third, Bache in fourth. Then you've got Loughton for fifth, Jack Beery's in sixth, Ryan Allen for seventh. Harry Lee is in eighth, ninth is Will Haddock. Charlie Richmond now up to 10th. Christopher Chapman in 11th. George or Jorge Parkin is in 12th. Ollie Bubb for 13th. Jack Davis 14th. Daniel Bruff is in 15th. Then we've got Matt Bayliss doing everything he can on screen to move up. Jordan Batchelor, Jake Walker 18th. 19th is Richie Roberts. And rounding out the top 20 is Tyler Jones.
17. Harry Lee's made the move as well, so he's moved up another place. So he's gone by Ryan Allen, so he moves up into 7th place as there's a real gaggle of riders going through there.
That's a good one going on. That's actually the lower end of the top 20. So they're dicing. Every point counts, Roger. You know, as I said, you can't necessarily win a championship at round 1, but you can definitely make it hard for yourself and be out of championship contention if you don't get solid points on the board.
So our timing screen after 2 laps down there, a 11-second gap at the front. Last lap 2:17s again for Josh Vale. He really is banging out those quick laps, 3 seconds quicker than Jamie Keith in second. This is the battle further downfield we're looking at the moment, a real stream of riders going into the valley.
Yeah, well, they're on the move. Matt Bayliss, Ollie Bubb, all those riders you'd expect. Jake Walker, that all went down in that first corner. Charlie Richmond is little by little working his way up. He's now into 7th from 10th.
Number 30, Charlie Richmond's moved up another place. Will Haddock also moving up on the 331, but that is Rowan Delaney on the 78 you're watching, who is still managing to hold off Nathan Bash at the moment. That's the race for 3rd and 4th we're watching going into the valley.
Yeah, Nathan having a good ride. I don't know so much about Nathan, but he's looking tidy there in that all blue kit.
Yeah, I think he's going to make a move very soon on Delaney. Delaney's going to have to cover that line.
Didn't Mailer run number 68 when he won GP here, 125 GP? I'm sure I got that right. I think he did. Anyway, there you go. If not, I've got that wrong, but I'm sure Mailer was number 68 at a British GP in his first year 125s. I might be wrong.
Well, if you've got an hour or two to spare.
Yeah, somebody would tell us. Look it up, and again, just tell me that I'm wrong. I don't mind that. Just throwing.
Was that on the Cadbury's Boost bike, or was that?
It wasn't. I don't think it was Boost that year. No,
it was a Dixon.
It was a Dixon bike. I think it was. Yeah.
Who was the Chinese
Mobile?
people who
I think it was
sponsored
Mobile One. It was at that point. Okay, the under 21 riders. I've been told in this race. There we go. George Hopkins, Liam Bennett, Harvey Cashmore, Sid Putnam. Oh, okay. These are all riders that have entered the under 21 championship.
That's in
the
MX2.
next race. Yeah. Just got handed a piece
Concentrate.
It's all right.
Come on, you're on trial here.
I'm giving. What I'm doing there is letting the viewer know that what's coming next.
You're on trial, remember?
Yes.
You're apprentice.
Permanently on trial.
Josh Vale clicks off another lap. Now his lap time 2:18.9. So he's gone out. He's dropping down a little bit. The gap though 13.8 now over Jamie Keith in second.
I'd take that at the halfway stage of a race, I think.
Yeah, I think that's pretty conclusive as they drop round back, watching the race for 3rd and 4th. Delaney still hanging on there in front of Bash, who's not able to make a move. He's close, but not close enough to make that all-important lunge down one of the turns. And if they're not careful, Will Haddock and Charlie Richmond are starting to close up in the background.
Right, this is good. I'd like to, if we can, stick with this battle because really there's not much going on with the front two. Basically, Josh, as you said, is a 13-second lead, and then Jamie Keith in turn has a 14-second gap over these guys. So let's stick with this because this is starting to tighten up. It's going to tighten up soon because Will Haddock is closing, as is Charlie Richmond.
Yeah, it's playing into their hands for sure because these two are definitely holding each other up, I think. Delaney riding
Richmond
defensively, so you can see in the background, there is Richmond. You will catch a glimpse of his front wheel any second now when they dive down the hill.
And I'm just keeping an eye on the lap charts. Ollie Bubb and Matt Bayliss are definitely on the move. They're now up another 2 spots up to 8th and 9th. So, and they are closing, and let's look at the lap times. They are taking 2 to 3 seconds out of Travis Loughton and the rider, well, not so much Charlie Richmond, but Loughton, number 64, is falling into the clutches of Bubb and Bayliss.
There you see, the third of those 3 riders is, as we go through, is starting to catch up. Will Haddock on the 331 with Charlie Richmond in the background as well. So this is going to squeeze up now for the places for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th going through. There's another lap will be clicked off. We're just about to see The 2:17.7 was the fastest time for Josh Vale, and he's gone out to 2:20s now on his last lap. So somebody gone down on the turn there, but Josh Vale's lap time's gone out 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Is he just easing the pace now? I guess he would.
Well, I'm guessing because although he's lost 3 seconds, he's still quicker.
Well, in fact, the gap is going out.
Than Jamie Keith.
Yeah.
So the pace is considerably slower. It's all about this battle that we've got on screen right now with Delaney, Batch, and Charlie Richmond.
I have to say, Rowan Delaney's riding a very measured race at the front there, isn't he?
He is, but here comes Richmond. I thought he'd close down them, and he has. And look at Ollie Bubb. Where has he come from?
They're all squeezing up now, for sure.
So Travis Loughton is definitely feeling the heat now. He's dropped down 3 positions in that last lap, down to 9th. So Bayliss, Haddock, and Bubb have all gone past him.
Yeah, Matt Bayliss has now really been charging through the field and is squeezing everybody now. He's moved up.
There goes Richmond, up a spot.
Charlie Richmond, all in black, number 30. There he is, going down the hill, and he's now out right on the back wheel of Rowan Delaney, pressing for 3rd place.
So, Ollie, I'm just looking at the lap times here. Bayliss and Bubb are definitely the riders that on that last lap are starting to, they're the quicker of the two. In fact, they're not much slower than race leader Josh Vale at this point. So they are clear. There they are. There's Ollie Bubb, and there is Bayliss. So it's suddenly becoming a 5-way duke out for 3rd place.
Well, Rowan Delaney has resisted the pressure so far. He's been out-pressurised basically for the whole race. Well, he seems to have seen off Nathan Bash now, but he's going to be under a lot of pressure from Charlie Richmond very shortly on the number 30 in black. There he goes. There's a move coming, I think, down one of these slopes. He's going to be on the inside. Down past our Michelin man.
He's an aggressive little so-and-so, is Charlie Richmond. Like I said, he might not be the tallest of the guys out there and have that growth spurt like the others have, but he makes up for it with grit and certainly with style as he goes to that power move around the outside. Rog, not quite. He's going to get squeezed.
Meanwhile, Ollie Bubb and Matt Bayliss are starting to squeeze up there as well.
Wow, Bubb just no nonsense, just kept it lit, used the bank to go past, upper spot past
This time I think he's made it stick, can he? But down the inside, he's going to squeeze through. Yes, he does. So Charlie Richmond now moves up another place.
Matt Bayliss using every inch of the track, just keeping that thing lit on that S. Briggs machine. As Bubb is just on a charge here. He's going to blow. Yeah, he is. Look at that. So he's following Richmond all the way, and he's come from a long way back.
So let's recap now. Number 30, Charlie Richmond is in 3rd. From 44, Ollie Bubb, 78, Rowan Delaney, and look out for the charge in 17 of the Arena Cross star, the veteran Matt Bayliss, who's in 6th.
I could see certainly a happy Ollie Bubb's mum is enjoying the moment, watching her son tear through the pack. She was going crazy on the side of the track there, cheering him on, because he is the rider carrying momentum on the free flow Madison Crescent Yamaha. Bayliss won't waste any time, I'm sure. Oh, Delaney had to, do you know, that's just experienced riding right there. Matt could have gone for that, and that would have ended badly, and he just pulled it up because he knew that their lines were going to cross. I saw a wave yellow down there. I hope that's none of the race leaders.
Matt needs to get past quickly, though, because Richmond and Bubb are starting to stretch away in front of him. There we go. That is a yellow, but
yeah, I don't. Ooh.
You know, I was worried that was Richmond for a moment, but it's not. They've all safely got round, but here we go. Matt Bayliss going around the outside, squeezes round, moves up another place, easy as that.
So I think my prediction here is that obviously the top two are gone. You know, they are so far ahead. There is a gap of 42 seconds from 3rd to 1st, so and almost 20 seconds from 3rd to 2nd. For me, I think the race that's going to shape up here could be between Charlie Richmond and Ollie Bubb for that 3rd place, because they are very close together. Bayliss is trying to hang with them.
Yeah, I think you're doing a disservice to Matt Bayliss, because I reckon he's got time to get in amongst them.
Yeah, he's going with them. Remember, they've come from a long way back. Let's just see where Jake Walker's up to now. He's 12th. He was the rider that went down after nearly getting the whole shot, but then laid it down in the first corner. He is now up to 12th.
It's getting very busy now as they're starting to lap some of the slower riders now and come through. So it's going to get very tricky going around some of the turns now. Josh Vale, meanwhile, has clicked off another lap. Him and Jamie Keith 6 laps down. 19 seconds between Vale and Jamie Keith. Those two away and gone at the front. Third place man coming across the line should be that man, number 30, Charlie Richmond.
He is, but look at this. Ollie Bubba's just little by little gaining, just inching in that little bit at a time. So I think this could go the distance, and absolutely do not rule out, as Roger said, Matt Bayliss. He's got a wealth of experience, and he is not far behind. Let's look at the last lap times. He did lose a little bit to Richmond and Bub last lap around. In fact, last lap around, Ollie Bub was the fastest rider on track, faster than Vale. So yeah, that's why he's pushing forward. Bayliss looks like he might have found a second wind.
Yeah, I think he probably has. I mean, obviously being a bit older, he's got maybe a bit more stamina. We'll see. On screen, it is Charlie Richmond, number 30, currently holding third place. But he needs to crack on because he's getting squeezed. Ollie Bub's getting closer on the 44.
See Charlie rocking that spray crash helmet, running the Union flag.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
You see a bit of patriotism in it. Oh, I like all that. Still can't get used to saying Union flag. For us older generation.
You're being very politically correct. Look at your man getting close in fourth place now. He's Richmond, in fact, close. He's just breezed past Ollie Bub.
Did he though, or was that? No, so that was a back marker.
Oh, sorry, yeah, beg your pardon. Yeah.
Because if it was that, I don't think...
My mistake, yeah, it was a bit easy. Yeah, you're right. Meanwhile, there he is charging. So, yeah, Ollie Bub has, in fact, kept that gap.
Well, if anything, I think Richmond has wound up the wick a bit and probably gapped Ollie a little bit on this lap.
As I said, gaps appearing because Matt Bayliss is starting to lose the tail just a little bit as well. He's losing the toe. 19 minutes gone, 7 laps down for our race leader Josh Vale,
who has now got a whopping 21-second lead, nearly 21 seconds, 0.6 over Jamie Keith. So it is these guys in a distant third and fourth.
This is an exact replay of their battles in the Big Wheel 85s last year in the MX Nationals, where Josh Vale took the championship from Jamie Keith in second. So they basically moved up a class, but everything stayed the same.
Yeah, and Josh got the better of Jamie last year for the best part. Jamie obviously had some real close races with him, but Josh took a bunch of wins, really, and was the dominant rider.
Plus that European race, I mean, that would have helped in Sardinia, wouldn't it? He would have got on the pace there and learned a lot, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's a stellar result. I mean, Sardinia is a brutal sand track.
On his debut as well.
To go there and to break the top 10 and with a solid 7th, that was a great performance from Josh Vale.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be doing some more, some of the closer European rounds.
Yeah.
During the course of the year.
There's the majestic overview, an overview of the majestic Foxhill circuit. We're actually getting cameras out there because the race leader's so far ahead. He's probably over the other side of the valley compared with the riders that we were filming, so we're going to pick him up when we can. Look at Matt Bayliss now. He's not giving up. Ollie Bub is falling into his clutches.
I did say don't rule him out. He's got time.
Okay, so with 20:36 on the clock, Vale is going to get the 1 lap board. I'm going to go over there to get ready to speak to them.
You're off again.
Off again. That's how I keep in such good shape.
I did wonder. I thought it couldn't have been just luck that you kept that racing snake athletic figure. So there we go, 1 lap board, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff, you better crack on quickly because our race leader is already on his 8th lap. 21 minutes gone, so Josh Vale has crossed the line. We're still waiting for Jamie Keith on the 184 to come through and complete that. Josh Vale just ticking along at 2:22 lap times now, which is pretty much the fastest out there. So he's just ticking along. Jamie Keith has now come through 22.5 seconds down in second place to complete his 8th lap. Charlie Richmond, Ollie Bub and Matt Bayliss will be next. But there is our race leader, 4:79 on the plate. Josh Vale on course for a perfect day. Winner of race 1 of the ACU Apico two-stroke Festival British 125 Championship round 1 here at Foxhill Motor Park. And it's been a brilliant ride. He won the first one at a canter. This one even easier. Once he got through to the front, that was it. He was away and gone. So brilliant stuff for the 479. Could he continue this next weekend at the British Championships? He's open through, we'll see. But meanwhile, Josh Vale, our early 1-1 perfect score winner for the first completed class of the day. Here we go, Pico two-stroke Festival British 125. Race 2 is going to be a win for the number 479, Josh Vale. Jeff will be having a chat with him, and I'm sure he will have a big smile on his face, and his team will be happy with that. So Josh Vale for the SJP Moto team. No one has got anywhere near him. Once he hit the front, that was it, a class of his own. But second is the one we're trying. Jamie Keith, unnoticed, has been in second on the 184. But it's battle for third that we're going to keep an eye on as they cross the line. Meanwhile, round the final couple of turns, Josh Vale, job done for him. 1-1 score in the 125 British Championship. Here he goes, crosses the line. Takes the checkered flag. There he goes. Oh, 1 lap. In fact, we got that wrong. 1 lap to go. So, beg our pardons. It is 1 lap to go. He snuck an extra lap in. He had plenty of time to actually slow down and not do this extra lap. But there he goes. So this will be his celebration lap this time. It gives Charlie Richmond, Matt Bayliss and Ollie Bubb a chance to scrap over third place a bit more. We're sticking with Josh Vale at the moment. Jamie Keith, we've hardly seen him during the course of the race, in second on the 184. So Jamie Keith on the MBR PXM team bike. Familiar story, Josh Vale taking the win, Jamie Keith in second. So he's really coming across some traffic now as he laps some of the riders. Circuit now, you can see deep ruts starting to pick up on the inside of the turns. These 125s, it's all about momentum sweeping up these hills, because these are a big steep hill for the 125s. But Josh Vale making it look easy. His best lap time, 2:17.7, which he cracked out in the early couple of laps. No one's got anywhere near that. Since then, he's been doing consistent 220s, 221s. Last lap was a 221.6. Big group of riders in front, but no particular sweat to get through. In fact, there is the number 100, Reggie Willett, son of Dave Willett, making his national 125 race debut. Well, hopefully he's enjoying the day. Meanwhile, Josh Vale just picking his way through the riders there on his final lap. Trying to keep out of the trouble, and he doesn't need to be doing that. Don't throw it all away now, Josh. Right down to the hard pack on some of the circuit there. You can see still quite soft in some of the turns, but really hard underneath on the hillsides. So Josh Vale. Coming round there, looks across this time to check. Is he going to get the checkered flag? He has a long look across. He just snuck through last time. But Josh Vale this time gets the checkered flag. He gets a little bit animated with some of the riders who he's been lapping. But there he goes, Josh Vale. Perfect score, perfect day for the 479.11. We're looking for 184 Jamie Keith to come home in second place. Another solid ride for him as well. No answer for Josh Vale, but brilliant ride in itself, where he was quite clearly second. There he is, he crosses the line. But who's going to be third? That was the big question. Is it 30, Charlie Richmond? Is it Matt Bayliss on the 17 or 44, Ollie Bubb? We're waiting for them to all come across the line. There is Matt Bayliss on the 17, so I think Charlie Richmond hung on for that third. Matt Bayliss and Ollie Bubb, there you go, in fifth place. Will Haddock on the 331 should be coming through in sixth place. So there we go, everybody. That is the 125 class done and dusted here for round one, the ACU Apico two-stroke Festival British Championship. 6 rounds in the Motul Championship, plus the extra 2, of course, at the Apico 2-stroke challenge weekend down at Sellinge. That will make the championship, but no doubt about it, Mr. Maximum, Josh Vale, will go to the next round with the red plate.
Okay, another sunny day, another moto, another race win for Josh Vale. Mate, the momentum is still rolling big time, isn't it, from last year? That was solid. Made another great start. Got off to and dead those laps down and just got away.
Yeah, well, we're just trying to do the same as what we did last year. Just try and get a few more championships. And then next year, we're not going to do anything in Britain. We're just going to race fully MX, see what we can do with them boys. But I got off to an all right start. Someone dropped it in the first corner. I got held up a little bit, but got into the lead, made a bit of a gap, and then just rode my own race.
You say about obviously going to Europe full time next year. Great, absolutely brilliant. Great to see riders on that level. So what's the long-term plan? You know, have you got how many years scheduled for the 125, or are you just going to take it year by year?
We're just planning to get next year on the 125 with the EMX boys, and then jump on the 250 and see what we can do.
Yeah, because you're getting big quick. You were big on the 85 anyway. You're filling out on that one. Another great performance, victory on the day. Well done, Mr. Josh Vale. There we go on the SJP Moto machine. I think we've got the same top 3 as we did last time out. So Jamie, come on in. Bit of a repeat, really, Jamie, from the first one. Again, you made a pretty good start, but not as good as the first one, and you got held up on that first corner. It's a real difficult one to navigate, isn't it?
Yeah, me and Josh got pretty much the same jump, and I think Jake Walker got the better jump out of us all, and he just went in a bit too hot, lost the front. Josh went in the back of him, and I went in the back of Josh. So Josh is manhandling his bike out of Jake's back wheel, and I'm manhandling my wheel out of Josh's wheel. But I came out top 5 and then picked them off. I think Gardner had a crash, that's unfortunate. Picked the rest of them off, and then I just sat in second, steady, picked off the laps and just stayed consistent.
Listen, I know you want to win. You're all racers, particularly you top guys. But when the dust settles here and whatever, I mean, I know it's a bit raw now, but, you know, a 2-2 to get your championship underway, last-minute change to a new bike, you've got to be relatively happy with how it's gone.
Yeah, that's all I'm wanting at the start of the season, just consistency, because there's no way you're going to win a championship at the first round, but you can definitely lose it at the first round. I've adapted to the YAM really well, and I just need to stay consistent and injury-free.
Well, it's a solid ride. You were kind of out there on your own for a little bit, but you kept your concentration levels up. I said you've jumped over to a Yamaha, doing your own thing a bit this year, so there's a bunch of people here on the bike. I can see anybody in particular that you want to thank?
Manchester Extreme, again, for getting these bikes as quick as he could, tuning them up for me. MBR for just maintaining them for me. Ashwild training during the week. MJW, he's looking at the engines in ways he can adapt it. RSS suspension, Bob for the goggles, Dirt Store helmet and boots, and everyone else. Can't thank you enough. Thank you.
Fair play to you, because that's the beauty of being young. You can remember things. I would never be able to remember all those list of sponsors. Well done. We'll see you at round 2 at Preston. There you go. There's Jamie with a solid second. Let's bring in Charlie. Good stuff. Now, Charlie's front end is a little bit more splattered with dirt. You had to, again, come from a long way back in that one, but a solid performance. You felt a bit of pressure, though, towards the end there. Ollie was on your case and Matt Bayliss was chasing you down. Looked to me like you dug deep those last few laps.
Yeah, I rode good, but I had a good start, and then someone caused dominoes, so I was near enough last. But I'm happy to come back to third. I feel like I could run up the front next time.
Yeah, so a good start is critical, but you are looking obviously at home on the bike. You've got, again, a lot of people helping you out, so let's give them an honourable shout out.
Yeah, I want to thank James Parker, Middlesex, Rhino Power, Seven, and Mobius knee braces and Bell helmets.
Well, keep up the good work. From a spectator point of view, from a fan's point of view, we want to see all you guys get a good start at the same time in one race. Then we're in for an absolute belter. A really good comeback ride from a long way back with Charlie Richmond. Well done. There you go. So that's Charlie. He's done for the day. Up next, we've got the MX2 class. The Leah MX2 class are coming out in a moment. We're just going to do a little bit of track prep, get more water down, and then we'll be coming back. We've got 2 more races to come today. Which is, like I said, the MX2 and the MX1 on a beautiful day here at Foxhill. So stay tuned, more racing coming up.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, we've got our race winner, Josh Vale, from the 125 class. Josh, that was a stunning display in both races out there. You made it look easy, but it's not. There's a lot of work gone into it pre-season, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of work gone into it pre-season, just getting as much training under my belt as I can, and going to Spain, pre-season races, and it's all coming together and showing what hard work can do.
And you did a race in the EMX 125. Has that helped, racing with the real quick guys there?
Yeah, it's helping a lot, bringing your speed on and the intensity you've got to have in the first few laps of the whole race, really. And they're just all so fast, and the races just kill you. It's so long.
You seem to have adapted on the step up from the big wheel 85 as well to the 125, but you're lucky, you're a tall lad, so physically it is a big jump, isn't it?
Yeah, towards the end of the season last year I wasn't really enjoying the 85 because I just felt so big on it, and then as soon as I jumped up the 125 and raced Matley at the end of the year, I felt so good on it, and then coming into this year I feel the best on a bike I ever have.
Brilliant. And what's going forward then? Obviously next weekend you've got the Dirt Store British Championship. Any more EMXs coming up?
Yeah, well I'm doing a few rounds of EMX this year. We're not doing the full thing, so I just want to try and get a few more Britishes under my belt. But we're doing a few more. I'm racing Kegums in Latvia, doing the Arnhem, and then I think I'm racing the French one as well. So we're just doing a few more to just get out there and show people what I can do, and then doing the MX Nationals and the Revo this year, and then next year's the full EMX.
So what have you changed in your training program? Have you gone more strength orientated now, or what have you changed? And have you changed sort of nutrition, diet, or what's happening?
Well, last year I was more just trying to stay as light as possible, and then this year got a training program, and I'm training on the bike and off the bike nearly every day, but it's circuits, and then I'm going to do my cardio, and then it's more body weight, so I don't really want to do weights as much, but nothing's really changed as much in my training program, but the training I'm doing on the bike and the bike setup's a little bit different, but the way it's going is brilliant.
It's again, I'm probably harping back to the MX 125s. Your intensity right out of the gate looks on it, so you're charging hard straight away. Is that a conscious thing?
Well, that's what I had to learn at Matley last year. Is just the intensity. I just wasn't there. But then I went to race in Sardinia, and my starts weren't the best, but the intensity was getting better. And then first race clawed my way to 7th, and in the second race I had a little incident in the first corner, and then I got back up to 18th, and then went over the bars, and I was just suffering with heat stroke. It was just terrible.
Yeah, but it's take a while. I mean, it's patience, isn't it? It's not all going to happen overnight, is it?
No, well, I've been racing for 8 years now, and it's only just all starting to come together. So you got to take each day as it comes and keep picking points off one by one.
How did you feel coming into the season? Because you were so dominant last year. You weren't used to getting beaten. How did you feel coming into this year? You were a bit apprehensive how it was going to go?
I weren't really sure I was going to be racing, but then when we went to Hawks International, I know there was a few European boys there, and I gave it my best, and I won the last race. But coming into the British, I kind of knew where I was at, and I was hoping to come here this weekend and clean up, which I did. It was pretty close in qualifying, but the races went 1-1, so it's just can't ask for anything else.
Yeah, because a lot of your competitors from last year have moved up with you, haven't you? So as you say, probably you knew pretty much where you were.
Yeah, well, I mean, everyone at the top on the 85s last year is just kind of, we've all done the same thing and gone on to the 125, so.
So you got a busy year ahead?
Busy nearly every weekend, and then got to persuade my dad to go across the sea and race the EMX.
Well, you started off perfectly with a 1-1 score. It doesn't get any better than that.
No, well, it's just the best I can do, and then little improvements I can do, and we keep going, moving forward.
Brilliant stuff. Well, we look forward to seeing you at the next round. Josh Vale, brilliant stuff. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting ready for the second race of the MX2 classes are coming through, so we're going to be getting ourselves geared up for that one as the riders are in the box now. So, while we're waiting for the race to start, small advert. Stay with us. What's going on? Welcome back, everybody. We are looking for race 2 now for the Liat Pro MX2 class, the second race of the afternoon for them and the decider. Race 1, you may remember, was won by Tommy Searle. riding for the Dirt Store Kawasaki team. Tommy making his debut this year on the 250 now. For those of you who haven't been watching social media, Tommy will be racing 250 MX2 class this year, as opposed to the MX1 that we've seen him over the last couple of years. He took a while to get through there past Charlie Heyman. Fast starting Charlie Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. Eventually he did, and managed to pull out a reasonable gap of 3.8 seconds. But brilliant ride for the 422 of Charlie Heyman in second, in front of Ben Musto in third place. Joe Brooks, Joel Ritchie, the second member of the Dirt Store Kawasaki team, was in fifth, in front of Josh Coleman. Mackenzie Marshall also had a cracking start in seventh. Ollie Cormer, Jack Tabor and Harry Wainwright rounding out that top 10. But Tommy Searle, well, he had to work hard for that, Jeff. He got through to the front, but it wasn't a walk in the park, was it?
No, and he said that in the winner's circle interview. He was he's like, honestly, Charlie kept me real honest. I had to work for it. Obviously, experience showed in the end. He got there and got it done, but he enjoyed that. And he said about also, if you didn't see that winner's circle interview after his first race win, just how it's nice and refreshing, he said, for him to be racing new riders. He's never really raced Charlie Heyman. He's never really raced Ben Musto.
I think that's the thing that's shining through, is Tommy's enjoying himself.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
actually enjoying his racing again.
Yep. As I said, and he said training for the 450, he said you've got to be stronger, physically stronger. He said his body just won't allow him to do that anymore. He goes training and he feels the fatigue of going training, then feels like he has to rest for a few days, whereas the 250, it doesn't tire him out so much, so therefore he feels he doesn't have to necessarily be maybe quite as on his A game in fitness as a 450.
Joel Ritchie alongside him on the 912, his teammate. Didn't get the start, but took a while to pick his way through, didn't he?
He did. As I said, I don't think he'd be happy with a fifth. I mean, it was a good ride, don't get me wrong, because he was so far down. So if you look at the performance of coming through, that was okay. But the result-wise, like, Joel wants to be a contender. He wants to race Tommy for this title and others, of course. And fifth is not where he wants to be. He's got, this is a big opportunity for Joel back in the UK on a solid outfit, a solid team.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's had a few options in GPs and championships, whatever. It's getting to the stage now where he's got to make his mark, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
It really has. Harsh, I know, but that's the world of motocross, because there's plenty queuing up behind him, aren't there?
Well, that's where we're at. Like Tommy's not going to be around forever. Conrad is going to pick up the mantle in the MX1 class, and he's the man to beat. All these younger riders now, they got an opportunity to go on and be British champions. They got to step up to the plate.
Here we go. Gate about to drop now. Race 2 for the Liat Pro MX2 class. Into the gate. Tommy's got a flyer. How many times have we said that in the past? Tommy Searle, it is, who hits the front. Joel Ritchie cuts inside him as well. Fourth, Charlie Heyman. Let's see, is he up there? There's a Husqvarna in second for sure. This is the Liat Pro MX2 Race 2. Tommy Searle hits the front, which he didn't in Race 1.
That's Jack Lindsay, made a great start in second. So it was a husky rider, but it's Jack Lindsay, 4:33. There he goes.
Ritchie got a better start this time, fourth place for him. So the Dirt Store boys are up there as they go through. But Tommy now then has got a clear track, and we know what he's going to do. He's going to get his head down, get himself a nice little comfortable gap if he can.
Yeah.
There goes Ritchie around the outside, you can see.
Nice line, carrying a lot of momentum.
Number 5, Liam Bennett's got a good start as well. He's
also,
up there.
Rog, a really good start for Rhys Jones. Obviously, that protege coming through, 125 rider.
Yeah, last year's MXY 125 champion, Rhys Jones, who was also the Revo British 125 champion as well, the MXY2 champion.
But he's been picked off by Rizzy, making a strong move. He wants to get past. Right, so the Kawasaki boys obviously looking good in this one, but Joel will want to pick off Jack Lindsay as quickly as he can to apply pressure to his teammate.
Yeah, in fact, Jack Lindsay's doing Tommy a bit of a favour at the moment, because Tommy can stretch away at the front before Ritchie comes through. Ritchie then can use Tommy as a guideline, can't he, as a bit of a pacer, and get himself up to that speed. He's got the speed, we know that.
Oh, he's showing him a will, trying to muscle past Lindsay. He's already, that's no disrespect to Jack, because he's made a great start, but Jack is already kind of just holding up Joel a little bit here.
Yeah, Joel is quite an aggressive rider, though, isn't he?
Yes,
sure.
he can run it in there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think he's got some momentum this time. Here we go. Is he going to go up the inside? I think he is. He's got the drive. He's over the jump into second. Nice move.
Yeah, it was a nice move. He stayed lower on that jump, hung it up a little bit. didn't over jump it. I think he did that on purpose actually, because coming up short would just help him slow for that corner, and he did that to good effect. So let's see what Joel's got for his teammate here then.
Yeah, Dirt Store Kawasaki 1 and 2. Tommy Searle and Joel Ritchie. There they go.
Okay, so they're crossing the line. I'll tell you the top 10. So it's Searle, Rizzi, Lindsay for third. Then it's Rhys Jones in fourth. Howard Wainwright with another great start in fifth. Ben Musto in sixth. Liam Bennett number 5 for seventh. Eighth is number 40, Jamie Wainwright. Ben Franklin, good to see Ben out there. Coming back from very long-term injuries, and he's slowly getting back to momentum. And then Aaron Ongley in 10th. Okay, Joe Brooks, again, not with a great start, down in 13th. Mackenzie Marshall and Charlie Heyman down in 17th. So not good for him.
No, so Charlie Heyman's overall podium chances have taken a severe knock now, because that's really going to be a big ask to come back from that one. Such a shame, because he had a brilliant ride in race 1. But there we go. Meanwhile, Rhys Jones looking good on that black and yellow bike, all in orange. So Rhys Jones making his debut in the MX2 class on the national circuit this time. So Rhys Jones, who dominated the MXY2 125 class last year, moving up a step from 2-stroke to 4-stroke, 125 to 250, and looking to burst on the scene and looking pretty fast as well. I think if he can get into third, he might be able to get on the tail of Ritchie.
Yeah, Tommy has still got it though. He's still edging away a little bit. This next lap around is where it's going to be I'd like to see what the difference is when they settle down a little bit. I'd like to see if Joel takes anything out of Tommy, not on this lap, but the next lap around when they've got nearly clipped that post.
Tips off. This is rolling back the years, haven't it? Seeing Tommy Searle 250 Kawasaki. Yeah. It's you could be going back 10 years now for sure. Yeah,
he's not only just a great rider. He's got great style. He's obviously just always pretty much sat central in the bike where he needs to be. And anything, I'd say he's got probably even his style has changed a bit over the year to even be even a bit more relaxed, and he looks even more fluid on the bike as he was as a youngster, which is normally not the case. You normally kind of, as a youngster, you just kind of let it all hang out, and then you work on your technique to tighten things up a little bit. But Tommy just seems to be more relaxed than ever.
Well, don't forget, I mean, he's been fighting the 450 for the past, and literally fighting the 450 for the past couple of years. Now he's not having. This must seem like a toy now.
Yeah, absolutely. Because those 450s, the step up is, I mean, you might only think it's 200cc, but it doesn't feel like it. Those 450s are brutes. Yeah. Noticeable difference when you get from a 250 to a 450.
Yeah, you can tell he's not fighting the bike now, is he? He's starting to flow with it, and obviously still early days. I mean, he's spent the winter riding, but that's mostly sort of muddy conditions, so still adapting and getting himself back in. Big battle going on behind there, you can see. Jack Lindsay is in third place on the 433, but Rhys Jones all over his back wheel. Ben Musto's there as well. Wainwright, Jamie Wainwright there, and Harry Wainwright 99 and 46 and 7th. Liam Bennett, Ben Franklin, and Mackenzie Marshall's got another start. Tyler Westcott is 11th. Joe Brooks moving his way up. He's up to 12th already. Charlie Heyman still down in 15th.
Yeah, that's a lot of work for Charlie. He must have been way down the field. I'm wondering if he actually, if there was a first turn hang up there that we didn't see, and he went down, because to come around on the opening lap that far down would suggest that something like that did happen.
That just goes to show nothing's a given here, and particularly here with that first turn, there's always a little bit of carnage going on there. Riders always getting caught out. 2:15.8 is Tommy's best lap time, and that was on the last lap, so Tommy Searle actually going faster as the laps click on now. He is definitely getting his head down to try and distance himself from his teammate.
You know, that's experience. Any racecraft will tell you that. But he knows, obviously, he's ridden enough times with Joel now. Although Joel's new to the team and Tommy's only stepped down to the 250, they've been riding a lot together at Ed Warren's places and obviously other tracks. So they've been doing training sessions together. And so here know that Joel will be fit and push all the way to the end. And obviously, from Tommy's point of view, being a bit older, if he can get the work done in the first half of the race.
Ben Musto making a move there. Better. Yeah, Ben Musto charging hard on Jack Lindsay, in fact. So Rhys Jones has moved up, so Jack Lindsay there in fourth, and Ben Musto really moving up on him. So a lot of the youngsters there debuting in the MX2 class, all battling again. They must know each other so well over the years.
Yeah.
They've been racing each other for a long time, haven't they?
Yeah, it's good though. That's the rivalries that you need coming through the ranks. You know, it's a generational thing. We've all done that. You know, we've all had riders that we've battled with for our entire career.
Going back to Tommy Searle, it'll be interesting to see when Billy Askew's back fit and see him race. That'll be pupil and teacher racing together.
I'd like that. I mean, that would be good. You have to say that the Dirt Store Kawasaki team, obviously now, the GRT boys, Dan Gifford and the crew over there, doing a good job. So when they get, obviously, no, Billy's not on that team, but what we're trying to get at is, from a Kawasaki point of view, they've really got some front runners in this 250 class.
Yeah, Billy, of course, riding with Steve Dixon's Bike It Kawasaki team this year. And, well, we know Steve builds a fast bike and has improved many times over the years. And, again, Steve has brought through many of a young rider and brought them up to stardom.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
he's in a good setup there as well.
Yeah, and you've got Bobby Bruce. I'm not sure, you know, what Steve's commitment is to the Dirt Store British Championship this year, but I would love to see certainly Bobby Bruce and the team turn up at some rounds. I'm obviously committed to the MX2 GP scene, but if they can come and do some races in Britain, that would be great.
Ben Musto on screen there, getting a little bit out of shape and had a long look over his shoulder, but he's got a bit of a gap. In fact, just over a second there. Jack Lindsay, Harry Wainwright, Jamie Wainwright and Liam Bennett all battling behind him.
Right, let's see what's going on here. This is Ben Franklin, number 300, ahead of Joe Brooks now. So Brooks on the move. He is, where's he? So he must be up to 9th now, past Mackenzie Marshall, I think. Although it's showing Mackenzie in front of him on our timing screen, it looks like Joe Brooks has made a move. And there's Heyman a long way down. He's now circulating in 13th, so he's really starting to move now.
Yeah, and he's got a big gaggle of riders in front of him, so he can make up a lot of ground in a short space of time. Joe Brooks 11th at the moment, but lap time's 2:19. He's turning there, which would get him into the top 4 or 5.
He's doing that in traffic, though. That's the other thing. He's clearly getting held up as he's trying to pick his way through there. There he is in the purple this time out, but he's picking them off. He's gone past no, he's not quite gone past Franklin yet. I think it's only a matter of time, though, because he's moving forward at some speed.
So Joe Brooks riding for the 426 Motorsport team.
Charlie Heyman behind him. I think Charlie's picked... No, not quite. He's back in 13th. That must have been Josh Coleman or Westcott behind him. Oh, no, it does look like Heyman.
I reckon it probably is in the background there.
Oh, he's picked off 2 riders very quickly there then, if that's the case.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see Heyman's lap times. Let's see, 2:18 as opposed to Joe Brooks 2:90. Yes, so he's well over a second a lap faster in traffic.
Yeah. That's a good little race going on, because out front Tommy is slowly but surely just edging away from his teammate. He took another 10th out of him that last time around. They were both on 2:15s. Tommy with a 2:15.100. Joel Lizzie on a 2:15.253. So, but they are a second quicker than anybody else on track.
Yeah, and Musto then a further 10 seconds back from Joel Ritchie and 3rd place as well. So the Dirt Store Kawasaki team having a little race of their own at the moment at the front. So they're going to go into next weekend full of confidence for sure. Number 5, Liam Bennett there on the plate. Liam Bennett at the moment 7th place, just in front of Mackenzie Marshall. But like you say, Jeff, there's a real battle going on here. We're 11 minutes into this race.
Yeah, this is good mid. Well, I say not mid-pack. I meant mid within the top 10 and just beyond. So fiercely competitive racing going on here. As I said, top 2 have broken away a little bit. You could argue that Musto has as well, but behind them, you've got Lindsay holding down a real credible 4th. But how much longer? Because here's Howard Wainwright having hell of a ride.
Yeah, Wainwright is about to make a move, I think. He's all over the back of 433. Jack Lindsay, there is Lindsay crossing the line. Wainwright in 2nd. Wainwright, as in Howard Wainwright on the 99.
Yeah, got 2 of them out there.
Joe Brooks continues to charge through. He's inside the top 10 now. Tyler Westcott just behind him, but Joe Brooks 9th now.
Charlie Heyman has not picked up on... Oh, he just has now. So I thought he might have thrown himself down the track or something, because he didn't move forward on that lap. He's still stuck there in 13th.
Yeah, I think he's in traffic, to be fair to him. So things starting to open up a little bit at the front, Tommy. Let's see. Yeah, his last, let's see, 2:14.5. His last lap was the fastest lap of the race. So Tommy Searle, far from settling down, is actually going faster and faster as the laps go on. 4 laps down. He's now done his fastest lap of the race and pulled the gap out to 6 seconds over Ritzy in 2nd place. Wainwright sweeping around the outside on the 99. He's going to make a move on Jack Lindsay, I think, fairly soon.
Yeah, just trying to use alternative lines. You want to try and stay out of that roost. Obviously, sometimes you just have to follow because that's the better line, but it's not a nice place to be directly behind somebody at Foxhill. I can vouch for that. You know, it inspires you to make a move on the rider ahead when you'll get. Well, you can see him there. Do you see him turn his head at the bottom of the hill, getting a face full of tiny little bit of grit and roost straight on the end of his nose, I should imagine.
You can see how rough it's getting on the inside of the turns there as well. There was a back wheel kicked up. But you lose the elevation here a little bit on the TV cameras. It really is a very, very steep up and a down here. So, big battle going on. Tommy Searle, 6 seconds ahead at the front as he is about to. He's just crossed the line. In fact, 5 laps clicked off for Tommy Searle. We're watching the battle now for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, this is it's a real good one because they're just so evenly matched. I haven't seen Wainwright being able to sort of make an obvious area where you can think, okay, you can run it in there. Normally, you can see a little place where, like, okay, if you just held it on a little bit longer, that's your moment. But they seemingly tied together on a piece of string.
Wainwright's gone down.
Oh,
Wainwright,
yeah, you can tell by the reaction, couldn't you?
Yeah, on that turn, Wainwright went down on the final finish line turn. So that, I'm sure.
Was it Wainwright or was it Jack Lindsay? Oh no, yeah, wait, no.
No, Wainwright's still there.
So yes, it's
Jack
Wainwright.
Lindsay.
So it's Jack Lindsay. Yeah.
Wainwright's still there. So Jack Lindsay it was who went down.
We think, yeah. So there you go. Let's move them up. Keeping an eye on Joe Brooks. He's now up to 8th on the 426 Academy machine. Westcott moving up as well. Franklin starting to go down the other way, number 300. I said Ben, I think it was last year or the year before, had a horrendous leg injury and whatever. So he's just working little by little back to where he once was. Jack Taylor, another rider, stepping up, number 22 to the MX2 ranks for the first time this year. Lewis Hall out there on the 2-stroke. I think Josh Coleman's also on a 2-stroke, 250s.
5 laps down for our race leaders, 6-second gap at the front. Tommy Searle gone and just cruising round at the moment, still clicking off those lap times.
So we're not sure what happened, but a lap ago we lost Rhys Jones, who was having a good run. He was up there, wasn't he, in the top 5 on that K-Tech KTM machine. So I'm not sure. Hopefully that's nothing bad. You know, for his sake, let's hope it's just like a mechanical problem. He hasn't injured himself or anything like that. But he's gone out of the race, or is he still circulating? It's difficult to tell. Just trying to see if that blue line is still moving on our timing screen. But either way, he's down at the back of the pack right now.
So on screen, we've got the number 99, which is in 6th place, Howard Wainwright. Jamie Wainwright is number 40, is in 4th place at the moment. But Ben Musto is in a clear 3rd.
I wouldn't say clear. Is that him being chased? Yeah,
he
was clear, but not anymore.
No, Jamie all over the back wheel now. Number 40, Jamie Wainwright in 4th, pushing Ben Musto hard. And let's see what those lap times are as they cross the line.
Well, we know that Jamie's got some serious speed, good enough that he got picked up by the Revo Kawasaki team.
Look at that. Last lap, 2:25 for Ben Musto and a 2:19 for Wainwright. That's why the gap's come down.
There you go. So Musto must have made, probably just maybe stalled it. I wouldn't have thought that he would have crashed with that, but I think he's made an obvious mistake. Maybe
6
a little
seconds. It was a big mistake, wasn't it, for sure?
Little off-track excursion or something like that, and it's cost him. So we have got, we're just over the 3/4 mark here. We have 16:38 on the clock. This is, well, no, we're actually just past the halfway stage because this course, this is a 25-minute plus 2-lap moto. Doddle.
Yeah, you're being premature again. It's 25 minutes.
Yeah.
This is the Liat Pro MX2 Race 2, the decider for the overall. We will be having a presentation for the top 3 at the end of the day, of course, and Jeff will be interviewing the top 3 here.
Yeah. So we're just looking, the under-21 riders championship incorporated into that. We're looking at the riders that are eligible for that. I would say Ben Mustow's probably leading the way on his aggregate score. He had a third in the opening, fourth, wasn't it, in the opening moto? Or was it a third? I can't remember. It was third, wasn't it? Because Charlie Heyman didn't come to the winner's circle. He just rode straight back to the van. I'd say right now that Mustow's probably in the position to take the under-21 points lead as it stands.
Yeah, Charlie Heyman would have been leading coming into this race, of course, with that fantastic second place in race 1, but he's way back down now. He's still, let's see, 9th, so he can still make up a few, but Mustow clearly, I think, will take that under-21 red plate as we go away.
Yeah.
So we are here at the Motul Fastest 40, powered by Michelin. British Championship motocross race at the magnificent Foxhill Motor Park. We're in the second half of the races. This is race 2 for the Liat Pro MX2 class. The decider now, Tommy Searle, on course for a perfect score, a 1-1 score at the moment, but still a long way to go. Joel Ritchie, his teammate on the 9-12 in second, having a much better ride this time. Could get himself on the podium with a bit of luck.
He took a second and a half out of him last lap around. Look at that.
Yeah.
So Tommy's times are slowing down, and now Rizzi is starting to catch back up. He took a second and a half out of Tommy last lap around.
Yeah, Ritchie actually cracking out the 2:15s lap after lap, so he is pressing on.
Yeah. So unless Tommy made a mistake or just hit the wall, I can't believe that he has. I think that was probably more of a case of maybe lap traffic if he's in.
Well, he can't relax. He's got 5 seconds at the moment, but we're just coming up to 19 minutes down, so we've still got a fair chunk of laps to go before the finish comes through. Look at that ground there. Actually perfect conditions there. Then you get down to the rock-solid hard pack as you come out there.
Well, for once, we're actually having a proper sunny day. We haven't seen many of them for a long time, and it is a little bit breezy out there, so that coupled with, obviously, the sunshine is drying the track out, but they've got the sprinkler system in here at Foxhill. As I said, that shot there of seeing them come down the valley is such an iconic shot back in the Grand Prix days, all the noise and everything like that. It is a world famous circuit. Foxhill, by the way.
Foxhill.
A lot of people
Foxhill.
call it Foxhills, and it's not. It's Foxhill Moto Park or MX Park, whatever you want to call it, but it's definitely Foxhill.
This, with the different types of ground, it must make it difficult for tyre choice, Jeff.
It does. You'd still predominantly go with a sort of a mid-range or hard pack tyre. They probably go with a mid-range sort of one because there's still a little bit of tacky out there where they do water it, and of course you don't have much chance to change a tyre, and if they're starting water in the track between motos, you've got to make that call. If you go with a hard pack tyre and they put a load of water down, you're going to suffer for a little bit until it starts to get a bit more blue groove. But the base is so blue groove on it. Of course, they don't water the jumps here, the takeoff of the jumps, because that will just make them rut out, and certainly when it's hard pack, it goes like ice. So, just a great effort from the club here, because the track has dried out so much. Like we said, it's almost like we all imagined the winter that we've had, because there's no evidence that when you turn up, it's like there's been any rain at all.
You just caught a glimpse in the background there of our race leader, Tommy Searle, who's on his 9th lap now, 8 laps clicked down. He has a 5-second gap over his teammate Joel Ritchie in second, but Ritchie is getting faster. Almost, he's just done the fastest lap of the race. In fact, Joel Ritchie on the last lap, 2:14.2.
So another 2 tenths. So I'm guessing that lap prior, Tommy must have made a mistake, as I said, or got held up by lap traffic, because he lost 3 seconds. He's now back on it, but they are clearly the 2 fastest riders on the track, 2 seconds faster than anybody else. Having said that, Joe Brooks is 2 seconds off them, or 3 seconds off them, but moving forward. He's now up to 6th place.
I would think Joel would take some confidence from that he can run equal, if not better, lap times than Tommy's running.
Yeah, I would agree. And little by little, Charlie Heyman is creeping up the leaderboard. He is now up to 8th and closing in on Mackenzie Marshall. He's only 2 seconds behind him, with Joe Brooks just another 1 second up the track.
Yeah, I think the podium is going to be quite tight for second and third, definitely.
Yeah.
You know who's going to be the winner if things stay as they are, no doubt about that, and it is that man, right on cue, number 100, Dirt Store Kawasaki's Tommy Searle, the veteran of the class. Is he the oldest rider out there?
Absolutely, yeah. He definitely is. I'm looking through the list here. There's
Can't think of anyone
him.
who's anywhere near 33, can you?
No, he is definitely, by a long shot, the eldest rider out there. But obviously a wealth of experience.
This could extend his career by 2 or 3 years if he wants it to, couldn't it?
If he wants it to. I mean, he's having fun. You know, prior to jumping on the 250, he was definitely making noises that this year could be his last year. If he's having this much fun, what's to say that, you know, because he hasn't officially said it is, he's just dropped some hints that it might be.
Just got a glimpse of some of his merch as well, which he's heavily into at the moment, isn't he?
Trust me, knowing Ed, they've probably got somebody to stand there.
I'm sure they have. Yeah. So Tommy is, well, everyone follows his blogs at the moment, not only with Ed Warren and Billy Bolt, the 2 fast, 1 slow, but Tommy also doing his own stuff at the moment. He's really kicked into that.
Yeah. And he's good at it. He's got an incredibly dry sense of humour, always has. People read him the wrong way. His level of sarcasm is right up there. He's more switched on than he makes out sometimes.
100%, yeah. I think he likes to portray being the buffoon sometimes, but he's not, is he?
Not at all.
No, Tommy knows what he's doing. There he goes, clicking his way around. We are 23 minutes into this race. We are on lap 10, 9 completed already for Tommy Searle. In fact, Tommy's responded with a 2:13.5. How about that? Put his teammate firmly back in his place by putting out a 2:13.5. Clearly the fastest lap of the race by half a second. So Tommy obviously got plenty of gas left in the tank because he's responded and gone the fastest that he's been all day long.
Yeah, and I see him, he's starting to change up his lines a little bit. He's starting to chase the dirt in a few places. By that I mean he's getting off the hard pack stuff, going up some of the hills and chasing that more loamy dirt, almost like a speedway rider when they start reverting to the dirt around the outside. Not all the way around the track, but in key areas he's just trying to stay off that shiny stuff. Lovely line there, just cutting across those choppy little bumps that have formed at the bottom. It's in a flow.
Fast forward to August and we'll probably see Tommy doing exactly the same thing on a 250, but a 2-stroke Evo Kawasaki this time at the Vets
I'm so looking forward to that.
Yeah, we would love to see that. Meanwhile, Tommy cracking on now. Is he going to sneak another lap in? I think he probably is by 30 seconds because we're on 24 and a half at the moment.
Can't quite see the finish flag from here where the guy's got the board out because he stood behind that white vehicle. So I
reckon he's clicked another one through
I think he might have done, yeah.
By a matter of seconds, so Tommy probably got 2 laps to go now. He's 7 seconds back now. Joel Ritchie, 2:16. He's dropped his pace a bit this time. 7 seconds back. Then the Ben Musto, and we're looking for the 2 Wainwrights, 4th and 5th now, behind Ben.
Now, obviously, I would thought most of the people watching this are a motocross audience. You know, if you're new to the sport, great, love that you're tuning in. And that's the point with it I was going to make here, that Tommy, a rider like Tommy, makes it look like a very easy sport. Most of these guys do. It's far from it. If you like what you see and you're new to it, go to a shop, buy a second-hand bike, whatever you got to do. Go and try, get into the sport. Because once it gets under your skin, that's it. You're a lifer. You're in.
Yes. Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, but if you like the look of it, it's a very friendly, family-orientated sport. Definitely you can go and check out, and you can just go and join a club, go and race locally. You don't have to spend lots of money there. It's very family-friendly. You can have a great weekend there with like-minded people, and who knows, you could end up like Tommy Searle, who is now cracking on. 1 lap to go. Board will almost certainly come out for the number 100 this time. TS 100 will be going around there. 250 Tom, as he's now being called.
Yeah, he looks good, but then
it's a good workout for him, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's be honest, he's looked good for most of his career, I think. You could argue that.
I think next week's going to be good.
That'll be good as well.
Yeah.
So he, like you said, Roger, he just missed that 25-minute mark. So he will actually receive the 2 lap to go board this time around. That's why I jumped out of my seat, because I thought, did he or not? It turns out that he just missed it as we thought that he had. So he will get the 2-lap board from our checker flag Marshall this time around. Can't quite see it, it's just off shot there, but it's 2 to go for Tommy now and the rest of the pack here.
So Tommy all out on his own now. You will just catch a glimpse, there you go, of his teammate Joel Ritchie, who's brought it back to 5 seconds. So he took 2 seconds out of Tommy on that last lap, 11 laps down. And Ritchie, to his credit, is still banging out the 2:14s, 2:15s, and took 2 seconds out of Tommy, bringing it back to 5, but still a nice, comfortable gap at the front. So Tommy seemed very relaxed and happy when you interviewed him as well.
Yeah, he was, like I said, it's given him a shot on the arm. It's where he wanted to be. He put himself in a position where, with a little bit of a conversations with Ross Burridge and the guys at Kawasaki and Nick at Dirt Store, he can kind of pull his weight a little bit and go.
I was just going to say, do you think it's because he's Tommy Searle who got the nod on that one?
Absolutely. They would have wanted him to stay in the 450 and potentially Joel go for a championship in this. But Jamie Carpenter's come into the team. Is Jamie capable of obviously beating Conrad? Everybody's capable of beating somebody, but it's a big ask. But even by Tommy's admission, I don't think, and he would have had those conversations with Kawasaki, he's almost put his hand up and said, I've really got nothing for Conrad. He's younger, I need to train harder, my body won't allow me to do that anymore.
No, and the thing is, when you have the CV that Tommy Searle has, finishing 4th or 5th is not good enough, is it?
No.
It's win or bust, and anything else is seen as a failure, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to ride round in 5th or 6th.
Exactly that, and people obviously forget that racing is part of marketing. So you go to race and you want to put that bike on top, and Kawasaki would have liked seeing Tommy challenge in the MX1, but at the same time they know the asset that Tommy Searle is, and he's been loyal to the brand for a long time. I know he went off and raced KTM.
Well, he's a good ambassador as well. He's good with his fans. He's got a massive online following, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Which is what sponsors are interested in these days. So Tommy Searle picks up 1 lap to go board, on course for a perfect day for the man originally from Kent but now living in the Midlands, for the Dirt Store Kawasaki team on their national debut with their rebranded format. Now on green Kawasaki. Tommy Searle starting to play on his last lap now. So Tommy, there you go, starting to get a little bit showboaty down through the valley now, as he can afford to do. It's been a cracking day for him, just the way he would have wanted to start. So he's going to have plenty of confidence. I'm sure everybody will now realise it was a great decision to let him go back on the 250. So he's had fastest lap of the race. He's won race 1. He's about to win race 2. He had pole position as well, so it doesn't get any better than that for the number 100. Tommy Searle looks over his shoulder. No real need to, Tom, because Joel is 5 seconds back in second place, so brilliant result for the team in general. So the Dirt Store Kawasaki team will be have big smiles. I'm sure there'll be some celebrations tonight from them. But Tommy's been out on his own for the majority of the race, just riding round, cruising round. And coming down towards the end, Jeff, of course, will be in pit lane to hear the views of Tommy when he crosses the line. Joel Ritchie looks in second. Ben Musto is in a comfortable third place at the moment on the 163 with a 5-second gap over Jamie Wainwright. Charlie Heyman has charged through the pack. Bearing in mind he was 19th on lap 1. He's up to 5th now, so I'm sure with a 5-2 scorecard he will get himself on the podium. So a brilliant second race for Jamie, for Charlie, I beg your pardon. Had a problem on the first lap, but he has sized his way through the pack. We haven't seen much of him, but he's got himself up to 5th now. Meanwhile, Tommy Searle with his teammate right on his back wheel. Suddenly, Joel Ritchie, there he is. In fact, I don't know if Tommy knows how close it is. He crosses the line, but Joel was half a wheel away from him. I think Tommy got caught out there. He didn't realise he slowed to such an extent that Joel very nearly snatched it. Now, that would have been a story. It was half a wheel in it at the end. At one stage, it was 5 seconds from that last lap. Well, it sure wasn't that at the end. 0.3 of a second was the gap between first and second. We're looking for 1:63. Ben Musto to bring it home in third. But, well, Tommy Searle nearly made a rookie mistake there and was half a wheel away from getting caught out and losing that win. That wouldn't have gone down well. There we go. Ben Musto is in third place on the 1:63. Jamie Wainwright, number 40, was in fourth place, and Charlie Heyman should come through. There he is with Ride of the Day for sure, 4:22. Fifth place for Charlie Heyman, and Harry Wainwright in sixth place. There you go. That is the Liat Pro MX2 races done for the day. Brilliant 2 races for them. Brilliant day for Tommy Searle that so nearly went wrong right at the end. Jeff is going to be grabbing them as soon as he gets across the fence and into the paddock area to talk to Tommy. I'm not sure whether Jeff realised how close it was at the end. Hopefully he did. And can see whether Tommy actually knew what he was doing there. He will probably claim that it was all under control. I've got my doubts somewhat. But Joel Ritchie was definitely charging towards the end. And, well, that would have been a story. If it had been half a corner earlier, we would have had that one. But the day continues in fantastic form here. Everyone having a great day in the sunshine here at Foxhill. We've had 2 maximums so far in the 125 class and the MX2. MX1 group final race, and the final race of the day will be coming up shortly as we're waiting for Jeff to get himself breathlessly over there into the pit box as our flagman waves the rest of the riders in. MX1 450 riders in the collecting area now, getting ready for their final race of the day. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going for a very quick advert, and then we're over to Jeff.
Okay, I'm down here with Tommy. We're actually joking about this is just a warm-up for the big vets Motocross of Nations where it's really at. That's not entirely true.
Wob needs to get his checkbook out first. So if you're watching, Wob, get your checkbook out, mate.
Oh, he'll be watching. He'll be watching. A 1-1 back in the 250s. Not a bad way to start, but a very entertaining last lap. Just tell us what's gone on there.
Well, we swapped bikes during the day because I had different forks on different bikes, and I've sort of wanted to treat the weekend as like a test weekend as well because it's my first weekend. But we had Moose in the race bike, and I ended up on the practice bike because it felt quite nice around here. A little bit less power with it being blue groove and stuff, and we didn't have a Moose in. So when I was riding around last lap, I was like, surely we've always run Mooses normally, and I was thinking, oh, if it's not a Moose, then the wheels collapsed, and I'm like, this is really bad. But Joel, he doesn't stop pushing. Like, he works hard, trains hard, and wants it a lot. So luckily I pushed enough throughout the race to have a bit of a gap, and I could get the win. But brilliant 1-2 with myself and Joel, Dirt Store Kawasaki. Big ups to them because they've made it all happen, and to go here, both do a 1-2 there, it's a big thank you to those guys because the effort they put in, the money they've spent, they deserve it.
Yeah. Standing by the decision to move down to the MX2 class. There you are. What does Ross Burridge and all those guys know, eh?
Yeah, they weren't that happy. A lot of people weren't happy. No, but it's true. They want it because obviously they got the new 450, which is really good. So that made it harder because that bike's so good. And I'm like, new bike, I really like it. But I'm happy with my decision. Good day, enjoyed it, and that's what it's all about.
I'm sure, Ross Burridge, if you're watching, you'll be happy with that result. I'm only messing, of course. Well done, Tommy. Congratulations on taking the overall win at round 1. He's going to go and get himself ready for the presentation. And a shout, let's bring in his teammate. Come on in, Joel. Any way round you want, mate, but not facing backwards. Even I know that. Sideways on is how we like it in this one. Well, that was exciting. You pushed him all the way, obviously. And midway there, I think he made a mistake or whatever, but you took some time out of him, got close, then he pulled away again. You've been riding and training with him, but even by your standards, you probably want to come on to him on that last lap expecting that to happen.
Well, to be honest, I thought he was just taking it easy. I was like, Tommy, you're taking it a bit too easy there. But I came up here and I seen his wheel was like this. So I was like, I tried to give it him in this corner, but he went a bit too tight. But no, that was all right. A bit disappointed with that first race. Didn't get a good start. And it took me way too long to get into the track. But by the time I got into, I think it was 5th, I was putting the fastest lap times out of everyone. So the speed's there, fitness is there, determination's there. Just got to get the ball rolling now. All winter, you know, there's energy being building inside, and this ain't the track to let it all out. You got to treat it with respect, and I'll take that for the first race for sure.
You must be happy. I mean, you know, you've obviously gone to the EMXs, to GPs. It's a tough old game when you get to that level. Maybe sucked a bit of confidence out of you. It must be nice to be back racing in the UK with such a professional team. Is that giving you that little lift back to put you back on track?
100%. Jeff, I'd say this is like a restart to my career now. I feel like this is the way I should have done it. But, you know, I had opportunities that I couldn't turn down, to be honest. But I wasn't mature enough. I didn't know, you know, how to eat, how to train, how to be a professional motocrosser, really. But after last year, I was pretty down with everything that went on. But I feel like sometimes when you hit the bottom, you come out so much better, and I've come out so much better. My fitness, my nutrition, my mentality, everything is just getting so strong, and I just want to keep building and hopefully get back to the GP scene.
I know Dad's proud. He's been posting up pictures of you showing your six-pack.
Yeah, I know.
I'd like a dad to embarrass you, right?
I know, yeah. But no, he should be proud, you know. I used to be a little no muscle, no fitness, so I've turned it around quite a lot, and I'm proud of myself as well, and I just got to keep it going now.
It's good to have you back in the UK, mate. I wish you all the best in this championship. There you go. There goes Joel. He couldn't quite chase Tommy down, but he'll be chasing him down at all the other rounds and going for that race win. Let's bring in Ben Musto, who got a solid third. Make your way over here, Ben. Mr. Musto, can you make your way over, please? He's just talking to his dad then. So he should, because tell you what, Ben, that's a solid start to your championship here. I think that's really good to finish in there behind the two Kawasaki boys, who obviously got a wealth of experience on a world level. You've got to be happy with today's performance.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I did have a tough off-season. I had some little injuries which set me back, and we've been struggling on this new frame a little bit. But yeah, to come out and get 2/3, I'm really happy with that.
Yeah. And again, you know, you've got people sticking behind you. I said Lee has kind of trimmed down the team this year, but he's still getting behind you, and that's got to be a big vote of confidence.
Yeah, it's well, it was good having so many riders last year, like Eva and Bobby, but it's still the same thing. I'm still happy with what we're doing, and to be honest, I've had it come out better for me, so I'm happy with that.
Also, we've got the Under-21 Championship, British Championship incorporated into this. By our reckoning, this is unofficial, by the way. Obviously, we think that you might be leading that. They're bringing back the Under-21 Championship. Still a national championship. It'd be nice to bring that all the way in and win the Under-21 title, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure where I finished off overall, but Under-21 title. I didn't do much youth racing. I just did 1 year on the 125. So I've just been in with the pros this last couple of years, and to be in a youth class and be on top of that would be great.
Yeah. Well, look, well done. We'll see you over there at the podium later on. Obviously, just give a name check, because it's not just the guys at ACER that are supporting you. There's loads of other people as well.
Yeah, so obviously ACER, but Goggle Tech again, my dad, my family obviously, and once again Craig's been a massive help this year.
It's always good to thank Dad when he's in earshot. You did the right move there. There you go. Ben, we'll let you go and get ready for the podium. Great stuff. No worries. Okay, so there we go. That's MX2 done. Up next is the Apico MX1, the final moto of the day. We're going to go and run some commercials. We're going to see what's going down. So everybody get ready. There is time to stick the kettle on and make a brew, because these guys have got a sighting lap. But this is the final race of the first Motul Fastest 40 Championship round here at Foxhill. Coming up next.
Beyond tires, Michelin has applied its high expertise in a product range for everyday use. No matter the weather. No matter the type of grounds. No matter your ambition. Michelin cares about you however you choose to move. Discover our product range for a safer and stress-free life in motion now.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal there. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 pop.
that all important hold from. Hopefully they go the right way round it.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Pushing on, keep rolling. And when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man, get when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty did the big rock. Yeah, my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like. Pick it up.
You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. Ooh, I've been on the flex since flex on. Neighborhood all in your eardrums. I ain't never scared like Bone Crush. Boy, I got God, don't fear none. My line busy, take no calls. Feels like I don't have no flaws. Right what I need.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now coming to the conclusion of day one here at the Motul Fastest 40 British Motocross Championship, powered by Michelin here at the magnificent Foxhill Motor Park. We're coming up to the final race of day one, which is the Apico Pro MX1 class. But let's just bring you up to date with some overall scores that we've had in the races so far. The 125 class, the combined scores, Josh Vale unexpectedly there took a maximum of 50 points and took top step on the podium in front of Jamie Keith in second, with Charlie Richmond on the podium in third place. On the Liat Pro MX2 class, Tommy Searle, with his double victory, also took 50-point maximum, so he is on the top step. Ben Musto in second, and Joel Ritzy is in third place. So on the same points as Charlie Heyman, but got the nod on the courtesy of the better second race result. The under-21 scores in part of that MX2 race. Ben Musto, as we predicted, was there with 47 points, but Charlie Heyman also. So those two will go into round 2 equal on points in the under-21, with Joe Brooks on 40 and Tyler Westcott on 33. So we now head into the final race of the weekend, the 450. Well,
here we are.
Jeff, there we go.
I was falling asleep there, sorry. No, I wasn't. I wasn't. I was listening, like everybody else, to your knowledge.
Rude. Just plain rude, that is. Just talking in the pit box there to... we're going through and the races for the MX1. Conrad Muse, talking to Conrad, I said, how is it out there? And his words to me were brutal. He said, the track is brutal.
Yeah, it is starting to cut up. And yet I spoke to Tommy and he was saying, oh, it's great. Love it. You know, I mean, I'm not saying Conrad doesn't like it, but it is surprising at speed. Now, when you look at it from this perspective, you think, oh, it's not that rough. But when you're traveling at 50, 60 mile an hour down some of those hills, those braking bumps that only look about that big suddenly are that big. You feel that through the G-forces and everything. Down those hills, you can absolutely feel it. You launch off the top, you see all the G-forces go for your body and those big braking bumps. So, yeah, it's a taxing circuit in that way. It's not as physically demanding as, say, Hawkstone, where you're constantly pulling on the handlebars. But it's got a it's got a different intensity. Yeah. It's certainly a track that you've got to give the utmost respect to, because you think what looks like flat and it's not that rough can catch you out here. And that's the thing. It's keeping your mental game on the go the entire time, because it's so easy to switch off around Foxhill. And that's, that's when it goes wrong.
Conrad said technical. He said it's you've really got, as you said, you really got to concentrate, throttle control. He said on these things, the 450s, he said you've got to be so careful because it can catch you out.
Yep, absolutely can.
So our contenders, there we go, and on the inside, Taylor Hamill there on the number 23, who was our pole sitter. Seems a long time ago, early this morning, but had a horrible first lap in race 1. So I had to recover from that. Martin Barr alongside him on the number 50, a Pico Honda, and his teammate Tom Grimshaw, 16, alongside him. Jason Mira on the number 10. Brilliant ride for him in race 1. Solid third for him. Sam Nunn on the 365, and there, the red plate as last year's champion and race 1 winner, 426, Conrad Muse on the Crendon True 7 Honda.
They've gone with this black look this year, which I'm actually surprised at, because obviously
thought corporately they wouldn't always be red, wouldn't you?
Yeah, unless they're teeing up that you can maybe buy these as a replica bike or whatever. Having said that, it does enhance his red plate a bit more, which is always a nice thing to boast about.
Yes, but I mean the factory boys, the Grand Prix boys, it's very heavily red, isn't it?
It is.
It is to be corporate. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. 25 minutes plus 2 laps for the final time today. They launch into the turn, and Conrad fires out of that turn into the corner. Out he comes, 426. Conrad Muse leads, but Tristan Purdon has got
look
the
at
lead,
him.
snuck past. Tristan Purdon, just as he did in race 1, is up there for Conrad. Oh, he thought about it. He thought about it there, going round. But Purdon, the South African, 6-time South African champion for SC Motorhomes Husqvarna, he leads into the valley from Conrad Muse in second place.
Well, let's see what Tristan can got. Even if he can lead for a couple of laps, that would be something, because Conrad's in no rush here. Obviously, his speed will take him up to the front, I'm sure. But he was concentrating in the first moto, Roger, of just churning out consistent lap times, and that's what set him apart. He was just constantly doing those, was it 211s, wasn't it? 211, whatever it was. And it just wasn't clear track to be able to do that, basically. A bit of an issue. After the first race, he's got an advanced breathing strip. Those things they put on his nose.
Oh, is that what he was looking for?
Yeah. Apparently it was 100 quid's worth. Oh, God, really? Just for a bit of tape on your nose?
Well, here we go. No. Yeah, go on.
But Conrad was obviously disappointed that he's effectively just thrown 100 quid on the floor and couldn't find it. So the whole team were out trying to find his nose clip. Well, that's quite funny. He didn't. But I think that's a lost job, and he's got to get a new one.
Just going back to the MX2 race, did we hear that Tommy Searle had a puncher at
yes,
the end? That's why he lost all that ground.
Yep, on the last lap, just going into the start of the last lap, he lost and he's used to running Mooses, but he was actually running the practice bike because it's a bit of a smoother power. And practice bike, they didn't swap the wheels over with the Mooses, and therefore he got a puncher on the last lap.
Taylor Hamill's got out of the gate this time, 3rd place. You will see him in red just in the background there, launching behind his teammate Conrad, who's having a look again, but that's allowing Taylor to catch up. There he is on the 23 in 3rd place. He was the pole sitter, don't forget, the fastest one in qualification earlier on this morning. So they come across the line, the timing beam for the first time in this final race of the Apico Pro MX1 class here at Foxhill. Tristan Purden is who leads. So the Red Bull sponsored athlete there, past there down into that big jump down into the valley, that big downhill double. And then you have the 2 Crendon True 7 Honda teammates. In 4th place, there's another Honda. Can't quite see who it is at the moment. No doubt we'll get the timing screen.
Yeah, well, let's get that up. There's a lot of them out there. Might be Marty Barr. You know, he's now out there on that Apico Honda.
Let's have a look. Is it Barr or is it Grimshaw? It's we check through as they're coming round.
Let's just get the old flux capacitor fired up.
Look how rough the circuit's getting down the bottom there. As I say, brutal was the words they were using. The ruts now, which formed when it was a little bit wetter today and when they've been watering the corners, now have gone hard. So those ruts in the turns are really hard.
I think we're getting a bit of a 4G lag here. We're trying to get the timing screen.
Top 3
up.
Top 3 all right on each other. Conrad Muse, much the faster of the 2 on the downhill, but Purden fires out of it. Slow in, fast out, which is a mantra used in tarmac racing on a regular basis.
Well, it's the same principle, really. A lot of riders, you soon learn that sometimes charging into the corner and leaving your braking as hard and late as possible, it just kills all your momentum. It's not always the best way to take it on, particularly on a hard packed track like this, because all you end up doing is sliding and skidding. So you're better off just trying to be a little bit smoother on the brakes a little bit earlier, and then just rolling that throttle on a little bit earlier through the corners so you get that grip.
To be honest, though, Jeff, look at that track. You'd think you're in the middle of August.
I know.
It's absolutely baked hard, isn't it?
It's bonkers. For the last two or 3 months, I've been looking out my window, I think basically starting to suffer with SAD, you know, and just thinking, God, are we ever going to get racing? This is depressing. But here we are. It's like a perfect summer's day.
So Taylor Hamill having a brilliant ride in 3rd there. As we've said many times so far today, he will be 250 mounted next weekend, and in the British Championships he's going back on a 250. So big change for him. There we're looking in the background.
I can't seem to get that to work, but I'm looking at my phone here. So that was Martin Barr in 4th.
He's got the starts dialed, hasn't he, for
yeah.
sure?
And then it was his teammate Grimshaw.
Yep.
So the Apico Honda boys there, 4 and 5. Then Thornhill. Jason Miro was in 7th on the opening lap, ahead of Brad Todd. Sam Nunn for 9th, Charlie Putnam in 10th. Then it was Kessel, James Dodd, Callum Green, Tom Murphy not making such a good start this time. Then Harry Bradley, Jaden Ashross for 16th. Jack Brunel on that big 500 two-stroke out there in 17th. Then Aaron Pascoe, Jamie Carpenter with a shocking start down in 19th. And Aidan McDonough makes up the top 20.
Tom Grimshaw now all over the back of his elder statesman teammate Martin Barr as they go through the rest of the valley. You'll see there the 2 Apico Teamsters. Apico Honda this year, don't forget. Get used to that and get used to the new look of the Apico team. Meanwhile, at the front, Conrad Muse has got through. Off of camera shot there, the 426 now hits the front. Purden trying to make a move back and snap back at him straight away.
Lovely.
But Conrad got through there. He obviously made a move on one of the downhills there in the background. Taylor Hamill was right there with him as well. Martin Barr still there from Grimshaw, so the Honda's still up there unforced. But Purden hanging on to the back wheel at the moment as they plunge downhill. That super steep downhill. Back up the new loop that was put in last year just to slow things down a little bit. So Conrad on the all-black Honda, the Crendon True 7 Honda, the official UK Honda team, run by Dave Thorpe, of course, who's having a massive influence on Conrad, and a good influence. He's steadied him down, rebuilt his confidence, and has brought him back to the championship dominance that he had last year.
Yeah, and as obviously I had the opportunity to recently interview Dave on a Talk Moto podcast, and he was saying about he's learned so much as a team manager and how obviously not every rider was Dave Thorpe and have the same mentality, and and he's learned over the years that you've got to treat riders differently in their own merit. Conrad has a very different personality to Tommy, for example. So yeah, you've got to learn how to get the best out of your rider, and I think down the years now, Dave has definitely shown that he's more than capable of doing that.
Conrad stretching away at the front, as you can see there. Christian Purden.
There's his dad cycling alongside him.
Yeah.
On the top there. Not Tommy Conrad's dad I was on about there. Steve was integral, obviously part of his career, like most fathers are.
Martin Barr, Tom Grimshaw, the two Apico Honda team riders, just going through line astern. Grimshaw loses a bit of traction there. Complete opposite ends of the age scale. And I'm sure, actually, it probably helped Tom, riding with someone like Martin. He can learn a lot from him.
Yeah. Listen, any rider, no matter how good they are, they'll tell you that. You can always pick something up off other riders. I've heard too many stories, myself included, where I've gone out there and watched a youth class as a pro rider and whatever, and thought, well, that's kind of cool line. I can see that. And, every day's a school day. You never stop learning. So no matter how good you are, it's always good to go and study other riders and watch races between your own, because you might pick up those sneaky little lines or cool little ways that people are getting around the track.
I'll tell you what, Jeff, that's getting sketchy at the bottom of the hills now, isn't
it?
You can see they're skidding their way down there, aren't they, on the braking?
Yeah, and exactly that. It's just got down to complete blue groove. So even when they put the brakes on, it just doesn't. The traction's just not there. The knobblies will just slide all the way down that hill, and what it's doing is pushing all the dirt to the bottom of the hill. So then it's kind of like feathers and dust, like feathers and glue. They're almost then going down there, and then they get into really loose conditions after having a bit of traction at the top.
Because the thing is, you have got some serious braking at the bottom of those hills, haven't you?
TV, we've said it time and time again, if you've never been to this venue, you should, and go over that far side, particularly on the day before if there's no racing, and just stand at the top of those hills, and then you can picture in your own mind where they land, and you just stand there and go, I'm not sure if I want to be throwing myself off the top of... It's like effectively throwing yourself off the top of like a 8-story building and jumping like 5 floors down. It's mad stuff.
So big credit to the guys at the Vets to Nations on 50-year-old bikes doing that, no brakes.
Rather them than me, Rog. I'm more than happy to be in the commentary booth for that one. I've done my stint round here. That's more than enough, thank you.
Look how deep the ruts are on the turns there as they go around. But Martin Barr hanging on there, doing having a good ride on the Honda. As you said, he's actually revitalised. He loves the Honda. I know, speaking to him, he did struggle on the Husqvarna, didn't he, for a while. He didn't really gel with it. Although he was on it for quite a while,
absolutely.
It didn't really click.
He's got on this new Honda, and it is literally just giving him that zing, that emphasis back to push on and be a front guy. I don't think he was going through the motions as such, but he certainly found himself in a bit of a sort of rut, really. Couldn't really sort of break out of it, but now...
Credit to the Apico team sticking with him. It would have been very easy to kick him out and get someone else, but fair play to them.
Well, good on them also, because Martin it goes beyond the riding, doesn't it? He's just a good ambassador, Marty always
professional, well turned out. Yeah. We're looking at the race for second. Tristan Purden on the 41 for the SC Motorhomes Husqvarna team. Taylor Hamill on the Honda. So the youngster Taylor Hamill on his big national debut on the 450 for sure. This is looking good for his future, definitely. But he's mega fast down the hills. But Purden seems to be faster out of the turns.
Yeah, and as I said, that could be because he's just getting it all lined up a bit better than Taylor. So Taylor's fast, leaving the braking a bit late. But then, of course, that kills the momentum. Then he's got to get those RPMs back up, whereas Tristan is just backing it down a bit earlier and keeping a more constant speed through the corners. So it kind of evens out.
It's going to have to be a lunge, I think, if he wants to make a move, though, for sure, as they come around and click off another lap.
Let's just see. We're going to have to go off the phone here because our other timing device has just basically gone. I've had enough for the day. Thank you very much. So Conrad Muse is now gapped Tristan to a gap of 4.9. Taylor is now obviously 1 second back behind Purden. Then Marty Barr there in fourth. Tom Grimshaw still in fifth. Jason Mira is currently in sixth. Brad Thornhill having a good ride in seventh. Then it's Brad Todd. Sam Nunn on the John Banks Honda in ninth. And Charlie Putnam on the SC Sports Home Husqvarna rounding out the top 10.
So, you know, anybody sitting at home looking at the results at the end of the day is going to get the wrong impression, because we had a 1-1 for Josh Fowler, we had a 1-1 for Tommy Sell, we're on course for a 1-1 for Conrad News, but it's not been that easy, is it?
No,
in any of those races.
No. And as we said, Foxhill is an interesting circuit. It often, you know, like it is harder to pass. As soon as I say that, Taylor's going to show how it's done.
Nice.
Kind of caught Tristan, just, I won't say napping a bit, but I think Tristan just left that door open a bit too much. Maybe he didn't realise Taylor was as close as he actually was.
Yeah, I think Taylor actually lined that one up a couple of corners before that, didn't he? Lined himself up. Nice, neat turn. He is a very neat rider.
Yeah,
Taylor,
he's
you
great.
You don't very often see him out of shape.
No, and you know, to the frustration I should imagine down the years of rider family around him and people that help him out, he is such a smooth rider, and they're probably asking him to go, you know, just get that little bit more, let it loose a bit more. But if that's not you, that's not you. And I can relate to that, because very much like Taylor, not maybe quite as skilled, but I never could push through that. I would just, you know, be consistent, mistake free. That was sort of my mantra, and it kind of worked for me, I suppose. And that's how Taylor is. If that's your character, it's very hard to just say, do you know what, take your brain out and just let it hang out. But if that's not you, it's not you.
No, but that suits the 450 as well, doesn't it?
Exactly. That's why I'm intrigued to see over the next few years, because he's obviously committed to the MX2 class in the Dirt Store British Championship. But he's a big lad as well, Taylor. You can see he doesn't, you know, he's a big old unit. So I think it's only a matter of time, maybe a couple of years, before we see him get up onto the big bike permanently.
Yeah, because you don't realise, I know on the GP scene, the MX2 riders, they really have to be very conscious on weight, because it makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Well, you and I both know Steve Dixon very well, and how anal he is on like getting the weight down on his race bikes. And like he says, I'm not going to work all this effort to try and get that extra power if you're going to be like chunking out and you're like overweight. And it's a big deal on the 250 class. And Taylor, he's a big guy, you know. He's given up definitely a good few kgs on some of his competitors when he gets on that 250.
Through the valley they go, under this glorious sunshine here at Foxhill Motor Park. Well, who would have predicted that a couple of weeks ago? We are now, looks like we're actually in the proper springtime. Glorious day down here, fresh, windy, but thankfully dry and sunny. Don't forget, anybody looking to come down here to Foxhill, another big day tomorrow. It's amateur day tomorrow, with classes right the way through the youths to the seniors as well. And that'll be plenty of racing action, lots going on, and a great family day out for anybody coming down tomorrow.
Yeah, and we've also got the Honda 250 Cup as well, so that's a great incentive by Honda. That's basically, obviously, if you have entered into that by buying a Honda, you are then entered into the championship, and the lead Honda rider at the end of the year will win a Honda 250 CRF. But right now, Hamill is doing his best to chase down that man. But it's all looking good for Conrad. He's going to do the same thing, nose breathing strip or not.
That's obviously the difference. That's what it is.
Could be. He wasn't happy. I mean, it took the edge.
No, we did see on screen the way he was straight in there scrabbling around in the dirt looking for it.
Genuinely, it took the edge off his race win. He was so gutted that he'd lost his nose strip.
Yeah, it was a bit naughty for you to keep your foot on it, though. There's no need for that.
I see, like Ryan Thorpe up there with a little spade and bucket trying to dig it out. Yeah. But he's having no issues breathing in this one.
No, again, I spoke to him and said, are you all fit and healthy now? And he said, yeah, it's fine, everything's good now. So, as we said, he listened to his doctor, which sometimes we don't always do that. He did what he was told. Luckily, I suppose, if anything, it happened at the right time. Yeah. So it was pre-season, so he wasn't actually missing races while he was off. He was losing preparation time, which is bad enough, but he wasn't actually losing races. So
he was genuinely gutted at the time, though, because he really wanted to try and win that Arena Cross title, because he came so close beating Tommy the year before. But of course, just to reiterate, it's the Honda CRF 250R Cup, because that's the actual. I missed the R off the end. Apologies, guys. But a great incentive. You can go into a Honda dealer, find more details about it, and hopefully it will go well enough where Honda will roll with that for a good few years in this
Well,
championship.
Honda's having a good day at the moment. They are currently sitting there 1 and 2 in this race with the UK Honda-based proper official team, 1 and 2 with this man, 426 Conrad Muse. I wonder where the 426 comes from. I must ask him that one day.
Yeah, no, I know this. No, obviously I don't know it, otherwise I'd say it. I knew it and I've forgotten it.
Yeah,
I did know that.
I'm
and
always
I can't-
intrigued by where numbers come from. And
why?
Yeah, that must be...
Do you know what? No, I don't know, because he's always pretty much been that number. I remember he was 4 digits when he started, in the 50s, so 50 class. So, God, we've been doing this a long time. I can remember his first 65 race. Oh God, and here we are now. He's just
there's a question for him. Yep.
But anyway, yeah, we'll ask him that if he obviously brings it to the winner's circle, which right now it's looking like.
It's as we said, it's on course for a day of maximums at the moment. Conrad Muse in his fly race kit, you can see black and white, and the equally livery black and black Honda. Get used to seeing that this season. But he is charging there. If we had our lap timing system working, we would be able to let you know what the lap times were. But
I'm going to get on the case here, Rog, now.
We're going to try and keep up with it.
As we said, if you're tuning in for the first time, we are, under a new production company this year, bringing the 4K cameras, which are great and all that kind of stuff. This was all a last-minute thing. We're not making excuses here. I'm just explaining. Going into round 2, we're getting to a position where we'll be able to get all the timing up on screen for you guys. But right now, just for this weekend, we can't do that at this stage.
Don't forget, round 2 will be at Preston Docks in May, a couple of weeks' time, and round 3 at Landrake on the weekend of the 1st and 2nd of June. So if you want to follow the series, put those dates in the diary. Further dates will be announced during the course of the year.
Okay, so just looking at his lap times here, he obviously set the quickest lap time by over a second, 2:11.624 over Purden, who did a 2:12.75. But the issue is
we're doing 2:15s, weren't we?
Yeah. So the guys, obviously, the extra power up the heels, but Purden's kind of sticking with him though. Oh, Taylor Hamill, sorry, on the in second. Last lap around, he only lost a 10th to Conrad. But Conrad said in his post-race interview after the first moto that he is just clicking off laps. He's trying to get into the habit of not looking behind him, not worrying about what anybody else is doing. The only information he's interested in looking at is his lap board when he comes around every time. His mechanic Rob Mosley will just basically be putting the lap times on it, and that's all that Conrad is wanting to see. Just see if he can get those consistent lap times. So, with that in mind, last time around was a 2:13, 3:86. Let's see if he's keeping it in the 2:13 bracket this time around. He's just 2 corners away from the finish line. It should refresh itself. And then we'll see if he's on track to just keep rattling out those 2:13s.
So let's just confirm Tristan Purden is in 3rd place from Martin Barr and Tom Grimshaw, 4 and 5, the teammates on the Apico Hondas. Jason Mira backing up his first race 3rd with a 6th place now in front of Brad Thornhill, Brad Todd, and Charlie Putnam having a better ride in 9th now.
Yeah, and Sam Nunn propping up the top 10 on that John Banks Honda. Okay, what did he do? Well, went even quicker that last lap, so he's now brought it in under the 2:13 banner. He's now on a 2:12.6, so he went a second quicker and basically took a 2nd and 3/10 out of Hamill that last lap around. So he's winding up the wick, and he's got the lead out now to a 10.2 seconds.
Yeah, that's what 10 seconds looks like, ladies and gentlemen. You could see the gap there as Conrad entered into the valley. His teammate was just round the loop at the top. That's what 10-second gap looks like. So it's turning into a nice, easy almost a training run now for Conrad. That's no disrespect to the rest of the riders, but his main competition from last year, as we said, with Harry Koulas was gone through, and Josh Gilbert. So Koulas not riding the series this year, Gilbert injured. So his main competition from last year, who pushed him hard all the way, is not here this time. And at the moment, we're looking for people to step up to the challenge, and who can put it to him. His teammate, of course, his debut in is going to get even faster. Taylor Hamill is looking fast, but well, Conrad looking to be pretty dominant.
Love it, the way he just popped up. And you see that, Roger, that he just pushed into that last little bump up the hill, it was so minute but made such a difference. He got his wheels off the ground by about 6 inches to just jump over a little braking bump. It's all those little details.
Yeah, that tells me he's confident on the machine and comfortable with it.
Exactly. You know, and we're kind of seeing that's a new way of, not a new way of riding, it's been done before, but what I mean is people like Conrad, particularly like Jet Lawrence, you know, in America, and Prado, they're kind of showing that thing now, like sort of floating around the circuit rather than just wham, bam, hitting stuff.
A lot of these little techniques, is that supercross based and arena cross based?
It definitely helps. You speak to Conrad or Tommy, they race the arena cross tour, anybody. Listen, racing indoor, supercross or arena cross definitely helps with motocross techniques. There's no two ways about it. It's a different sport, granted, but there's techniques from arena cross that you can bring to motocross. Not so much the other way. It's all those preload. You hear us talk about like pre-jumping and preload and seat bouncing and all that kind of stuff. And of course, modern tracks are becoming more jump littered, you know, like, and I mean that in a nice way. I don't mean they're ruining it. But yeah, you know, like over the years, you know, we go back to DT's day, occasional ski jump, there might be one tabletop a lap at best. You know, now we're getting into like, there's jumps, you know, 4 or 5 big obstacles at most tracks these days.
Yeah, definitely a bit of crossover there. So we're coming down towards the end of the race now. And Conrad Muse in a race of his own. So we're looking back for his teammate. There he is, right on cue, number 23, Taylor Hamill. Looking very comfortable as well. Just kicking himself out of the deep ruts, just riding in between them as well. So an absolute perler of a perfect day at the moment for the Crendon True 7 Honda team.
I'm just looking through the pack here. I'm going to try and find some battles that are shaping up. So the running order in the top 10, it's Muse, Hamill, Purdon still in 3rd. Then you've got Barr for 4th. Grimshaw is in 5th ahead of Jason Mira. Brad Todd for 7th. Brad Thornhill in 8th. Charlie Putman for 9th. And Sam Nunn in 10th. The closest battle I can see on track is probably the 2 Apico lads, actually, in 4th and 5th. Number 50, Martin Barr ahead of his teammate Grimshaw. There's only 2 seconds between them. And then there's also a good race going on between the 2 Brads. Brad Todd is only a second and a half ahead of number 95, Brad Thornhill. Other than that, they're all pretty spaced out.
Podium's going to be interesting because Jason Mira must be in with a shout. Martin Barr, Tristan Purdon all must be in with a shout of 2nd or 3rd on the podium.
I'm going, I mean, my maths, I say this all the time because they are terrible. I know who's currently leading, we know that, going for a 1-1, Conrad Muse. I would say Purdon with a 2-3 would get 2nd. 3rd, I'm not so sure about. Could be Martin Barr, you know.
Yeah, there's a contender, Martin Barr, number 50 on the plates on the Apico Honda team. So Martin, well, he's had his troubles over the last couple of years. He's had numerous little niggly injuries and also illnesses and all sorts of things that have sort of held him back.
Yeah, that illness.
A lot of people would have said, well, that's it, after my career, I'm done, enough. He hasn't. He's kept at it, he's kept plugging away, and he's looking the best he's looked for a while now, isn't he?
Yeah, that illness, you know, which can affect athletes. Obviously, we've heard about Epstein Barr or Barr Epstein, whatever you call it, all those energy sapping, you know, and he just wasn't functioning. You know, he just couldn't find the energy. Obviously, you know, like viruses and stuff that get into the human body, you know, they don't always just disappear that quickly. You know, as proven. Certainly, we know all about that now. Obviously, with COVID and long COVID and all those kind of things. But he looks to be back to full health, and as I said, the new ride with the Honda, with the Apico team, has just given him that little lift, and he's showing no sign of saying. I asked him outright yesterday in an interview. I said, you know, have you got a date on when you're parking it up? Not a sniff of even thinking about it yet from Martin Barr.
No, good man. His young teammate, hard charger Tom Grimshaw in the background there on his familiar number 16. After a couple of years on Chambers Husqvarnas, he's switched across to Honda. So both riders switched from Husqvarna to Honda. So Tom still adapting to his new mount. This time he's managed to nail himself a start, which he's been struggling with in his first couple of races this year. But he's now getting more and more into it. Martin's still very old school in his style, though, isn't he? Upright, very upright.
Yeah. You know, and
no, I'm not disputing that, but it is very old school, isn't it?
It is, and you know, but he obviously with all that experience down the years, he's just tweaked a few things here and there. Of course, you know, brought up riding in Northern Ireland. His first ever race was at Desert Martin.
Wow.
Which will learn you pretty quick. So, you know, he's obviously renowned early days as a sand rider, but like a lot of these riders, you have to adapt. We saw it with Caroli. You know, he basically took himself to Belgium, learned to ride sand, and then if you hadn't have known that, you'd have looked up and said, oh, well, sand is his favoured condition.
Well, not just that, he had to learn modern techniques like scrubbing and things like that, and fair play, he did.
Let's have a look how long we got left in this one.
We must be getting towards the end now, I think.
So, obviously, yeah, we are. It says 27 minutes. Well, I better skedaddle. Well, I haven't said that word in a long time. Do people even still say that? No, nobody says that anymore. I did. Right, I'm going to get over there for the winner's circle. I'll let Rog bring this one home.
So what a brilliant day it's been for Conrad Muse and for the Crendon True 7 Honda team. It looks as though it is going to be a day of doubles in every class so far. 1-1 scores for our winners in the 125s, in the MX2s, and now on course to be the same in the MX1. So Conrad Muse continues his run of form in 2024, unbeaten in any of the races he's contested so far this year. He's been perfect scores right the way through and been top of the podium in the 3 main races that he's events he's done, and he's going to be heading into round 1 of the full British Championship at Lyng in Norfolk next weekend. Absolutely brimming with confidence, and everyone else is going to be expecting him to be in that sort of run of form. Battles going on right the way down through the field as we head into the last lap or so now. And the track is really at its roughest now. Everyone said it's been super difficult, treacherous, in fact, brutal in Conrad Muse's words. Brutal was the words he used. So it's been a brilliant day here at the revised round 1 of the Motul Fastest 40 British Motocross Championship, powered by Michelin. And if the rest of the season's half as good as this, it's going to be brilliant for us to look forward to. We're on course watching Louis Kessel, the KES Commercials team, the number 7, with 49 Callum Green, the 3rd member of the Crendon True 7 Honda Racing team. 714 Brad Todd going through there. So Brad also having a good day. So it's been a good workout for everybody, and the series looking very good, and as we say, lots to look forward to for the rest of the season here as we travel the length and breadth of the country in this brand new format. Saturday racing for the pros on the Fastest 40 series. There is Conrad still pushing, still charging, still hitting his lines going around there. He could be excused for just easing up and cruising around now. No such thing going on. He is still pushing hard, still charging as the sun gets low on the horizon now. This time of day, it gets to be a little bit of a problem when the sun drops down and you're coming up those hills looking directly into it, because the sun gets on the horizon then, and we've had several problems in the past with riders getting blinded going up the hills there as he drops down into the valley round the watered parts of the circuit. Been a great day. Jeff is going to be having a word with him and the rest of the winners, plus there'll be a podium presentation at the end of the day. Don't forget, tomorrow we do it all again, but with the amateurs, so tune in again. If you're not coming down to the circuit, you can watch the amateurs doing their stuff for another fantastic day's racing. Conrad Muse, meanwhile, round the final couple of turns, drops it into that rut and comes round and takes the checkered flag. So another perfect score. Conrad Muse for the Crendon True 7 Honda team takes the win. His teammate Taylor Hamill should be next over the line on the number 23. So we're waiting for Taylor to come through. Big gap there, but it was the two teammates who pretty much just dominated coming through. Look at the gap that Conrad pulled eventually. So the rest of the riders coming across the line. We can just confirm the scores for you. There goes Martin Barr, the number 50, crossing the line. His teammate Tom Grimshaw follows him through for the Opico Honda team. So solid ride for them. Tristan Purden should be coming through very shortly, but there's Jason Meara and Brad Todd. So yet again, as we say, brilliant for Conrad Music. Goes to Dan Thornhill crossing the line now for the Chambers team on the number 95. Putnam going through also on the 91 for the SC Sport Homes team on the Husqvarna. So brilliant day for them, but it's dominated. Jamie Carpenter also going through, but it's been dominated by Conrad Muse in the Opico Pro MX1 class. So as we say, a day of doubles, a day of maximums here at Foxhill Motor Park. It's been a great day. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we hope you've enjoyed our live casts here, and that you'll tune in for round 2, which will be at Preston Docks in a couple of weeks' time. So thanks, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Roger Warren. I hope you've enjoyed being with us. We're going across now for an advert before we get across to Jeff for an interview with our race winners.
Right, here we are down the winner's circle. Conrad has, again, made it look very easy. It's not, of course. Nose clip or not? 100 quid down the Swanee. Did you find it?
I didn't find it, no, but it was extra pressure to win that one. I need the bonus money to get that nose clip again.
Your breathing was obviously all right. Again, you were focusing on the pit board more than anything. We realised pretty earlier on, me and Roger in the commentary there, that you wasn't going to rush to pass Tristan on that opening lap. Just take your time with it, and then you got by him and then just made hay.
Yeah, it was, like I said, I had an awesome start again. Wow, this bike out the gate is incredible. So massive shout out to the 4Power Racing and whole Crendon True 7 Honda Racing team for all their support and hard work. But yeah, I gated first, but just was a little bit cautious around the first turn, you know. The track's super gnarly, and Tristan got me, and I tried on the first few corners to see if I could make an early pass and catch him off guard, but he held his line well, and then I just settled back, and I just found a spot where I knew I could do it, and it was that place, and I done it and got by him. And the track today is very tough, and it's very hard to make time up on. I think the main thing for me around here is just to do the best lap times I can consistently, and I felt like that was where I edged away towards the end there. I just kept my lap times, kept racing the board. My mechanic done a great job of telling me where I was at, and yeah, that was all I focused on today, was racing my own lap times.
I was going to say, Foxhill is a unique circuit. It's one that where you've got to, you can't afford to take your eye off the ball for a second. You think you can, because it's not, you know, it looks flat, but it's not flat at speed, is it? And that's the point.
No, definitely, and especially how it is today. Like, yeah, okay, it's a bit dry for racing, but honestly, it's so technical, and I love it. Like, you've got to use so much throttle control, and I found myself in qualifying, I weren't riding the way that the track would let me, you know, and like, they're just little things that you have to adapt as a rider, and you have to change the way you ride a little bit, and I found my feet at the end there, but certainly the track can catch you off guard. There's some horrible edges and ruts out there, but yeah, this is what motocross is all about.
It is. It's good to see you back, mate. Well done on the 1-1. We'll see you over at the podium. Conrad's going to move out of here, so he takes the opening round win with the 1-1 scorecard. We're going to bring in his teammate now, Taylor Hamill. Come on in, Taylor. They've all got electric starts. No effort in kicking. Just swing it round any way you want, Taylor. There you go, a little bit of stallage at the end, but you can afford to do that. That was a bit more like it. Obviously, first one, you didn't quite, well, you made a good start, but then tell us what happened in the first moto, because you went missing on the second lap.
Yeah, so
terrible start, and then somehow got to third on the first lap, but then just went down first lap, and then just before the finish crashed again, and that was about it really. I just was way back, and it's hard to sort of pass around here. Yeah. And it was real sort of fast going, so yeah, I was eating a lot of stones in the first race, but then the second race was better. I saw Conrad get out past Tristan, and it took me a while to get past him, but I tried to just keep the gap there, but it's the first race of the year, so I just rode it home at the end.
Tell us the reasoning then. Obviously, you're racing a 250 in the Dirt Store British Championship. What's the reasoning with the 450? Is that a team decision or your decision?
Well, I asked first of all that I wanted to be on a 450, but Honda said for the British to be on 250, but then Dave was let me have a go on this because I've been wanting to get on a 450 for ages now. So at least I can get to show it. So hopefully I can go on one after this year.
Well, me and Roger said in commentary, you know, you grew pretty quick, pretty big, pretty quick. You know, you're equipped for a 450. Do you feel, actually, naturally, do you feel more comfortable on this than the 250?
Yeah, I mean, as well, the way I ride as well, I feel like I suit the 450 better. So, yeah, I just feel real good on it. The Hondas, this bike's awesome. So, yeah, I love it, really.
Well, good. Hopefully you can challenge your teammate for the remaining rounds. Good luck next week, obviously, when you step back to the 250. Nice one, Taylor. Good ride. There you go. There's Taylor Hamill on the second True 7 Crendon Honda machine. Let's bring in Tristan then. Final rider that we're going to talk to today. More than anything, actually, Tristan's had a great ride. I'm more impressed with his seat cover. He's got some rather, I'm not sure if you can see that, he's got some rather funky flower design going on. Another solid ride, you know, you're there, you've put yourself obviously in the top 3 with that. Led a few laps as well, that must have felt good.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That's been a goal of mine, just to lead some few laps here in the UK, and to do it, yeah, the first round of MX or Fastest 40 was good, and going into Link, so looking forward to it.
So you really are settling in. The team must be happy. How much advice are you getting from Neil and the crew over there?
Tons. It's like Neil is just helping me so much. I get on the bike, and it's the best bike I've ridden. So I'm really enjoying it, and just enjoying it with them. And the team's so good, and yeah.
That must be a big part as well, coming over to race in Europe. Obviously, people that you align with. Obviously, you've had help from Sean Simpson. Now with Neil. That's going to be a big thing, you know, with your end goal. We touched on it in the first interview about eventually you might be able to put yourself in a position to pick up a MXGP ride. So it's all a big steep learning curve, isn't it? Moving country is hard enough, right?
Yeah. No, for sure. When I first came over, like, the tracks are different, everything's different, and you think you can come in with what you had, but it doesn't work like that. And learned a lot last year with the Gabriel team. I'm grateful for their opportunity they gave me, and now with this team and just having Neil in my corner, especially Ashley Kane as well, Dennis, Jason from Dice Carries, they're all just my little corners, really good at the moment, and my wife. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah. It's not really easy for both of us to be out here, and we're just sticking through it and getting through the hard days as well. So yeah.
You've named some good people there. Ash Kane has probably forgot more than what most people will ever remember. Good work, Tristan. We'll see you at the podium. Go and get yourself ready for that. Congratulations for I believe second overall today. So Tristan's going to ride out of here. I'm going to sign this thing off. A big shout out to everybody involved with this new format for what used to be the Michelin MX Nationals. It is now, as you can see, the Motul Fastest 40 powered by Michelin Championship. I want to give a special shout out to all these people that have got behind it. The Apico two-stroke class was an absolute success today. 40 riders turning up to race 125s around Foxhill. You can't beat that. Michelin Motul Fly, RFX, Apico Spiral, Planet Moto, the list goes on. So thanks to all those people. Thanks also to our incredible medical crew. I really want to give them a special shout out because we couldn't run this thing without a A1 medical team. All our marshals that stand out there all day long doing the job. The Language Club for letting us come here, obviously race at Foxhill, and the entire crew for getting it done. I'd like to thank Roger Warren, obviously, for coming in and joining us now with the live stream. It was great to sit alongside Roger today. So we hope you enjoyed the coverage. Like I said, big shout out to everybody. Next round in about 3 weeks' time. I think that's right. Is it the 20th? I'm not sure the dates. I've forgotten them already. Apologies about that. But you can find out on our website. We are going to Preston for that. So a success. Can't believe the weather that we've had for the opening round. Well, effectively round 1. This was meant to be round 2. So join us at Preston in a few weeks' time. Keep following us on all the socials. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you live from Preston in a few weeks' time.